despite how much are left. Like, they were literally everywhere because, you know, there hadn't been any octopi on the land. They came out of the water and started attacking and taking over the land at the monarch's command. Shit-ass motherfucking stream-ass bullshit that I do is all about you guys. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for sticking around and watching, even though this is not technically the main content. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Yo, is this a writing reacts? Sharp Spear Games the One. Yes, it is, good sir. We are comparing how my character deaths hold up to the greats. You want to react to mine? It's only like 11 pages. Yeah, sure, man. Here, pop in the Discord. You want to join the Discord, and you can post it in public stories. Dang, that sounds like a movie, bro. Hell yeah, I used to do film and stuff, so, like, script writing, outline writing, plot writing is, like, second nature to me. It's the getting the down on paper to actually, like, you know, push it out. That's where I struggle. That's why I'm doing these reacts, trying to test myself and see, like, where are my weaknesses, because my biggest problem is not being able to put it back. It wasn't up to me, never was.
Angst has rated my stream.
Oh shit, X
Welcome later to the stream.
You're back, dude. You heard him. I'll pick you up at 5.
Another raid! Yeah, man. That's what it's all about, Sharp. Big day today, boys! Welcome, everyone. We are reading Sharp Spear Games the One. His, 2 chapters in his story. You know, and it's like each side of his personality don't remember the other side, and because of how Gaia's, that's legit almost the same. That's crazy. And that's like reference to like Zayd always being like, hey, I found something here you guys might be interested in, because he technically found out who the Warriors of Light are, but no one knows what the Warriors of Light are except for Husai, and Husai never talked about it, so there was no conjunction between the two, and that's kind of a reason why Husai is like so mad at himself that he never listened to Zayd. He took Zayd for granted. He wouldn't let Zayd on the trip, and now Zayd's gone. Remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! That's how you alienate people in your channel and you stop growing. That's why, unfortunately, I don't know if you were here for it yesterday, Muffin, but Valiant Boy is no longer a mod. Yeah. I guess somehow he thought somewhere in his head that me and Toe Connoisseur making fun of him was like us ganging up on him or something like that, because we were just bantering. And he banned Toe Connoisseur. Valiant Boy did not take it very well, but I told him multiple times, don't ban people. The nature of the basis of the personality of the person to show what path they lean towards when it comes to elemental magic. So anyone can use any element, but the element that wants to work with you and is the easiest to use can and maybe should oppose the personality of the caster. It would be unexpected and perfectly fit your narrative. Stacking buffs, right? And as long as we have some that are base and some that are multiplicative, we can have some insane stat boosts going on, right? Our magic system is based off of Final Fantasy, so it kind of narrows down how things are structured, but gives leeway on how characters interact with the magic itself. Universal income means everyone gets the same thing. Universal basic income means everyone is afforded the dignity to survive. You are afforded a shelter and your 1 food a day. You hard, it's good. I want to see if the flow is good. Yeah, sure thing, Sharp. We should finish this react, though. Let's just go through it. Okay, guys? We're just going to go through it. We've pretty much explained most things I think of. We're just going to use examples and see how good our stuff stands up to it.
And zinc and...
If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! We've got Quest. We've got the Fall. We've got the Exodus. We've got the Death. rallying that everyone does for Husai shows how good of a leader Husai is. So it's like a pictogram because their letters are like hieroglyphs, but they're placed together kind of like this to create. Yo, 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 how's it going, guys? So true, book. It's always nice to know when your show is gonna come on, right? When it's just commercials for 3 hours and when you actually get what you want. So, look who's back, guys! But again, just to reiterate, I have absolutely nothing against Valiant Boy. I have no problem with him. I don't know why he, you know, like I said, we just had to take away his mod. Other than that, like, he's not banned in the stream or anything. So he's completely welcome to come back at his own leisure. He... Like, I don't want to go into the DMs, but he asked me if I was okay. And I was like, yeah, hey, how's it going, man? Like, what do you mean, am I okay? Yeah, bro, everything's going great. Stream's going fine. You should come back and hang out and chill and, you know, maybe put this whole moderator thing, you know, underneath the bridge. Stuff it in your closet or something, man. I feel bad because I think, like, he feels like he can't come back to the stream now, and I'm like, that's not how it is, bro. Just come back and hang out, man. Like, anyways, I thought that was funny. So, you know, the first step, like, he's going through the stages, and eventually I'm sure he'll come back. He seemed to enjoy the content, so it is what it is, right? And we came up with, I don't know exactly what to call it, but I'd call it like sub-goals. So for the plot outlines, what I'm going to try and do is have 3 stages of goals. For like the goal, conflict, disaster. And it's going to be like the whole story, main one. Then it's going to be like, you know, the act 1. And then it's going to be like the scene 1. So we kind of have more of a flow to go through. Because I've been thinking about, like, I'm just randomly making up stupid conflicts, and I don't think that's how I'm supposed to be doing it. You know what I mean? So we'll go back to the drawing board on that when we go back to editing. I'm going to also, like, try and find an editing react. Maybe I don't, because I don't think Hello Future Me does anything with, like, actually editing. But I've seen, like, a bunch of TikToks that have actually given me a lot of ideas towards editing and putting things in structure. So I'm really interested in looking for something along those lines for reacts for days that we do editing. Because, yeah, I just don't know what I'm doing with editing. Which is kind of unfortunate. But it is what it is, right? 48 views already on Chapter 14, but Chapter 12 is still at 34 views. So weird. I still think it's like someone came back, right? It had to have been people coming back to read it again. Like, you know, you click on the next chapter, and then you don't read it. You just clicked on it, right? And then it's like you close the tab, you come back, and then you read the chapter. So I could see how it could easily be 2 or 3 views, if it's calculated that way, like based on how many times they return to the page. Like, over a set period of time. But yeah, not sure, Sean. But anyways, we got a long road ahead of us, guys. Let's get the fuck into it. Today is a big fucking day. Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's time to go into the second half of the round of 4 here. Best is waiting for the winner of one of these two players who's going to be duking it out tonight, Snow versus Soulkey.
Oh, sorry, I was still muted there. Yeah, Snow
Artosis.
versus Soulkey. I'm like, no, you're gonna.
I'd rather set
this doesn't
it
even have a Terran player.
so
There's
it
no Terran
tracks the
players left, man. I
ISP
don't even want to take
addresses, so
part
they
in this.
only get counted once per chapter.
We load up the Discord call and start this recording. I'm like, he's gone. I don't know. I guess
Is that like a setting you can do?
I don't know what happened.
That would be so funny. And then I come back. I'm like, why? I was pulled away. Why did you cast? Like, we have to redo it. Anyways, yeah. Snow versus Soulkey. This is going to be a great match. They've had really fantastic matches against each other in the past. So, like, I feel like there is a lot of potential here either way. I will never forget that Blitz Y game where Snow didn't mind from one of his gases for like the whole game. It was one of the closest things we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Snow versus Soulkey there. I think he is really one of the only players that has potential to beat Soulkey. I think it's
And
like,
he might do it, guys! It's almost 4 hours! Like, he could wear Soulkey down, man. I'm scared for Soulkey now.
Players that have any real chance of
Not that I know
Soulkey.
of, but were I the site designer, that's how I'd have set it up. So even if someone wanted to spam a chapter and bring the count up, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, I
mean, that makes sense,
strong,
but
so
most people
scary.
are retarded when they make
He
sites.
really worked on
That's
his
at least
PVZ
what
as
my
well. There was a period
experience
where we
has
kind
been.
of thought maybe he was just going to be solid at PVT. And that was always going to be sort of his struggle matchup, kind of like Soulkey had.
But I
with
mean,
CBT
that
for a
would
while,
make
where
the
it's like
most
he was good at
amount
the
of
other two, but couldn't quite figure that mirror matchup out. But Snow has absolutely improved on that. He's got some great pushes. He plays a very, I guess you could call an honorable PVZ. You know,
Yeah.
he doesn't do much cheeses. Just tries
He
to
just
macro up,
gets reavers and
run
fucking
the map,
wipes you off the
some good
board with
storms, Try to
reavers.
close it out, and it's going to be interesting to see how Soulkey tries to handle it.
And as you could see on those stats there, the last 2 round of 4s, Soulkey eliminated Snow. So this is an ongoing problem for Snow. It's a hurdle that he has to overcome. We don't know. Snow could legitimately just be the second best player in the world, but he just keeps hitting Soulkey. So we can't
Yeah,
really tell.
it's so fucking true.
And I think a lot of people
It's
on that,
so
when you watch his
unfortunate.
online results, he's god tier, you know? Like him and
His
Light
reavers are
online just,
unfucking
other than
stoppable.
Soulkey, completely unkillable. And so, you know, this might be the coming out party. Who knows? Maybe Snow takes over what Soulkey has done.
That would be
It's gonna
a
be a lot of fun to see
fucking
what kind of games these guys bring us
goddamn
here.
ASL.
Remember
That would be a
Soulkey has won the last
storyline,
3
guys.
ASLs.
Yup.
Like, that's crazy. That's unprecedented. He could win this one. You know, when people kind of talk about Flash as de facto Bonjour. Like, right now, it's looking like Soulkey is hands down the best player in the world, especially if he can win it here now. We do have Flash coming back next season.
Next
which will
season,
be
Flash
Sly.
and
Unless
Soma.
there's any plot
If
twists
they
in our
both
future
come
here. So I'm
back,
very
oh my
curious to
fucking
see,
god, next season
if
is gonna be
Soulkey
so
can win here
amazing.
and take this whole thing, and if so, what happens when Flash re-enters the scene?
This is kind of interesting. Looks like Scan and Barracks, as well as Jadong and Action, all think that Snow is going to win. Everyone else thinks it's Soulkey. Some of them one-sided. Bisu thinks Soulkey is going to 4-0.
That's hilarious.
I bet you he practiced with Bisu a lot, and Bisu's like, fuck this guy. He is unbeatable. No way. No way. That's scary, though. If Bisu thinks it's going to be a 4-0,
71% think Soulkey's
he
gonna
knows
win.
his stuff for this matchup, man. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shit is crazy.
I mean, it also might just be, yeah, Bisu just got smashed over and over, and he's like, no, there's no way that Snow can do what I can't do.
Yeah.
His reavers are better,
This
but
is
it's
gonna be
not
a fun one,
everything
man.
else.
I mean, we really
Bisu's a
cannot ask for a
god.
better PVZ. This is going to be so insightful to see what the greatest minds in the matchup are capable of doing.
If we have a PvP final, man, like what? What timeline are we living in, man? It's insane. Like never before.
It's time for the second semi-finals match of ASL Season 19. Who will become a hero today? Let's call the first protagonist up on stage. It's Snow.
Oh yeah! Fucking Snow!
And his
Snow is
opponent,
definitely my favorite Protoss player
challenging for a
because of
full
his use of
championship in a row.
Reavers.
The
Because he's like a one-trick pony,
Soulkey.
but it's so powerful. It's so fucking powerful. Fighting!
ASL Season 19. The main
Notice the size of the crowd?
Grand finals will be decided on
People
this
are like,
stage here.
Soulkey's gonna sweep,
Let's
there's no
talk to the
point in
players
even
ahead of
coming.
today's match. Snow.
And they're gonna miss an amazing
Anytime
match.
you make the semi-finals, it's Soulkey. And again, it is Soulkey. The Iron Wall, the Iron Wall, the Iron Wall, and again the Iron Wall. What do you think about this?
Night, Sir Ito. How's it
Well,
going, Rick?
It's
How are you, good
curious.
sir?
Up
We're
until now,
mowing
Snow
and
was
preparing
amazing,
for
so today,
3.5 hours of
just one
solid
time,
fucking
is it my
PvZ.
obligation to win, I thought. So I prepared diligently, and I want to show that today.
Going to
Didn't
sleep?
best
Hell yeah,
yesterday
Rick. Sounds
show
good, man. Take it
things
easy,
are
brother.
different.
Thanks for stopping
Things are
in.
different for sure. This time, how motivating was that for
Got
you?
exams tomorrow? Ooh,
yesterday
nice.
was
I have
ever
tomorrow
so
off, so
inspiring.
long
Back
stream
in the
today. Let's go,
I would've
guys.
been like,
10 hours.
"Why
Let's
are you
hope.
crying?" But it happened
Let's
to me
try
as well,
for
so
it.
I understand him well enough. It was really nice to see. I want to get to experience such a feeling too. But your round of 4 opponent is Soulkey, and over the last 2 seasons you went win-win, loss.
Have a good stream. Have a great night, Rick.
him. Losing and losing in a row. Can you overcome this Soulkey that now has 8 wins in a row against you? He's not an easy opponent, but regardless, if I approach this with a losing mindset, there is no way I win. So I came here today with victory in mind. I'll
True.
make it happen.
True.
Right. And Soulkey. Those last 2 times you defeated Snow to advance to the finals, both times where you claimed the championship. You're meeting again. Snow says he came prepared. What do you say? I feel sorry. I've already knocked him out in the semifinals twice now,
Yep, true.
and us meeting again like this, I feel sorry for him. Once again, Snow can't go to the finals, Soulkey says. He's already apologizing. I'll make it so that I'm the one feeling sorry for him. So are you certain that you're prepared to stop this record, this 4P, from being set? If one guy just keeps on winning,
I
that
think the
just won't
game's...
do.
Yeah, true.
But it's not his fault.
Everyone else is
It's
bad.
the fault of those other players who competed alongside. So I think someone, regardless of who it is, finally has to take him down. I will try my luck one more time. A victory on this stage means moving on to the grand final. A grand final that will take place at a different venue. A venue that is Play Expo. Play Expo? Play X4 Pete? Wow! 4 Pete? Honestly, we're having a laugh right now, but 2 Protoss are waiting on stage. 2 are waiting in line. What do you think? Is the championship a done deal? Not to that extent, but if the grand final is a PvP, it's no fun. I will advance to the finals and make it more entertaining. It's not about 4 championships in a row, it's that PvP is boring. Snow,
That's
what do you think
true.
about that? If it's me advancing, I can make it interesting.
Ooh, I
And we'll
believe
be
that
able
though.
to take down
Snow
Beth.
is a different kind of beast.
I've not thought about that. So far, I've focused on just the round of 4. The priority is to take down Soulkey first.
He
Right,
beat
and to close
Soulkey, he
things
pretty
out,
much
please
wins, because
address
no one
Soulkey.
can beat Soulkey, so he should be
This
able to
time,
beat Beth.
I'm taking you down. And Soulkey, a word for Snow, please. Once again, I shall not fall. I will win.
Hell yeah, words
Right.
of power!
Waiting for this last semi-final. Who will be the one moving on to the grand final stage? Please put your hands together and let's kick off this semi-finals match.
Our Grand Generals battling through space, conquering planet and system. until none stand in their way. For the swarm!
우승자, 준우승자 출신 선수들이 준비한 죽음의 죽은
프로토스 상대로는 지지하는 그런
Yeah, we can skip this.
프로토스전을
리버도기가 죽질 않...
I don't know.
All right, guys, let's get into this. Snow versus Soulkey. Dude, I'm so excited to do this deep dive into PvZ.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And, you know, they have, like, such a history against each other. Some of the best PvZs I've ever seen have been between these two.
I
That
believe
Whiteout
that.
game always comes back to mind. The game on Blitz
Yeah.
Y especially comes back to mind. I think it's going to be a great series. But does Snow actually have what it takes to beat someone on this type of tear? Like, Soulkey is making history right now.
Soulkey is usurping the position of Flash with these ASL wins. The only thing that
Yeah.
is keeping him from basically being considered the GOAT right now is the fact that Flash isn't playing an ASL. But, I mean, 3 ASL wins in a row is insane. It's unheard of.
It truly is. And in fact, I don't believe Flash had 3 in a row, right? I think he did 2, skipped 1, got another one, something like that. And what's he have? 4 ASLs, something like that. And then a top 4 with random, which actually counts as like 3 ASL
49
victories.
views, woo! Nice,
similar,
Sean.
Similar
Moving up.
level of prestige, I think. But like, yeah, if Soulkey wins here tonight against Snow, I think he is favored going against Best. And, you know, might win that 4th in a row, which would be absolute madness.
The finals will be held at the Kintex Arena. It's going to be on Sunday afternoon at 2 p.m. So if you want to go and join that, you got to buy a ticket. There's definitely going to be a lot more seats. It's a pretty spacious
It is sad I keep
venue,
refreshing the page
but
every
it's
few minutes.
ASL,
Is
and
it
these
sad?
things tend to sell out
I
pretty
mean,
fast. In
you're
fact, it may
excited,
already be
Sean. It's
sold
good
out,
to be excited,
being completely
right?
honest here.
That's,
Just
that's a
don't
real
let that
possibility.
turn into
I think
depression.
especially with,
I
Best
think that's
making
the
finals,
line.
He's got a
Is like
lot
it's
of
okay
fans.
to be excited
And
about
that
it, but
just
don't let
100%.
yourself
it
fall
makes the
off
finals
because of
so
it.
exciting because like
That's
such a
where the
long time
danger
coming for him
lies.
to win a championship, and
Because you're
I
sitting
hope
there
he's able
refreshing,
to
like,
do it
please
no
go
matter who
up, please
advances
go
here
up,
today,
please
but
go
it's
up,
gonna be a tough
right?
one.
Yeah, so this is the
You should
second
be like
to
a
last
sitting
game
on
of
the edge of your
tournament here.
seat
It's gonna
with
be Snow
excitement,
versus
not
Soulkey,
slamming
and the winner will be going up against
table
Best. I think no matter who
because you're
gets there, it's
frustrated,
gonna be
right?
so fun.
I think
We
that's a
haven't had
mentality
PvP
thing that's
finals
super
in a
important
long
to keep in
time, by the
mind.
way, not since Rain Snow, so
Yeah.
that would
And
kind
that's
of
how
be a
I
nice
try to
change
look
of
at
pace, too.
everything,
That would be a lot of fun.
through that lens.
Looking at these two matchups, don't read too much into the percentage here for Snow, but read a lot into the percentage for Soulkey. Snow
Please
actually
me
had
a
a period
comment.
of
Please
like 11
be
years
a
where he didn't win a
comment.
single PvZ
Yeah, I will
game
comment
in the
tomorrow.
pro
I
scene.
have an
That was in the
entire
Tespa
thing that
days,
I'm
then
gonna
it
go
followed into
through.
ASL actually for years before he finally started to get really good at the matchup. And now he's fantastic. He's one of the best PvZ players in the world, just to make it clear. Those 24 wins, like if we take from his first win to now, his win rate would be insane, like 70% in the matchup.
Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, he's really overcome quite a bit. So even though this score right now looks like it's going to be an obvious Soulkey win, I think Snow's got a really good shot of taking this.
True.
Sometimes these stats can be very misleading because the game's now so old. So like losses from, 7 or 8 years ago are counted.
Yeah.
And when you see
And it's
a
changed so
match
much
like
that none of those
look
stats
at
past
that.
like
My
3
God,
years
so
don't really
3 and
matter.
13.
The game has
Normally you
changed
look at
so
it and say,
much.
well, this guy is just dominated by that guy. But Snow continues to grow. He wants this challenge.
Two
He
more
said that.
follows
He
on the
wants this
goal.
challenge.
Yeah.
He wants to prove himself here. And I think that that's the right type of mindset.
Oh, me?
If he is able to do it, that is truly impressive.
Oh, nice.
Because Soulkey
Hell yeah.
is
We need
he's not
2
a
more
brick wall.
followers
He's
and
like
2
an
more
iron wall.
subs.
Like he's
And
a wall made out of black holes.
but we
stasis.
achieved our
We
goal
don't
of
think you
bits.
can
How did we
even
get so many
through it.
bits?
Okay.
Where did we get
Dude,
bits
it's
from?
crazy how
Yeah.
good Soulkey is. And by the way, if Snow can
This is
dominate in
1,787
PvZ, and this would be like the highest
87
accomplishment
bits.
to
Isn't
beat
that
Soulkey
$17
after
in
the
bits?
ASL victory tear. That would really prove that Snow has even more
I'm
cemented his
confused.
position as the greatest Protoss player in the world of all time. Because his PvT is the best, hands down.
Yep.
Everybody agrees. It's
I
not
mean,
even
people
up
were
for debate.
donating like
His
cents.
PvP is god tier. He doesn't
I
seem to lose to
didn't realize
anybody
they were
anymore.
donating
Yeah, that's true.
that much.
And then, you know, what stands
I guess
in
it
his way,
adds up
easy.
when you're
Well, this
doing
is the
7 and
ultimate
4.
challenge here
And
now to take
Valiant
on
Boy did a bunch of that
It
too.
is.
So I guess, yeah,
this
maybe it
is
makes
kind of,
sense.
in a lot of ways, the final boss here for him. You know, the thing is, what Soulkey's doing right now, we almost thought Snow was going to do for a little bit there because his win rate was so high. He actually warped the pro scene, like in between ASL seasons once, where it was like his win rate was over 90%. It was like the highest win rate we've ever seen, especially against Terran. But he's yet to win that championship, and he's really been stopped
Well, I guess
by
we should
Soulkey
change
for the
that
most
goal,
part.
eh?
So, as you can see, look at that, man. Round of 4 both these other times.
If we've
And
already
then
met it?
his last two, going 1-3 and 0-3 against Hero before that, man.
How do I
Ouch.
do this?
Hasn't won a best of 5 or better against Zerg since Action back in Season 8.
That's crazy. I didn't realize it had been that long. So this really is the one thing he's got to overcome.
Well, I think that can be said basically for anyone at this point. This man right here. He's the thing, the guy that everyone needs to overcome.
It's
And-
crazy because,
yeah.
like, you know, when he finally won an ASL, we were like, yeah, we were saying this forever. He looked so good. Then he won another one, and it was like, damn,
Yeah.
that's quite the run. Now he won a third one, and it's like, oh, you're the best player there is right now.
If I had the money, I'd
This
drop
is
the
crazy.
subs.
Now
Heck,
it's
I'd
this whole
make
thing is who can take Soulkey out.
Marion a profile on
So
Twitch
this is going to be a
Yeah.
super
and click
exciting
follow
match.
for
And
that,
and
then sub
part of
from
this
there
is,
too if I have
too,
money.
the
Oh,
way that
I
we
don't
do
need the
it
money,
is if
Sean.
you
It's
win,
not,
you're
money's
in
not
charge of
important.
group
I just want
selection.
you
You
guys
get
to
pick
enjoy
first,
this.
and you get to swap at
Enjoy
the
the
end.
experience.
I mean, he showed brilliance in swapping.
I'm glad that
Vipers.
you
Who
like
the
feel
hell
like,
puts
you know,
light in
it's
their Mini,
something that
and then
you
he
would do
cruises.
because you enjoy
But
the
Soulkey
content.
did
But
it
I'm
because
glad
he
that you
knows
feel
he just
that
can't
way.
lose to Terran.
But
At
don't
this
ever feel
moment,
like you have to.
Yeah.
He doesn't lose to Terran. It doesn't occur. So, like,
I'm
No
completely
Terrans
fine.
in this ASL either.
Yeah.
I may work a minimum
So
wage
that-
job, but I
that's
don't pay any
actually-
bills. I live with my
I'm sure he
parents,
was hoping
and
Mike would win. He's like,
it's a
"Damn,
pretty
I'm
good
on
sweet
4
deal. So
finals." Like,
it's worth the money if I had
it
it.
might actually end up being something like that. But yeah,
to spare
here
is
with
what
only
I'm
Protoss
saying.
players left, it is
That's
gonna be a
good to
bit
know,
tougher for
Sean.
him,
I'm glad that you feel that
especially
way.
with their skill in this matchup.
I can't find
We're seeing
where my
every
fucking
stat you
goals
could
are.
ever hope to see
I can
here.
never remember
My God.
how I'm supposed to change these.
Yeah, a lot of stats coming in here. But this is
I
going
know
to be a
it's
fun
somewhere in
match.
here.
I'm really excited to see how it's going to be approached. You know, what are the foundational moves that Snow's going to bring here? How cheesy is Soulkey going to be? You know, does Zerg have the option to Hydra bust? They've got, you know, the luxury of staying back and just macroing. Is this going to be mass Hydras into Mutas? Is this going to be more of a turtle lurker style? Are we even going to have some of these rushes into Hive with Cracklings and Ultralisks? You know, there's a lot of ways to play
Gotta be
PvZ
here
on both
somewhere,
sides.
right?
It's very true. I hope that we see some really interesting things from Snow. Who did we see go
Manage
Corsair Reaver on this map? It
goals.
was
There we go.
Mini, right? On Metropolis? Did we see Mini do that?
I believe
because
so.
You remember it was like he didn't even scout, and then he went like Corsair Reaver and had just a dominating game?
Yeah, it was crazy.
I think that was
it
Mini. I might be misremembering.
I think you're
but
right.
Yeah. Honestly, something like that, I'd love to see something like that out of Snow. Like, he is so good with Reavers, man. If he can get that Reaver used in some of these matchups, that would be cool.
Yeah, generally the Reaver in this matchup isn't used until late game. But there are some exceptions. There's some ways to get Reavers out early on. But it's usually a harder game for the Protoss to make that work. It's just so
Yeah.
much safer to get that Templar tech. But I mean, hey, let's see. Let's see what he's got. I think at a best of 7, you know, I almost
Okay, there,
can't
we
believe we're
added a
doing best
goal.
of 7s, by the way, at ASL now. It's so many games.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many possible ways.
I
the
know I
game
told you
can
about my
turn
Star
out
Trek
now.
game. Did I tell you about my
That you really have to come in with like a
Actraiser
huge range of play.
rethink too? I'm wondering if I should just make it a story
I think
instead of
that's
leaving
something
it
both
as a
these guys
pipe
can do.
dream
We know
game.
Soulkey
True,
has
Sean. You should
probably the
definitely write a
biggest range of
fanfic
every
for it.
single
And yes,
player.
you've told me about the
He mixes
Actraiser.
in absolutely everything. So when you ask, like, oh, which style we're going to see? Well, how many games are we going to see?
7.
I wouldn't be
7 games.
surprised
7
if we
games.
see-
7 games.
Let's
7
say
games.
it
7
goes 7
games. Let's
I bet you
go.
we see 5 completely different styles out of him. I bet you have like 2 3-hatch Hydra builds and then like 5 just random different stuff.
True.
Yeah, like 2-hatch layer and then
Yeah, who knows?
So, yeah, macro. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different things you can do in the matchup, man.
Soulkey's
all right,
so
we're gonna start this
inventive
off
with
on
how he
Metropolis.
plays it
It'll then be
too.
Eclipse, Dominator, Death
And
Valley,
he's like,
Deja
he
Vu,
has a lot of
All-Star,
mind
and
games
Radeon
with his
if we
build
can do
orders
Maverick
too.
7. And guys, we're ready to do this. Let's find out.
But
who's
so does
going on
Snow,
to face off
because
with
he
the
like
best,
he has like
defining
100
the
different
ASL.
ways to get to Reavers. You know he's going to Reavers, but you don't know what to do to stop him to get to Reavers. Other than just like straight up kill him before you get there. But they both want to get to end game, so We'll see who's smarter and who thinks they can outplay the other person at the end.
Okay, in the upper right here is Snow. In the bottom right is Soulkey. As always, guys, consider signing up.
Please
for
keep the
Patreon.
pink. I love the pink
We
Zerg.
wouldn't be able to do this
Pink
without
Zerg
you
is
guys.
best
This
Zerg.
is kind of where the internet's at. You know, it's the fans can connect directly with the creators. If you want to support us in our endeavor to keep the history of StarCraft alive, you can do so at
True.
patreon.com/ASL English.
Yeah, thank you very much for everyone who has supported thus far. And definitely do check it out if you haven't yet.
Guy
So,
beside me was just like, oh,
yeah,
for
in this
fuck's
game,
sake.
we're going to see what kind of fast expand build it's going to be from Snow. I'd be very surprised if we have any one basing, but Snow has maybe like twice in ASL done that before. But this game's not going to be one of them. He's going to send the probe down here, and it looks like it could be forge opening. Generally, it's a forge opening if you scout with the probe after the pylon instead of after the gateway.
And he'll find Soulkey first here, so that's probably best case scenario for the gateway opener, right? So, or no, sorry, for the forge opener. Does Soulkey, like, how often does he go pool first in the matchup?
A decent
Not an
amount, I think.
elementary school student, if you mean like the
But,
formal
he's gonna do it
get-up.
this time around. This looks like it's
But
an
I do
overkill
have
build.
sexy
I think that there's a
schoolgirl
chance
for
that
like
Snow
high
wanted to just go for
school
Nexus
girl.
first too. That's another alternative way to play. You know, we talk about Forge first and
Like
cannons, but you
the
can also
red
scout them and then try to
plaidish
just
kind
play
of skirt with
into
top,
a greedy Nexus. So
collar,
he's going to make the Forge
everything.
later because he can time it out exactly when the cannon's going to finish.
That was one of
Just
my
have a couple
first.
extra minerals mined
first
there from
purchases.
that probe back at home. And he's
Yeah,
gonna be
I don't
going
really
with that
have.
more
I don't really
modern,
have a
wall in. The
thing.
one
You
where the
guys
Forge
can
is
make me
pushed
do
back
something.
and
Yeah,
the
I'd be down
gateway's
for that.
pushed forward.
Have like a random extra
And it's
stream.
kind of funny to see
if we hit the goal.
wall-ins change in
I
this
never
game.
thought
You know,
about
every
that.
once in a while, you think things in Brood War are kind of set in stone, and then someone starts to do something and everybody copies it. And you know, the Forge at the entrance of the Protoss' base has always been a bit of a dilemma because you need to get +1 attack, and you eventually need to get the 2 armor upgrades.
But you have to have
but,
that
you know,
forge
Hydra's gonna run
there
up with range and shoot it
because
down. So
you
what's
need
happened
to
now is they
make the
put
wall.
Forge back
So
that
it's
it can be
always been a
surrounded by
problem
cannons.
with
And they're very willing to lose the gateway.
Protoss.
They don't care because the gateway can be remade. The
Yeah.
gateway's not upgrading anything.
Yeah.
And that's why you see, for instance, in this position, the cannon above the forge instead of behind it.
And then
You
you
know,
can put the
once you
gateway
said that,
in
I've
front of
seen
it, so
everywhere.
it kind of
It's one of those things
stacks.
where, like,
Yeah.
I feel like every single PvZ I cast right now on my private channel or here, it's like exactly as you said. Everyone's really going out of their way to
Three
protect that
hatch.
forge. Who cares about
Oh,
the
and he
gateway?
didn't need Snow.
And
Snow's dead,
it's done
man.
well for people.
Snow's dead.
You know, it feels like PvZ is in
Call
an
it
okay
now,
position.
Snow's
You know, we
already
definitely have
dead.
Times where
Soulkey's
meta
going
shift
3 hatch.
and matchups seem really tough. Like right now, Terran Berserk seems very tough.
The
And in the past,
probe
we've
is
definitely
attacking
had
the
times
forge
where
so that the
Protoss
probe
Berserk
doesn't get
seem
moved.
Really, really tough.
Because you can't hold position a
it's like
probe
very-
unless you have
like in a
another
very good
attack
spot
unit.
Right now. We have several
So in order
styles
to
on
make
both
sure that the
sides.
probe
We
stays
have a
there,
wide
he attacks
variety
the
of players,
forge.
doing well in
That's
it,
like a
and,
super meta
I just
level
think it feels like
trick
it's in
to
a
keep
good
your
place, and these
your
little
worker in
things built
place.
on, like protecting your forge
Otherwise,
as
it'd
well,
run away and let
really
the
help to
Zerglings
work
in.
towards that.
So in this game,
And then the forge will just
you
get
know,
the
it's going to
shields
be a
back.
bit of a slow start. He did have some probes to block. By the way, in case you guys saw, the probe was attacking the forge. The reason why you do that is that it's much harder for the Lings to kill that probe. If you have probes just sitting there and Lings attack them, the probe like gets pushed out of the way. And so it'll create an opening. Whereas if you make it attack one of your own structures, it won't move even if Lings attack it. So that's the reason why he does that. And from here on out, it's up to Snow to run around with the probe and basically try to identify, is there any kind of
See, I'm
rush,
good at
any
this,
kind of
guys.
cheese,
I know what
anything
I'm
weird
talking
coming my
about.
way? You know, do I see Hydras thrown down? Do I see, like, for instance, Ling speed? Is that done? That means he might be trying to hide some kind of attack.
Yeah, and I want to just
Has he
expand
gone
on what you
layer
said just
yet?
for a moment for people that
Yes.
don't get it. Because there's a gather and return cargo on the command card for workers, they don't have hold position, and they don't have patrol. So those two things have been taken
Right.
off. They can be given those commands if selected with other units, but before that zealot's out,
zealot.
it's the only way to make sure the probe doesn't move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird thing. The probe can hold position, but it has to be done from the command card of another unit like a zealot.
Just like how hold position
so it's like
lurkers
one of
work.
those, like,
They can't
you
hold
don't
position
know,
on
you're
their
never
own, but
gonna
if you
do it.
select another
Yeah,
unit and
it's
you
just
hold position with
all
that
sorts of
unit,
little secrets.
all of a sudden your lurkers don't attack.
So
and
he's
you
gonna
have
go
the
for the
Terran
start.
army
It's
run
all
across
very
it. And
standard. He is rushing
Kill
forward with
everything.
the 2 zealots, and I think he's going to try to run up the ramp. Now, there's no Ling speeds. These Lings, excuse me, are not that scary. He wants to come down here. He's going to spot the layer and the spire.
Okay, he knows the tech
And it
level
looks like he
now.
wants to try to dive in on some drones. No, never mind. He's going to try to run around to the other side of this.
Oh, nice control.
Just
I thought he
kinda
was going to get one of those
hide
surrounded, but
behind
actually
it.
gets him back behind the minerals. So that'll be a bit annoying for Soulkey to deal with.
Yeah, and then the other
And
one comes
notice
to
how
the
he
front
waits
because
to kill one so he can surround the other. Really good control there
Yeah.
from Soulkey. Runs away the drones at the natural as that Zealot comes in for some hits as well. So hasn't lost any workers as of yet, but obviously a lot of Zerglings being taken down.
yeah, he's lost like 6 so far.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised this is going this well here for Snow. Like, I feel like Soulkey's probably the best in the world at never getting into this position, but here we are. The Zealots are being fractioned off into different directions, and
And he just
they're
needs to
taking
slow
really good
leak
fights with
out the
Link.
Zealots and force
Well,
Soulkey to
still
make
harassing
lings.
the drones over here as well.
Oh,
That's gonna be
here
very,
comes the
very
flood,
annoying to deal
though.
with. And in fact, Soulkey's decided to just fight with those drones. Has to be careful not to lose any here. I love it. I love it going back behind those minerals, making it harder for the drones to actually fight. And look at that. That's like a
Yeah,
lot of
that
lost
is the
mining
play.
time. Oh, God.
Oh,
Runs
no.
with Speedlings gets around the cannon immediately
Oh no,
here.
this might be
A
GG.
little bit dangerous, trying to go up to the main
No,
base.
no,
Great
he
poke
did it.
blocking,
He blocked
but
them. That was
4
good.
Speedlings get in. That is dangerous.
Now he
Yeah,
sees what
you know,
he's
it's
doing.
one of those things where, and Soulkey's so smart, he just knows, oh, you're probably not going to have this area blocked, so I could just come here with a huge counterpunch, which is exactly what he did. The
Corsairs
turned
already
around and
killed
did one kill
an
on the
Overlord.
Overlords. And these Lings are here for now. I mean, it's going to be very hard to get rid of them. He's making cannons over
Ooh,
here
I
in
think he
kind
killed
of
the cannon.
center of his base.
I don't know if that was a cancel
But
or
this
not.
is a lot of lost mining time. Meanwhile, Mutalisks are out. Don't forget that with no cannon finished, I mean, the Mutas could come in there and actually.
Oh,
start to
this
kill
is
probes,
bad. This
especially
is
if they
really
can take
bad
that,
for
cannon
Snow.
out before it's done.
This is
Kind
really
of a
bad
dirty
for
position
Snow.
right now. The Scourge come in.
Oh, two
The
Corsairs
Mutas helping
down.
to get that cannon as well.
Yeah, and they just take out the cannon,
And
and
he's
they're
going to
just.
be able to kill this Corsair. Dude, Soulkey is
Oh, the
game
Scourge!
dirty so quickly here. Very chaotic position here for Snow to try to hold.
He's trying
Yeah,
to
the
block
three Mutas are
around
still
with
hitting
the
that
probes.
Cannon. I think it's going to be enough damage.
Oh,
They can take out the
the
Scourge. Are they going to connect them to that
Scourge.
Corsair?
Oh
Great
my
control by
God.
Snow. But there's no cannons over this position right now. If he can't get a couple cannons up here,
Yeah,
there's
this is
nothing
really,
that you can
really
do.
bad.
I mean, the Mutas will eventually just win this fight. The Scourge are enough of a threat that the Corsair can never really sit and actually fight the Mutalisks.
And he's just going
Now
to
we
keep
have two
bringing up
out here,
Scourge
so
because
I
he
mean,
knows that he doesn't
I'm
have a
worried that
Corsair
Snow
count.
might just die here, Artosis.
Yeah, he made that emergency Dragoon, which is never a good sign for Protoss when you.
Oh, another one down.
And Soulkey.
Yeah,
is
I'm pretty
just
sure Soulkey
leaning on
wins.
him. These types of games are so frustrating to play, but when you see them executed, like, damn, man, Soulkey has just like jumped on Snow. He
Yeah,
had
Snow-
that little
Snow
bit of
knows.
tempo advantage, and he's finishing him off right now.
I think we're almost done, Artosis.
Yeah.
I just don't see a world where you recover. There's enough Mutalisks out here that they can kill the damage. They can, shoot them down before they can actually finish. And you were right when you pointed out that Dragoon. Like, it's never good when you see a Dragoon made before.
He's only
like,
got
there's a tower
one
around
drone in
usually.
his natural. He's not making
situations
any
like
drones.
This, like
He's just
you
all
need
in.
something that hits air, something that you can use to kind of micro in the
GG.
fights.
Wow.
And that's going to be it. Snow loses after doing a bunch of great
Excellent
damage.
game.
Soulkey sensed
Excellent.
weakness
Look at
back home
Soulkey.
and
He's
decided,
like-
okay, we're going to do a
he's
huge
like,
counterattack.
that wasn't as good as I could have done. That's a
again.
pro right
It
there.
was so
When they
well done.
smash
You know,
someone and they're like,
even
I
just
could have done
seconds
better. I
later
did
or
this
slightly
wrong.
worse
He got in
control,
here with
and
that.
Snow ends up holding. So just fantastic execution
That's the
there from
mindset.
Soulkey, showing again
Always
his
improve.
gigantic range of play. The guy can do anything.
He's so strong, man. By the way, he really sees weaknesses in matchups where other people don't see it. Like, I think almost any other Zerg would just be back licking their wounds.
Yep.
But he knew, don't even chase the Zealot. There's nothing walling this in back at home. There's no Zealot. The
True.
second
He used
Zealot
all
pops
he used
out,
all his zealots to
not
attack me.
enough.
Now
The
I go
Lings come
attack him,
through,
and he got nothing.
And they dogpile on the cannon, and then
And he
run
gets
right
stuck
up
here with the
ramp, and it's
probes.
like,
That was a pretty
this
good
is sometimes
surround.
all you need, because the threat of the Lings in the main may cause a weakness over here at the natural later. And so he's just being enough of a headache, just enough
And
of
then
a
once the
nuisance
mutas come out, you
he
just
was able
flood.
to basically remove Protoss from the mid game before we ever got to a proper PvZ.
And Snow was still pretty on top of things. He pulled back that one Corsair. Looks like this one got pulled back as well. But yeah, he didn't get the extra cannons up in time. If he had like 2 more cannons, he would have been really far ahead. Like, I think he would have probably ended up winning because Soulkey was super low on drones.
Yeah,
here.
he had one drone at
one
the
drone
natural.
in his natural this entire time. He was mining from 2 gas. So his mineral income was almost nil.
Yeah, the Zealots in the main were trying to kill the Zerglings in the main, and so there wasn't anything to protect this one cannon. And then, you know, the Corsairs are supposed to beat Mutalisks and Scourge, but you need enough of them. And when they're coming out one at a time, the Scourge will just chase him down. There's no way to actually protect the cannon. So he even tries to come in here, kind of jukes and jives around, eventually runs back. But if there's no cannons finished here, the Mutas can just, you know, wreak havoc over in this position.
And I love even the Mutas flying up to hit some of those.
Kelly,
some of those
hey,
Zealots.
how's it going?
Just awesome to see.
We didn't read Chapter 9 yesterday because you weren't here, so...
But I don't think Snow is going to be perturbed.
We got another 3 hours of StarCraft.
Just
if
barely defend Soulkey's all in.
you want to go do something else for 3 hours and
Okay,
then come
guys,
back...
we're going to take a short break. Coming up next, we're going to go to Eclipse.
Or you can hang out with us and watch Soulkey dominate Snow.
He does.
Stand-up
he's super good
person
at playing a
to wait
decisive
to
game.
read.
That's why he's so scary. He's
Tanif,
just got
welcome,
such
welcome.
range.
How's it
He'll
going, brother?
cheese,
Got
he'll
someone
turn on the
that is
aggression at the
goated.
drop of a hat like a prime Jadon.
True.
And he plays the best late game macro of everybody. It's like, what? How do? He's just one of the complete players. When you
It's
get a
one of
player
the
this
one of the
complete,
things of just doing
there's so
like
few,
a
man.
bunch of
It's
different
like
content, right?
Flash and Soulkey, and then in StarCraft 2, there's like
Everyone's like,
Maru,
you
and
know,
there's,
I'll
like,
come
no
back
one
when
else.
you're doing, because that's how most people find me is through writing and stuff. But it's
Crazy.
like
All right, guys,
ASL
we're gonna
happens
game
2
number
times a
See,
year,
Snow,
guys.
Snow is going to have a
It's not
cleaner
it's not every
opening
day we have ASL,
find out
so
the map Eclipse.
we got to get it out of the way. Then we go back to the standard reacts. Actually, we're going to be changing up the reacts too, because I want to start doing. I'm gonna find like a series
Okay,
on
Soulkey in the
editing
top
and
right,
how
Snow
to
in the
edit
bottom
your
left.
work.
You know,
Because
that
I'm
link
like,
counterattack. I really can't stop thinking about it.
Yeah.
You know,
as
the
far as like what
idea
I've
is that
learned for
fourth
actually
zealot goes down
writing,
there.
I want to
And
learn that
it's killing
in
drones
like the
third,
scope
it's a
of
problem.
editing.
And,
So I can match
you know,
my editing
behind
skills
all
with
that,
my writing
Snow
skills.
can
I always
just
like to
zip
work
up
on
his
what's my
base,
weakest
close it off,
point.
and
When I
attack,
discover
and
what my
probably
weakest
be pretty
point
comfortable.
is,
But the
that's
fact
what
that
I try to
Soulkey
work
knew
on.
to take
And I like to
maybe
keep
like 10
everything
Zerglings
even
and
across
just
the
go
board.
north.
I'm drinking coffee
Immediately.
so I don't fall asleep again.
He saw the zealot
Editing
doing
is
damage,
tough
he
and
did
that
not
makes
care. He went
sense. Yeah.
exactly up there.
Yeah.
And it worked. And here's what's crazy. Snow was making a second cannon. So Snow is
But
sort
we are
of aware,
writing,
okay,
so our
this
new story that we're
counterplay,
writing
we gotta be
today,
kind of
Tanif,
careful here, but
is
the fact that he knew to just run in there, run by the zealots.
I call it almost
kill
like an urban myth kind of
cannon
thing,
and then go in the
but
main.
it's like the don't
damn,
chew
you are
gum
so
when your
scary.
mouth is
No
frozen,
other Zerg would do that.
and it's like
Zero
a
would not have
kid
done that.
who's like always
Bastion wouldn't
chewing
have done
gum, and he's
that.
got, you know, the
Queen would
roll
not
up
have done
like
that,
bubble
but
gum,
Soulkey seems
and he
to
just like
know
makes like bigger and
exactly
bigger
where the
and
races
bigger
are
gum
at
balls in
points
his
in the game
mouth
that other
until it's
players
like, you
don't
know,
see.
he literally can't chew it, and he throws it
and
away, does it
that
again.
actually goes back
He's
to
going to the
exactly
dentist,
what I
and he
was
gets his
just
mouth
saying,
frozen
where
for a
he's very
cavity,
like Flash.
and then he's eating
You
gum,
can
and
see
he
that in
chews his
Flash's
tongue
play.
off.
He just understands completely what's going on in the game. To levels other Terran players don't, and that's what we're seeing from Soulkey and why he's winning so many championships in a row. You know,
Like, you just don't have a big link counter attack like that. Yeah, go ahead, Artosis.
Grim fairy tale there. Yeah. Don't chew gum when your fucking mouth is
The first
frozen.
map he chose. Why would that be? Why do you think that is?
Just thinking about it
Well,
gives
I think
shivers down my
Eclipse has a
spine.
lot of different openings that you can do PvZ. That's pretty strong. Like, you know, in this case, he could run around the Overlord and try to do some kind of cheeky cannon rush. The Zerg might be guessing.
I
okay,
am
you know, is this a
Grimdark!
game or not?
Numb
I guess it's
mouth.
not as
Yes,
common
that's
anymore,
scary.
But, I think it's a
I've
perfectly
fucked up
fine
my
map
cheeks
PvZ.
pretty
I
good
think
from
this
going
map
to the dentist and
probably
shit
even
like that.
Protoss versus Zerg, but it gets tricky with the base.
But I also got scars on the inside of my mouth
Yeah, I
from
think he's probably pretty
from
comfortable on
braces.
this. I think Eclipse is probably the most played map in ASL, or played out. Like, we've seen more games on it, so it
I
might
got
just
like,
be a
you know,
comfort
like
thing.
random kind of pieces of
I
skin
have
that
to point
stick
this
out. So
he
they
opened
like
Forge. This is the most cannon rushed map. Soulkey went hatch
they like
first,
kind of
but he
catch.
did it
So
at
it's
his
really
third
easy
base.
for me to bite my lip.
Yeah.
Or
So
bite my
if
cheek.
And he has
Snow
an
had
Overlord
known
just
that-
sitting on top of that.
Yeah, if he had known that, he would have forced a cancel on it. But he like
Urban
like,
Grim
this is
Dark
why
Mythology
Soulkey's so good.
series,
Well,
when?
he used a mind game there. You think it's cool
Here's
first
the
when you
thing,
get
I
there.
don't-
Soon, Sean. Soon.
You can't kill that
I
with
mean,
cannons, though, that
we've
third
got
base.
the
You don't have high
cannibalism
cannons. In order to win with a cannon
at
rush,
a
you have to
roller
have
rink.
the
I
pylon
bit the tip of my tongue
protecting
really
the warp-beating
bad.
cannons.
So now
maybe he
kiwi
could have
burns,
just made
especially if I
cannons,
touch
like,
it to the
blindly,
tip.
and the Lings wouldn't have gotten
Oh,
over there.
I
It
couldn't
wouldn't have been
imagine
spotted, but
fucking your tongue up
I
like
think
that.
that's why he's just blindly taking the third base. Is he just goes, I'm not
Ugh.
even going to deal with this. I'm going to get an inconveniently placed base down here, and
the very tip.
move
Yeah,
on.
so kind of like
and I'll get my third base
snipped
up
it.
at my natural, which is exactly what he did.
Well, I think the thing is, it's
That's always the
like
worst
he can't
too.
tell that it's hatched first quickly enough to do the
Like,
cannon rush. If he
worst
let's say
thing
he
for
just
me
knew if he had
Oh,
net
is
range,
like if you've
he
ever
could just go up,
eaten
and
like
even if you
a
see the
nut
pylon, like you can't
that
send
has
the drones over
like
and
like
prevent that. It's
like
gonna
a
take
sunflower seed
So
or
I'm
a
just like,
pistachio.
I'm
Right.
kind of
Specifically
shocked
as pistachio
like,
because
Soulkey already
sunflower
has, like,
seeds
this
aren't
plan, like,
as
this is his anti-cannon
strong
rush is
as
like,
a
oh, you're gonna
pistachio,
forge
but you
first?
ever get a
Well, I'm still going
pistachio
half,
shell
just out of
like
position.
Yeah.
like pinched on like one of the
And
I
so
don't know what they're
for
called, but
Snow,
you know
I mean, he's just still
the
scouting.
tendrils that
You're
stick
basically
out of your
trying to see,
tongue
like, has a layer started,
and like
is there a
snip
Hydra
one of
dead,
those
anything
off
crazy, has Link
to the
speed
point you
started?
open it up and you can
And
see
it's not easy to keep
you
that
can
probe
see
alive,
it
but he's been doing a
inside
pretty
of the
decent job
shell.
just kind of running around.
I've done that
We're
before.
waiting for Snow's
Holy
cybernetic score to
fuck,
finish.
that is the most
I think
painful
kinda
thing
similar
ever.
to how we saw Best play, where it was like a very specific
And it takes
style for almost all the games. I would imagine
forever
we're
to
gonna see this
heal.
from Snow. I think every game it's going to be Starport.
Just making me think
Stargate,
about it.
excuse me.
Cringe.
Corsair is coming out.
Just
Either
ugh.
Zealots or DTs. Just going for a push.
I need
I'd
a
be
toke
surprised
after
if we
talking
had,
about
you know,
that.
A sudden
But I haven't eaten pistachios in like 5 years because of that shit. I'm fucking terrified of that.
Here with kind of a straightforward PvZ style.
Okay.
It's just one of those things you don't think about
You know,
until it happens, and when it happens, it's like
this
never
looks
again.
Like a pretty
Never
normal opener on
again.
both sides.
That
Nothing-
might be
nothing too
true.
crazy going
Another
on.
good one is cutting
And coming into
peppers,
this PvZ,
then
I
grabbing
kinda-
your
I prepped a
downstairs
little bit. I'm like,
boss.
I gotta have some good questions.
Oh
to
my
ask
god,
Stasis,
yeah.
You know, to
Yeah.
bring my part of the casting duo into play here
Yep.
as a Terran player. And so I'm gonna start off with the best one I have for today, Tasteless. If
Yes.
these two
I remember watching this thing, and it's like a guy, and he's like, "This is the hottest pepper in the world." But you got to be careful for the seeds. And he grabs the seeds, shows the
I think it'd be
seeds, and he goes like
Snowkey, I
this.
think. It's a very, I'm glad you came prepared today. Yeah, Snowkey.
And he goes,
Snowkey. I like Snowkey over Snowkey as well. Snowkey sounds
Yeah, I
really
think
cool.
and he
Snowkey,
literally,
never
it's
forget
literally
that,
like,
that Archon name. That's
like the
and then they
hot,
would
like
have
he
to
was
kind of
literally showing off like the
complain
hottest
about
pepper.
the
This is
Terran matchup.
this
Like,
is the
like,
hottest
I'd be
pepper
like,
in the
I don't know
world.
what's going on. We
But
don't
you got to
play
be
this.
careful about the seeds. Picks up the
TVT cast
seeds.
would be hilarious, man.
The most
Trinidad
unbeatable
Scorpions?
Terran
I
players
don't
from
know.
Both races.
But he touched his eye, right? And then it's just
Punches,
like
they're isn't that
him with like
racist?
his face
Yeah,
in
I
like a
think it
thing of
is.
milk, like screaming.
So the
It's like,
the
yeah,
Corsairs
man,
are gonna come
don't-
out and try to hit these overlords.
I don't know if it was a skit or anything. Carolina
And, you know, he's
Pepper
gonna basically
Reapers.
scout,
It was probably Carolina
you know,
Reapers, Callie.
setting up for a pretty
Carolina
healthy,
Reaper. I think it was Carolina Reaper.
macro game. I'm really interested that Snow
Yeah.
always gets a second cannon. I want to see how many times he does this in the future. A lot of people don't get that second cannon there. And you're supposed to make the bare minimum amount of cannons, you know? Later on in the game, sometimes you have to put about 4 cannons at your entrance because there's Hydra bust timings that you just need to be ready for. You need something shooting at Hydras when you throw storms down. But I'm very interested in the very quick second cannon there. That makes me... If that's what I'm supposed
to
to
watch
be
a
doing,
lot of
the whole
Pepper
early game is
videos.
going to be a lot
Nice.
easier because it's much harder to kill a Protoss with 2 cannons than
The
1.
only
I
real
just
like
thought the extra
spicy
cannon
food
meant
I
your second
like
Gateway
is
would
like
be
butter
later or something
chicken.
like that.
True
2
Indian
Hydra
butter
Dams, by the
chicken,
way.
homemade butter
Speed and
chicken.
range at the same time.
Did
Like
you
he's trying to
know
scare 'em off a
that
little bit.
all
Or not scare 'em
dressed
off, but
chips
catch 'em off guard
are
a little bit
actually
there
butter
with how
butter
quickly
chicken
the
flavored?
Hydras are gonna
Because
break.
butter chicken is just
The second
onion,
cannon that he has here,
tomato,
actually, Tasteless,
and
since you say
spice.
that, is
Also used
placed
to eat
back a
2
little bit,
habaneros a
which
day.
is like a good
Damn.
defense, not just against like
California
Hydra bust,
Reaper's
but, like,
current hottest
kind of
pepper in the
drags
world with a
mutants
ghost
that are trying to
pepper
hit his
was the
natural as
hottest
well.
not long back.
So it seems like a really cool placement.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
definitely want that
they
one a
just
little
keep
bit closer to the
breeding
minerals,
hotter and hotter
just in case.
peppers, right?
And unless this is a mistake, there are games where we see double tech made. It's pretty rare. But if it is going to happen, it's usually a Zerg player doing it somewhere in the mid game. I don't know why that is, but yeah, I mean, if he's actually going for range and speed, then he's going to have a lot of really scary Hydras out on the map.
You know, it'd be a
able to
really
take some
good
fights that I
parody.
think,
Thai
you know,
chili
Snow's not
peppers
gonna
or
be
no
prepared
slouch
for.
either, though.
Usually
Yeah.
you either see the Hydras are fast,
it would be
they
a
have
really
range, or
funny
they've got more
parody
range, but you can chase them down with Zealots. But
Is
this
having
is gonna be
like
pretty scary.
This,
a
I think, is
botanist
actually really
who
well
like
planned from Soulkey.
who, like,
He's got,
breeds
his gas
different
really
kind of
spread out.
plants
The first
together,
2 workers in a geyser
but you do
mine
it like
quicker.
like
And look at this,
like a
Zealot comes out, so
parody
he just
of
starts
like
moving across
smut.
the map. This
but
is
with, like,
really
plants.
surprising. Like the double Hydraless Den is making this hit
Just-
so much faster.
just to
You can
fuck
see
with
Snow's
people.
throwing down a ton of cannons here. He's definitely nervous about this
Yeah.
push.
Yeah, he's going to try to get up to 7. And it's always a bit painful for the Protoss when they throw those cannons down, because like you really want to get your gateways up, but like you can't afford, obviously, to just be killed off. So the DT is going to be out, but it's not like they were going to be able to get out and go across the map. He's going to run in with these Corsairs. Beautifully
Oh, he
done.
kills
Takes
that Overlord.
Second
But there's so many other
and third
Overlords.
gonna enter into the mix.
Even
The
with
Hydras,
even
because
with
they
the
have both
DT
speed and
there.
range, can fire over and hit a lot of these cannons
Oh,
over
they just
here
have to
at
kill
the
the
back. Corsairs are
DT.
gonna come
Oh
up.
man, they needed
Both
to
the
kill the
Overlords
DT.
are gonna
Oh
be picked
no,
off.
that's not good.
Snow is having a near
That's
perfect
right,
hold, and somehow
mama.
this Zealot is still alive
Take it
running
in
around.
your.
Dude, he keeps on bringing
Pistol
in
it.
one Overlord at a time. I love it. Like, he just has them kind of split up and bringing those in. And look,
You
he's
could
going to be able to
do
get that
you could
forge.
do
We were
some
talking
really
so much before
fucking
about
funny
guarding the
things
forge.
with
Not
that.
this
Yeah,
team,
with like
though.
the wording.
So that will end up falling, and the Hydras are going to bust down the wall. The probes ready.
We have like the
to
whole
fight if need be.
family together and like
He's
raising
gonna
the
run in,
kid
probes
and
have to come up to the
stuff
front.
like
Sometimes
that.
the
You know,
pocket
it
game
growing
pile
up
on down
and
to kind of get in
then
the
it's
way.
like
Dude,
it gets
Soulkey
really
is gonna
bad
win
because
this
there's
game.
the sister, right? And it's like
oh
ow,
my God,
and
he's coming
then it
through. A
ends.
nice storm on the bulk. 2 cannons remain. A third one's about to finish warping in. The dive comes in here from Soulkey. That cannon only getting 1 or 2 shots off before it's wiped
Remember
out.
the phrase
And he's going to come
pistol
in again. He's
packing
going to pop
mama.
that cannon. A
The
storm comes down
pistolette
here.
is the female part.
Corsairs are continuing
and
to murder these
the
overlords.
stamen is
Yeah,
the
he's
male
catching
part.
a lot that are coming
I
across
have
the map
no
right
idea
now.
about
Doesn't
flowers.
quite get that one. Will
I'm
pull
sure
back
I
in
learned
time
that
to
in
not
school
waste
at
these
some point in
Corsairs all too
time.
badly.
Don't-
Okay, so
It's gone.
suddenly we're looking at this, and Snow's supply is way higher than Soulkey's. Is Snow ahead after holding that, or because it felt like
My
he actually
coffee
didn't
tastes
lose
weird,
probes.
but I
It
didn't
actually
do
seems
anything
like
different.
His probe count is like
Uh-oh,
pretty insane.
Callie.
No,
Is
he's
your
making
is your
probes this
cream
whole time. He's
expired?
still doing it right now.
Didn't learn that till I was
so
in college.
he's going to be okay.
Horticulture classes.
I don't know that
I only
Soulkey's
took
screwed
trades.
here, but yeah,
I just took electrical.
You see a very sparse amount of drones at each of the mineral patches, right? I mean, it
And then I
doesn't look like
spec'd
a
for
healthy
small
functioning
spaces,
base
and then
right
I went
now.
and
So,
started having
I mean,
seizures,
now
so I
Snow
couldn't
can
be left
finally lay
alone,
out
so I
the
couldn't
rest
do
of his
small
game. We see that
spaces.
warping in on the
So my
minimap.
entire basic
And he's
degree
gonna be
was
pretty
like
fearsome,
fucked.
man, when it's his turn to push.
Same with like control boards and
Definitely
stuff
looks
like
like
that.
it's going to be scary. So Soulkey's still here a little bit low as far as those drones go. The Scourge actually going all the way home. Maybe looking to catch any Corsairs rotating on the map. Lots of gates being added. Looks like he's going to 9 gates, if I'm not mistaken, there right away. So
It's a lot of
heavy
Scourge.
production. I think he's actually nailing it. I think this is
Thought I could be a
exactly
landscape
that type of
architect that
situation.
actually
But look at this, a
requires
switch into the
you to
mutas.
drive, so it was a waste of time.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
this
if you're
is
doing something
very
like that, like,
specific
you're-
style
that's
that
a
the Rocket
traveling
used to it now
job.
in PvZ,
That's
but
a
he
really
wants to
big
snipe
traveling
Templars, and basically overpower him with the Hydras. And I think there's 5 Corsairs in that group. You can get up to 5 and stop if there's no Mutalisks out.
Like most things in
But usually the
construction,
idea
same
is
with like
the Hydra
electrical.
bust requires so
It's
much
huge,
of the
like,
Protoss'
moving.
resources and
I
attention.
thought I could be a
They usually
biochemist,
don't
but
have enough
math is
Corsairs to
stressful.
fight. Usually you're spending so much money on gas.
I just
cannons.
can't. I just can't do
sorry,
long
Templars
division.
and cannons is what I meant to say.
But like,
that, you know,
I understand
you're not
math
ready
pretty
for this
well.
many mutas to come out here. Now,
but
he's
I'm
got
more
5
creative than I
Corsairs.
am anything else.
You might need a
It's
couple
on
more.
edible
Does he have
landscape,
+1? He does.
Yeah.
using
So he
fruits,
needs to basically
vegetables, and
identify
herbs
this.
as
Soulkey's doing a
landscaping.
pretty good job of
Oh,
hiding
that's
that.
interesting.
Yeah, I think he's going to try to bring in the Scourge to flank.
And then
him,
you
but
have
it looks like
literally
Soul is-
like the
Soul-
garden built into the
Soul
foundation
Snow
of the
here.
building, right?
Snow trying to run away with those Corsairs. Like, I think he kind of feels what's going on. The way he's
Could you
running
imagine
back,
if our
that was like an
society
anti-Scourge
did that
run back
with, you
there,
know
the
how
way
in
he went at the
public,
angle
right,
to try to
where
make
we
sure
have
the Scourge couldn't
trees
just,
and
like, trap
bushes? Imagine if we replaced all of that
Yeah, so he's coming up here now.
with
He's wiping
actual,
the rest of these,
like,
few Hydras at the
gardens
entrance. The mutas
and
will
like
reveal
fruit
themselves.
trees,
Now, if you
and
know
it
this
was
is coming
all
to
like
Dark
public
Archon, it'd be a great
access,
choice.
but people
you know, I don't know
weren't
if we're in a
pieces
game
of
where there's enough
shit.
time to do that. It's
and
also
didn't go
cheaper
around
to
and just
make
collect
more
all the
mutas.
apples from
Or, sorry,
every
more
single tree
Corsairs
on Main
and
Street.
just try to,
Blueberries are great
obliterate the
landscaping.
Mutalisks
Oh,
when they
I
get
believe
close to you.
that.
I think
He
if
has
you-
gone up to, what is that, 6 Templars?
Yeah, he has quite a few.
But like, think of all the
I think
shrubbery
he's
and
already
everything
had
in
that
like
first one.
cities
It's
and
pretty
stuff
good
like
for
that, and all the
Corsairs,
trees
right?
and everything.
Like, that's-
Imagine if that
it's-
was
yeah,
just
yeah,
like
just add a few more of those and you're
randomly
done
edible
with it, right?
food that people didn't take
Well, it
advantage
can be a
of.
bit overkill. I've also seen this, and
I should
this
do
might be a
that,
new
Sean. I should
development,
write
how
that
the
into
matchup's
my
being
book,
played, but people are
as
just
there's like an
overmaking Templars
entire
versus mutas.
city
Yeah.
I think
that it's
because they know they just
completely
need-
made out of
you need,
like
in a
edibles like
perfect
that,
world where
and
you're
the
not
whole area is set up
losing
as like
Templars, you
it'll
just
be
need
like a
4.
Beastman village,
4 is like
and it'll be like
usually
completely
8
set
swarms
up
or more
in a way
if
for
you're
them to
different.
not
It's enough
have to
swarms
worry
that you
about
don't need
you know
more. But I guess in this case,
whatchamacallit?
when you have a guy who's going to try to kill off all your Templars, if you
Hunting
just
and
send out
gathering.
6,
Because it's
There's
like
so many
they're
targets
at
to
the
kill
gathering
before-
position,
before
and it's
you're
one of
gonna
the
survive
things
no
that
matter
people
what,
look
right?
at and go,
And then you've got enough to
this
take on the hundreds.
architecture
Usually when the Protoss
seems
dies,
way
it's because
too
all four
advanced for
Templars
the
are killed, and you
intelligence
just have
of this
like
species.
Protoss versus Terran
And
army
it's
of
another
zealots
thing
and
on the
Dragoons.
list
Yeah.
of things that
And
say
the Hydras
maybe
are gonna
there's a
just
more
melt
intelligent beastman species sitting in the background,
Alright, gets a
pulling the
decent storm down
strings
there and does save 5
and
of his
giving
force here, so pushes
information
those mutants
and
back
like
pretty quickly.
directing
Of course, has to watch out
the
for the spread of
evolution
lurkers out here.
and
More lurkers being morphed by
culture
Soulkey,
of the
getting into
beastmen.
a
Oh,
very defensive
carnivore
arc.
beastmen would do
But
that
this looks good
to
for
attract
Snow.
their
Like,
prey
he's got an
animals.
insanely
Yeah,
big
exactly. That's
army.
another
He's
thing
got a
too,
lot of
Sean.
side storms in here, a
So
lot
you
of
could,
anti-air. I
and
think
you
Soulkey's
would
gonna
be like,
just
because
rolled over
think of
here.
like the kangaroo people, right? And you'd be like the hobbits
Okay,
in the
this
idea of
is
you're like
looking
you're hiding
really
in the
bad
brush,
here for
you know?
Soulkey. I mean,
And
this
then-
push is just gonna
and
come in. There's
then
not even sunken columns
boom,
here.
out of
It goes.
nowhere.
Yeah.
The lurkers
Because
are gonna come down. That
unlike
goes
they
a
say
sign
they're
of, like, the last
kangaroos,
attempt to save
they
the game.
are
All
actually
the lurkers
still
are returning to the third
omnivores.
base or the fourth base.
All
They're
of the
gonna simply
beastmen
run
are
out here and
omnivores,
try to flank
but
from
you know
behind.
some of
Like,
them tend
there's
to
just
eat.
enough storms
Like it
in
depends
this
on
game
the
that-
where they
that,
are. They tend
Snow
to
is
eat
gonna be
either more
very,
meat or more
very
fruits.
comfortable.
Careful where you step.
It
There's
looks like he's
ankle
just gonna break
biters
everything.
in
He's gonna
these
get this macro hatch.
these
All the
here
units coming up are
hills.
dying. He's sending over his own reinforcements from his main base. A lot of zealots in there to tank.
True.
Still might have another storm almost ready on
I just
that
realized
last
I'm
High Templar
retarded.
as well, but yeah,
This whole
very little left over for Soulkey. Maybe a little bit too aggressive this game.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Well, he had some cool moves out here, but yeah, I mean, there's just too much. The push from Snow was way too strong.
There's always something I
Dragoons and
forget.
Zealots are just gonna melt this. And the
Levi,
fact that the
welcome.
Templars
How's it
were
going,
not picked off
brother?
Really, in any fashion, meant that there was like more than enough storms.
Snow might.
Like,
Snow's gonna win this game,
stuff.
guys.
They
It's
don't
gonna be
normally see people
1-1.
go for it just 'cause,
GG.
like, he's got it. He might as well spend it. GG. We're gonna be tied up 1-1.
That's so crazy,
All right,
guys.
really
It's going
well
to
played
7
in both
games.
You
I don't
like,
know.
I think Snow is
Soulkey-
on top of
Soulkey
everything.
might
I think
actually
Soulkey
lose.
had good ideas and they just didn't work out this game.
Because Snow hasn't even used
So, yeah.
Reavers yet.
No, hey,
He hasn't even pulled out his
I don't
ace
feel like
card.
Anyone's playing poorly, I guess is what I'm trying to say here.
This is scary.
There's
Long
no big
Dinner
clubs.
also going to
Nobody's
move
trying
to a
anything.
3-day stream
Best
schedule.
first light game.
Ah,
like, best
nice,
screwed up
Levi.
against the push. He should have won the game, right? And there was
Space it out a little bit, or just 3 in a row, and then kind of, or just like work with what you got on certain days, right?
Yeah, I mean, a solid push there from.
Always starting slow,
from
especially if you
Soulkey.
feel
He
overwhelmed by
from
it,
Snow. He
right?
comes out of the map, looks very strong. We're gonna get a shot of the Zealot that came across the map,
But I hope my
I didn't
advice from
really see how
yesterday-
the Zealot even got out.
mean, it
I'm
seems
kinda
to have
confused.
paid
The Zealot
off.
somehow like maneuvered through everything.
Yeah. I have
And
no
like,
idea.
Because that's the worst thing
out
to
of the
be is
gate,
like
it was, down to the natural killing drones. I'm
3 in
like,
a
how is
row.
this Zealot gonna
My
be in the
Friday,
game?
Saturday,
This is
Sunday.
crazy.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess he just right-clicked it right up there. And by the way, the timing
Sounds
of this
like
is
a
so
plan.
sharp. Like Snow is 100% in the right to throw down as many cannons as he can afford here. Snow did a perfect job of hitting these overlords.
Yeah, he took the overlords out and he didn't lose the
extra
DT.
seconds.
I don't even think he threw the DT in.
huge.
Streaming every day is too much
And he
without
even
a schedule.
very
I just
deliberately
wouldn't.
shoved his
Yeah, see, that's
pretty
why
far
it's like,
forward so that the
I
cannons
started
couldn't get in
out
initially.
just, you know,
And so the Lings and the
every day I
Hydras have,
work,
like,
and then on my
do so
days
much more
off, I
damage
wouldn't
to even get
stream,
anywhere
so I'd
and do
have
anything
actual
viable.
days
The
off,
DT came
and
out,
they
this
felt
was
like
also
days
great.
off.
I gotta say,
And
Snow
then it just got to a
really
point where I'm
strong when
like,
it came to holding this. He killed off every single overlord.
I'm
literally
fucking
supply blocking Soulkey.
jumping out of my
that
seat,
said,
ready to
had
fucking
gotten
start
out
the
to
stream.
the
I'm like,
bosses,
come on,
but
12:30, should I start
there would be
early?
no
No,
way, 'cause
no,
these
don't
cannons
start
barely
early because
finish
you
in
need
time
to
to
give
save
your
it.
time
So
to
getting that
wind
one
down
zone out
after
when Soulkey
work,
had that many speedlings,
get your shit
absolutely
together,
crucial. Great play
maybe
from
take a
Snow.
nap, you know,
There's the door
do
that
all of
Protoss
the
always
editing and
needed,
everything
man.
I need to do.
It was
And
so
then
funny.
just
There's the
boom,
door,
go
finally.
live.
You see the door at that
I remember a
entrance.
cop show somewhere
Guys,
down
we're taking a
south
short break.
when
Coming up
officer
next is
called
Game
out a
3,
warning to
Snow
the others.
versus Soulkey.
There's a hoo-ah in here fixing to bite your ankles. Be careful. Interesting wording.
Now we're gonna go into what is the next map?
Dominator.
Dominator.
Okay. And then
Above
Death
average
Valley.
comedy. Are you
We're
into
very
comedies,
excited about
Levi?
that, seeing some more Death Valley PVC. But here we go, Dominator for map number 3.
I grew up on comedy. I absolutely fucking love comedy. Chihuahua was too hard for him to say. Or he was having fun while on camera.
Okay,
I don't know which.
Zerg here in the top and Protoss in the bottom, both sharing the left side of the map. Yeah, let's see what kind of game they're going to show us here.
Not
I don't
sure,
think
Sean.
Soulkey's going to try that trick again.
Probably
double
both.
Hydra.
Why not both?
Yeah, I think you're
Hydra
right.
Den bust. We don't see it very
Nice
often. but
thick
every once in
accent.
a while it pops up.
Can I say that with the
And
brown?
it's very strong, it's very difficult to deal with. It kind of hits at a very weird time where
Chihuahua.
you're kind of looking for a Hydra
Chihuahua.
busts
It is
up
not
to
easy
a
to
point,
say
and then you
on
go,
the
okay, it's
Chihuahua.
not coming.
Chihuahua.
But that rush actually
It
hits
is
after, so it's very
maybe
tough
not
to deal
so
with.
good with the exit.
He actually, the specific timing of it, I think. Okay, well, Snow is actually going to center gate. Oh my God, but.
This is
basically,
crazy. This is
So you shouldn't get the
crazy.
zealot through. And then
Oh my
he does
God.
it right in that window where the Corsairs withdraw against Scourge. Really a beautiful build from Soulkey. Great from
This
Stone
is
Stopper.
this is
But
gonna
yeah,
be
so
interesting.
this is going to be 2 proxy gates, right? That's the only way to go.
Why did he
100%.
stop the
it's just
Overlord
crazy
there?
To see this. I really
Wait,
felt
why
like
did
this
he
wasn't
stop
good
the
anymore.
Overlord there?
Like, I remember when ASL
No
we
way!
had a lot of
No
games with this,
way!
Rain specifically doing this a decent
Dude,
amount.
dude, he
And I remember
changed the
trying, just, like,
direction.
online. I'm like, well,
He
let's
changed
try
the
and
direction of the
like this.
Overlord. The
So hard to make
Overlord's gonna go
proxy
through the
gates work,
center. It
versus a good
might
Zerg.
just
It is
barely
hard.
see the corner.
But you know, if you can
Oh
just
my
blindside
God.
with this, and honestly,
It
this is like
it
so
might
not
miss
even
it.
a trendy build anymore.
Oh, it's
Soulkey
so
might just
close.
get
It's
snowballed
gonna miss it.
He might.
He's not gonna
just
see it.
Come out. He might have just made too many. Yeah, I know. As I said it, I was like, all right, well, this is very.
The
fitting for
words
this
came
guy's
out
ID.
before I could stop
And the
them.
balls
yeah,
to do a
you know,
build like this.
Yeah, no, he's gonna go right past it.
so-
Damn, he was so close. I don't know why he stopped the
Let's see
Overlord.
what happens. But you know, if he gets
That
out,
would have been crazy
I
if
mean,
he had
you could
scouted
just kill
it.
the Zerg. The problem is that if the game goes on long, this is so uncomfortable for the Protoss.
Yeah, this needs
two
to
gateways are in
end
the
like
middle
right
of
off
the
the
map.
bat. I can
You can't
try
expand.
writing 800 to 1,000 words every 2 to 3 days
You know,
instead
there's
of
a
writing every day.
ton of different ways the Zerg can play this. They could go hiders, they could go mutas, they could go mass speedlings.
Language, sorry,
So-
just slipped out.
So much of this build is just hinged on the first minute or two doing a really pronounced amount of damage.
Callie,
Last
that's
time I
why
remember
I
seeing
don't
this,
try to put a
Mini
number
versus
on it.
Larva,
I just
Game
do
7
what I
of the
feel.
finals, right? And Mini ended up
And
failing
if I don't
so
feel, I don't
haven't really
write.
seen it since
Right.
then in ASL.
It is what it is.
Forgot about that.
I
yeah.
think forcing
Yeah,
yourself
still
is one of the
scouting. Is
worst
he gonna
things
check
you can
center?
do.
He is.
Unless
he is. He's
you're-
checking.
Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Yes!
He knows.
So,
Okay.
I mean, this is kind of crazy. He didn't wait, by the way. There's some ideas where you can like wait for a all 3 zealots to come in because then
Yeah,
it really
and then
gets
it just-
hard,
it
also they might have
really- it
already
really
overmade
fucks them up.
drones. He's gonna run back. He needs
The
to kill
Muse
that drone and
hits
make sure that there's
when
no
she hits you.
sunken colonies started.
You
here.
can't force
it's
her.
really important you block that.
Unless it's
Lings
like
are
you're in like
happy.
really
He's
bad
got to be
writer's
careful. He's a
block,
little
just
bit,
write
like,
just write
all over the
random
place
shit
here. Yeah,
down.
he needs to make sure the zealots are kind of fighting together.
Just write
and that he's
random
microing
shit
correctly.
down. Can't write
He's
every
gonna
day
back
too
up.
much.
He moves that stronger zealot through here. He's keeping all 4 alive. There's about
Sometimes you gotta
zealots
sit back
emerging
and
with this.
think.
This is looking really bad for Soulkey.
Put your ideas
especially
on
with these
page
moving shots.
is one
Beautifully
thing.
done. He
But if
killed
you don't
one.
have any ideas, you
Did he
can't put
just win
ideas
this?
on
I
page,
think
right?
so. I think so. There's just not a lot of Lings out there. Like, if he had a good group, maybe he could go kill the pylon or something like that.
I think
come back and
my batteries
and play
recharge
like a
after
really
2 to
messy
3 days,
game,
so
but
yeah.
It looks like he's not even going to be able to save the hatchery. We'll see. He goes up, starts attacking these zealots, but he's just so outnumbered.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Yeah. I mean, a couple of these zealots are very low.
Okay,
and it looks like
maybe-
he's actually targeting them down. Oh, is he
Maybe.
gonna
Oh yeah, no.
hold this?
Maybe. There's 2
Keep
more
in mind,
zealots.
The Protoss is going to endlessly be streaming out double zealots here and
Yeah,
making probes behind all
is he
this.
gonna
You're always
try
pumping
and get
workers
down
when
a
you're doing
sunken,
rush
or is he
like
just
this,
gonna
once you
bring
get
out
everything
probes
set up and
or
all the pieces are
drones
moving?
and
I
try
mean,
and?
Soulkey seems like he sent 3 drones up here, and this might just be enough combined with with the Ling micro to maybe make this work. He's going to try to glitch out the zealots by.
Don't
having
want to
the
lose that
drones
drone.
fly
Yeah, he's just
through
gonna
them.
make a sunken.
He starts the creep colony, soon to be a sunken colony.
The weird coffee taste
Man,
is
A
gone.
lot of tension right now in this game. Snow is on a clock to get up here because of that creep colony. Okay, goes up, starts to put some damage on it, backs
Yeah,
up a little
he
bit.
doesn't want to get surrounded.
Sunken, not started. Okay, he does get that started. Wow, the drill right there. He actually has an Overlord looking at the gas and minerals over on the other base, so is able to drill. And, dude, has he held it?
Yeah, he held it.
Is it held?
I mean,
And
it looks
he's
like
gonna go
it.
down. He's
When
gonna
the
hit the.
sun's
He's gonna
done,
hit the
the
pylon
Protoss is cooked.
or go across the map because
There's just-
he's got the
it's so
sunken
hard
now.
to get anything done from that point. Now he could maybe try to like run through the.
He has, like,
side
no
here.
drones,
the sunk
though.
Is sort of maybe a little bit too far
He's
to the right.
18 out
He's
of
also
18.
remade another gateway in his main. So I mean things are looking bad. The Ling counterattack is always scary here because we all know what Lings can do to you if they get into your main in a fast expand game. Imagine a game where you have nothing back at your base. I guess that's why he gets the gateway. I've never seen the third gateway made like that, but I guess it makes sense. You just want to keep putting pressure on and get a couple zealots out here to try to defend. Great control here by Snow. He somehow does not kill any Lings. I felt like the damage was just distributed in such a way that all the Zerglings somehow survived that.
It seems like it's getting very bad for Snow very quickly. Having to micro against Lings here. Snow, yeah, his pylon is maybe going to be in some trouble. Soulkey actually having a little bit of a hard time. He's utilizing that doodad really,
so I might
really
step
well
away
there,
from keyboard a
utilizing
few
where
times
the gates
tonight.
are.
I'll check
But in the
chat when I
meantime,
come back from that.
Soulkey
Sounds
is
good,
losing these
Sean.
Lings that are in the main base of Snow.
Yeah, when the Lings are gone, I mean, the pressure's really off.
You
He's gonna
take
send more
out
Lings
that
to run
garbage.
around
You
here.
tell that garbage
I would assume
who's
he's going to make a
bots.
forge and try to develop some kind of a wall over here. Soulkey is on something like 8 drones.
Yeah.
Like, he's barely got a functional economy.
Barely anything, yeah.
Okay,
And
so
He needs
does
to
have
take out
even
that
though he has
pylon.
the Lings, so like if he keeps his units alive, it's still hard to break him. But if he keeps wasting Zerglings, I could see the Zealots just attack moving to a victory.
You know, it's funny. The placement of the pylon, it is in between these 3 doodads. It does make it a lot
Yeah,
harder to
there's
play.
like
I
no
didn't
surface
really appreciate
area.
the structure of the very center of the map here. And so what he's trying to do now is he's just trying to block this off. He wants to keep making zealots on the map, but ideally just have enough that he can like hold this, make a late nexus. And
Yeah,
keep trying
like-
to rush. I mean, the control right now for Snow is looking pretty goddamn good. I mean, it's so impressive.
Well, that is a speed upgrade if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
And that means
Yeah.
that these Zealots are going to have an even harder time. They just can't catch the Lings if Soulkey is microing them.
Yeah. He's going to run in here now. He's forced a cannon that's going to start here. He's killing a couple of probes here and there. I mean, this is, you know,
This
just to
is
go big picture
crazy.
here, this is why I don't think we see Proxy Gate in the center of the map as much anymore. It's like, it has its moment, but if it doesn't work, you are in like one of the hardest games of StarCraft ever.
It seems so hopeless here. Soulkey doesn't have a lot
Yeah.
of drones, but he has a lot of options. He has a lot of larvae. He can make a ton of speedlings and flood in. And, you know, if he starts to get an edge, he could drone up. And, I mean, you haven't even started a Nexus here.
I'm surprised he didn't try to kill the pylon earlier. I think he was a little bit too conservative, because if you kill that pylon, there's just like, the game's over, right?
Doesn't he have, like, 4 Zealots at the pylon right now? Like, I'm pretty
I think
sure he
so.
has a good group of them, because he's really being careful not to lose that. If you lose that pylon, I think the game just has to end.
Great control here by Snow.
Wow.
He needs to kill that pylon. The pylon stays up. He's going to remake the forge. He's got to plug this entrance up. That's the whole mission for the Protoss right now. Wow, and he has a forge making it his main. He needs to plug this up. The Zealots can be positioned in a way where it's very unfavorable to fight.
If this goes into a full game,
this is one
holy
of the
shit.
most well-played post-2-gate games I have ever seen Artosis.
It's crazy.
Like, I am learning so much watching how Snow is handling this.
The fact that Soulkey hasn't broken him is blowing my mind. Like, I thought for sure
Yeah,
he'd be
it's
broken by
wild.
now. But the Zealots feel like they are invincible. And look at this. He's at 7 drones and he started a 3rd hatch at a 3rd base. He needs more mineral patches. I don't even know, man, how this game is supposed to go from here, because Soulkey's economy is so garbage. But at least he has the hatches. He can, like, if you leave a Zerg alone for a minute, they get so many workers so quickly. So he can recover that economy pretty quick.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. I mean, Snow never stopped making workers. So he's got, in some ways, a really healthy economy. It's an awkward game, but he's going to start that Nexus. He'll have
Just
plenty
like,
of probes to
JK, just
transfer. I mean, you
reset.
don't even have one
Everything's
drone per
reset
patch
now.
at any single base.
Bring it back from the
Like,
beginning.
it's crazy. Like, Soulkey wanted to, like, end this game, and it did not happen. And, you know, Snow's played a very smart, slow game.
And
He's
Snow
got enough
still
builds
hasn't
back in
got.
the gateway.
If
It's
Snow
obviously
loses
overpowered now.
this
But he has enough
series,
there that, like, they couldn't be killed.
it's going
He
to
made
be
the
because
gateway his
Soulkey
main.
stopped
He's just,
him
like,
from
making
getting
3-gate
Reavers.
Zealot and trying to stabilize while continuing to make
He
probes.
has yet to make a
And here
single
we are.
Reaver.
Who's ahead here? Is Snow ahead?
Snow.
Yeah?
I think Snow's ahead, but I think
so.
it's a weird game from here, right? Because, you know, you don't know what kind of tech there is. Luckily, Protoss has a probe on the map. That makes a huge difference, because the scary thing, and this is, by the way, why we almost always see Corsairs made early on in this matchup, is Protoss needs to know what's happening. This is not a matchup where you can kind of like Terran versus Protoss, sometimes the Protoss can't get inside the base, and you're like, well, there's a
he's like, fuck you,
right?
You ain't getting in.
Or, you know, there's only you sort of know what the Terran's doing. In this matchup, you don't, and so you need to be ready for that when the time comes. You need to be ready for, are there mutas coming, or you know, what will it be? See, he's going to transfer a really healthy amount of probes over here.
Killer economy. Really good now that he's got.
Callie has
looking
lost
great.
4 pounds
He's adding
this
another
month.
cannon just in case it is a Spire.
Is that good, Callie?
I think that that's a pretty good idea. Like, you'd have to make a lot of Hydras to have a chance to even break through the Zealot count. But then with Snow being careful about those cannons as well, it makes it much harder. I'm not, like...
Yeah, it's awesome. Hell yeah.
I'm looking at this game, and Snow's
Keep
economy
working
just looks
out,
so
bro.
much better at the moment.
That's what it's all about.
As soon as he kind of gets a Corsair scout out there, I think he's going to be like, okay, this is easy to finish. He's going to have just, like... mathematically, he's going to be able to add his gateways, make sure that he doesn't die to mutas, and then the attack is not going to be holdable.
Yeah, the only thing you're really afraid of at this point is mutas, because you don't quite have that much to defend. That's why we see the Dragoon. Sometimes you'll even see 2 Dragoons made. They just want, like, something in case, like, there's mutas hitting somewhere weird. You know, 1 to 2 Dragoons can kind of buy time. You can, like, snipe the Scourge with it, stuff like that. And he's going to come out with his pressure, but he's not going to commit. He's going to back
I've been told
up a
I
little bit. He's just
sound
trying to
like
force
Gru,
Still playing
Deku,
it absolutely
the minions,
perfect PvZ here.
and
By the way,
Morty.
it's crazy to think this started with Centergate. You know? That's wild to me that we had a game that
That's
started
an
out like that, and then
interesting
it didn't work, and
combination.
here we are developing into
I don't know
a
if you're
PvZ.
talking
That's
about
crazy to me. We're about to be at
English
12 minutes
Deku.
here.
I've never heard
You know, if he
English
actually ends
Deku.
up losing some of the Zealots,
I
and
only
hide
know
the game
sub,
timer,
so I only know the Japanese voicing.
then we might look at this game, like, just show a screenshot of the game to someone and be like, what do you think this opened as? And be like, no, it looks normal. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, this is a pass expand.
Like, there's a few too
Maybe
many
the wallet
Zealots
was
here.
blown up by Hydras.
Yeah, right now the Zealot count is high enough that I'm like, okay, you know something's off, but like as those
I can
as those
sound
get
like
whittled down,
Japanese
it's like, okay, well,
Deku.
this
I
is
tested
actually
it.
like,
Nice.
what if we just play a standard macro PvZ from here? How crazy would that be?
I think that's where we're going, man.
Yeah, I mean,
insane.
this
He's gonna get that
it's
Templar archive
stabilized.
here,
The
too.
game is
The mutas are
completely
gonna come out.
stabilized.
So Soulkey is not just making the Spire to get some Scourge.
It's just like all the timings are off by like 7 minutes.
I'm not too surprised about that. I
That
think he
probe,
needs to
dancing
have
probe.
something where there's potential for some damage, and Hydras are not that. In fact, I'm almost like thinking here, because he's on the back foot, I almost feel like, okay, you go for these, right, and you kind of force like hopefully an overreaction, but from there, I don't even think it's Hydra. I think you have to go to Lurker pretty quick.
I was gonna say.
I think you have to play a pretty turtled position on the
yeah.
pizza slice.
It's so zealot heavy. Lurkers would
I
actually
think
be really
so. I
good
think
here.
You just have to play like a 4-base turtling game.
Yeah,
Maybe rush into Hive and try to get Defilers and get Plague and just play a long one.
I think so.
I don't know. I mean, yeah. I really learned a lot just seeing this game, seeing that third
Me too,
gateway
actually.
made there. I've never seen. Yeah, I was like, oh, is that the play? I think in my
Yeah,
head,
I don't
was
know.
like,
I was so
I don't do
confused
this
why
that
Soulkey
often,
made the
but
third,
once in
but
a while I'll just
his
try it out, and
decision
I'm always
making
like,
is so
I
fucking
gotta
on
get an
point.
expansion up. I guess not. I guess you just keep making zealots and protect the gateways, and then make zealots in your main, and it's very doable.
Yeah, and it's not just the strategic, like, oh, wow, this can work in this matchup, but like, you know it that they're playing really well. When as like a Terran player, I'm looking. This is making me think about Terran matchups and like fundamental truths, like fundamental truths of the game. Where like, yeah, I guess if you pressure nonstop with these zealots and keep that drone count low enough, even a failed proxy 2 gate can be recovered from. It's like, damn, that is so cool.
So, I mean, he's staying back with his Corsairs. It's going to be kind of a quiet game for the next little bit here. The mutas are seeing what they can get done. And this is Snow. I believe he's up to 9 gateways. So he's just like basically powering up. And he's going to see what damage he can do. There's a Templar here. I did not even see that until our observer showed us. Great job there.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. He's just going to kill every mute. That was beautifully done by Snow.
Dude. Look at those Corsairs, the way they were moving as well, man. Absolute craziness.
Yeah.
He had 4 Corsairs, all with Maverick in them.
He's busting out on the map now. I mean, he's really going to force Soulkey to just camp and turtle. I don't think we can get a 4th base here. I don't see any location that's going to be safe where Zealots can't just come through and pound down a hatchery.
Well, this is definitely going to be a scary attack, but there are a lot. And yeah, he is going directly into lurkers. That's very cool. He's a lot of Sunkens up there going into a very turtle lurker position. But Snow, this is what's like, I'm getting chills right now watching, because I think a lot of Protoss players here would be like, yeah, and then we attack and I'm so far ahead, which is true, but Soulkey's making it hard by going lurker sunken in good Sim City. But the thing is, Snow already countered that by going for a really fast third Nexus. You know, well, based on how this game has gone so far, I guess is
right.
the
No, everything's kind of delayed from where it would normally be just because of the nature of the opening here. Look, man, he's getting that robo. The Corsairs have been melting mutas to the point where I've lost count of how many mutalisks have been killed here. Lurkers are getting stopped before they can even burrow.
Damn.
I mean, this looks so easily a Protoss win. Just this position right now.
Yeah.
You know, Zerg just now starting a 4th base. Who knows if that can stay up for that long? Protoss finishing their 3rd.
He's going to have to double expand and just rely on that. Yeah, I think you have to take the gamble.
By the way, that's kind of that can't be right.
I'm sure he'll eventually, you know, throw a couple there. It's probably better to throw 2-3 probes on there than nothing, obviously. But yeah, he's getting that 3rd base saturated, which is really, really important. He's got a great position, 9 gates, 1/1 upgrades already. Soulkey is just going to take this 4th. This is like a very retracted position for Soulkey. Where, like,
yeah, I mean, this is
you have to control those high ground triangles is the only thing I can think, right? The 3 pizza slices in front of his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th base. Like, maybe
I think you're probably right.
Yeah, if he spreads like Lurker there and he has Hydra, and you know maybe he has like a couple Scourge for picking off observers or something. Like maybe he can just kind of hold on. But look at Snow, 4th base.
This is crazy.
Against a Zerg that kind of has to turtle. I love it, Tasteless.
Well, I think he knows, like, the only thing this guy's going to do is try to counterattack me. So let's just take 2 bases. Let's cannon up. And look, I mean, sometimes in games like this, all you got to do is push the natural.
Oh, my God.
You know, it's not always about whack-a-mole with bases. You just, like, kind of come out and, you know, do whatever damage you can do. The mutas are out once more. They don't see any Templars in this group. The top right base, I think, is, in fact, going to be where the target is.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. The Corsairs are just cleaning house here, taking out these overlords.
And you know what?
I don't know. I mean, doesn't he just kill this?
I think so, but I think Soulkey's going to focus on killing observers maybe and hope that the lurkers can help him out enough. But he actually didn't utilize the pizza slices like I was calling. Like, he's gone for just every base is a fortress here. You know, like each base is its own defense, which is very scary to do, because that means your opponent can just look at all of them and be like, this one's the weakest, and go after it.
Exactly. I mean, you could just look at that and go, oh, this is where the imbalance is. I'm just going to go here.
Yeah.
The mutas are going to try to close in on these Corsairs. I mean, these
you got one.
A great job covering these these Corsairs. The Corsairs are continuing to pursue here. Queen's Nest started, so we're going to get into that Hive Tech. Zerg can make this work. If they get onto Hive Tech,
4 gases, that's what you need for defilers.
It's a very hard game. The only problem right now for Soulkey is that he doesn't have access to most of the map. He's really had to play, you know, a game where he's just hiding and defending a lot more than I think he would like to.
No one wants to build that many
Sunkens. He has to go into like a plague grind to have a chance. And if he goes up into that plague grind, don't forget that opens up the possibility for Reaver play from Snow.
Yeah.
Also, Snow is the best, in my opinion. He is the best at late game not attacking stupidly for Protoss. You know what I mean?
He has this video. Yeah, he actually has this like course. You could sign up on his YouTube, and he has like lessons. If you like,
maybe I
subscribe.
could stream YouTube influencer boxing matches.
Yeah,
I'm subscribed to Light. Same thing.
That would be crazy, Callie. I'd watch that.
And there's this video. It's in Korean, but it's really interesting to see.
I'll commentate.
What he talks about. Like, he basically says what you need to do is not panic and just keep trying to storm stuff, and just get value over time. Like, the one mistake you can make is you just attack in and lose everything, which is exactly what I've been doing, by the way. When I heard this, I was like, oh, okay, like, just get storm. Like, you're gonna have more Templars, get storms, run away, like storm lurkers, storm hydras, move around the map, look for anything you can fight, stop the counterattacks. Like, eventually they're just gonna run out of stuff, and it seems like he's setting up for that. There's a bit of a Hail Mary play here, by the way, from Soulkey. He's gonna try to sneak this base up here in the other main, but if this gets spotted, it is going to get shut down.
I think he knows
Well, the
Yeah.
Leafs are doing a great job of kind of staying on top of things. I feel like he's scouting well with them, just like harassing lightly. Good job
like
by
as
Snow.
a
I love the
collab.
zoning plays
Yeah,
he's
that'd be a
doing.
good
If you look
time,
at the
Callie.
map, you can see these little magenta dots around that are like kind of just watching anything incoming. He needs to be able to react to everything because, you know, like what we said for Snow, like he could find the weak position and leverage his army there instantly. Soulkey can do the same thing. I think it's a little bit harder because it's more lurker based and running into Storm is going to be tough. But like
nice
he
pick
can
off.
suddenly bring his army into a position. But if you look at the
He
way
needs
that
cracklings,
Snow is
then he can pick
sweeping
off
left and right across the map,
like
he's
the
not
reinforcing.
really letting anything big past. Like he's just back and forth, and this is such a great way to play when you're ahead. Is not letting your opponent go onto your side.
Yeah, and he's just gonna push in like this. He's just gonna throw some storms, see what he can get, and then regroup. Don't even need to morph an Archon if you don't.
Yeah, he
you're gonna lose
canceled
the
it.
Templars.
He canceled the
Just back
Archon.
up, regroup, get some damage. He's forced the hatchery to cancel. That's all you got to do. It looks like Zerg is still intent on trying to grow into the bottom right. I cannot believe he made a hatchery there. That's crazy. Well, that just gets killed off outright.
Yeah. He's trying to make something happen here. He knows he does need another
He's
base.
trying to distract
Maybe he'll be
him.
able to take that other main base that he's been looking towards.
Yeah.
Great storms here from Snow. He's just taking his time. He's doing exactly what you just had. He suggested in lessons. You know, that's what you want is someone this good that will tell you how to play, and then you watch him and he plays like that. Where it's like, no, he's
Like,
I'm not
it's
going to
funny.
attack up there.
Maybe other Protoss players can relate to this, but I always thought like, I just freak out and attack it.
Yeah.
Like I in my head, I'm like, I have to end the game right now. Like I killed a bunch of lurkers. This is my moment.
I do that all the
And I
time.
can't
TVP.
throw it, but-
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's this thing where like watching him go like, no, we're just going to storm. We're going to run away. We're going to keep expanding. You know, you're going to get value over time with that. It's
Look
it's
how
like
many
when you watch somebody
Templars he
who's
has.
playing the game, and they seem to be at your level, but they're like way higher rank, and you're like, what is the difference between this guy and me? And it's like he just understands a couple
Let
of
me
these
see how I
principles
do on my
Yeah.
own
that
because I
someone
want to
like me
see
doesn't
if I'm
know,
even good
right?
at commentating.
And that's what's holding me
I was
back,
gonna
'cause I don't
say,
know a couple of these
Callie,
basic rules
It
that
is
I
a
follow in the game,
lot
and that was one.
harder
Yeah.
commentating
You know,
by
the fundamental
yourself
principles of a game,
than it
that's
is
the
with
strongest
someone
stuff there
else.
is. That's why they're fundamental. All right,
That's
now,
why-
big attack coming in
that's
from
why I
Soulkey. A
offered.
huge amount of lurkers. You can see him
'Cause
trying to spread them
bouncing
on the
back and
fly as he
forth,
moves up. Snow has,
like
is
between
coming
two
back
people
from
talking, is
the
like a
right-hand
lot
side here with
easier
his
than
armies
just
actually
like
catching
sitting
all the
there and
units as they
talking
walk in.
continuously.
But really, this
right?
is the problem.
But it's
that we were
totally up to
talking
you.
about
I don't
before
want to
with
infringe
Soulkey
on
trying to
you.
attack. He's got a very lurker-based composition. So it's
Having
like,
spent the
see
amount of
Betsy
time
grow,
like
ungrow,
and watching
right?
like
every time they do
you know
that, it's gonna give
Artosis and
Snow
Tasteless and other
opportunities for
commentators
extra
talk
damage.
about over decades.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, he's got the right
that's
ideas.
why
Just
they're
like
so
one or two
good
zealots
together,
through here, not
right?
overextending,
Because they
getting a
play
lot
off
players
of
to
each
just send
other.
More. Soulkey's going to come down here and try to slam this spot, and it's crazy. Protoss is like
I'm down, Callie.
on
Sounds like a
5
good
bases
plan.
where Zerg's not, but if there's enough over here to take this out, it's going to be so bad for Snow.
He needs a few more storms. Does he actually have that? He has some more High Templars coming up. They almost have the energy. He does already have that.
And then we
Baron
could write
Amulet upgrade, very
stories
importantly.
like fight
The
scenes
Lurkers are very stacked.
Yeah,
and make them like
that's
super
where he
anime
really uses storm.
and
But
like
some of these guys, look at these hydras on
Bollywood,
the left-hand side,
but
trying to
based off
maneuver
of
in
like the
to
fight.
get the hit
I think
on
that would
these
be
High Templars. And he
hilarious.
starts to split those lurkers, seeing what Snow's trying to do with the High Templar.
Nice storm. Does that hit both?
Yeah,
it
it hit both.
Dude, this
Another
is so
storm
crazy.
comes
If
down here. Snow
he
wins,
this game
man.
tasteless.
This is
I'm gonna write a letter
crazy.
on your behalf. It's gonna be to both Soup and to Blizzard, man. Like, no way. Snow has played so beautifully this game. What is going
it's
on
crazy.
here?
He's like, I think he might lose this base, which almost it just doesn't make any
It
sense.
doesn't
There's
make
supposed to be nine or more gateways pumping. Protoss is ahead in bases, which is unheard of. And then
Oh, no.
Soulkey's about to break this. He's got a Defiler in the mix. He could get Plague or maybe
Dude,
Dark
this is
Swarm.
so crazy. It's like
It's wild,
it-
man.
it's
I can't
like
even
the
believe that it's this
cusp of
close
the
to breaking.
swap.
And the Psy Storm.
There, boom, there's the swap.
Psy Storm, obviously a huge
He's
answer,
got
but
Plague,
as
and
Dark
he'll
Swarm
have
comes
Dark
down,
Swarm.
That negates the Dragoons for the most part.
And then
So now
Snow
you're
will
fighting
eventually get
against
Reavers.
not helpful
Zealot
anymore.
And when
High
Snow
Templar,
gets
look at the amount of
Reavers,
lurkers
that's
he's
it.
making.
He's made like 12 lurkers.
It's not pretty, Artosis. This is looking really bad here for Snow. And by the way, this is like such an unusual game.
Yeah,
The idea
this
that
is
he has
scary
these bases
as
and the lurkers are just
fuck.
gonna
And he has
leapfrog
no
down here.
storms.
Oh my
He might
God.
end up getting lurker contained, by the way.
25 minutes after opening with
Yeah.
2-gate Zealot Rush. Okay, that sounds realistic to me. The Dark Templar actually did a lot of work in there. Picks off that Observer, unfortunately. A lot of Dragoons that are going to be nearly useless. Notice how he holds back the Zerglings. He's going to use those for food, and if the Dragoons move forward, of course, he can kind of come in with those Zerglings and crush.
I can't believe
it.
He's going to push this base. This is
Soulkey is so fucking
You
good.
just never see a PvZ that quite looks like this. Like Snow is.
Look at the trail on the mini
It was
map.
basically a master class in the matchup, right? You know, showing so much
Oh,
patience.
it could
Somehow,
be like share a Google Doc and
Soulkey
I'll write
just
3
powered up
sentences
enough
describing my
and
fight moves,
exploded
and you
onto
can
the map
edit
and is now, I
that
think,
as
going
you
to
react to my
basically
moves.
contain
Sounds
Snow,
like role playing.
Which means, by the way, if he's contained, these other bases are just kind of open and up for grabs. It could be very easy for him to just run in there and get a whole bunch of kills. The DT is going to come up here. This is going to be big. Let's see how many kills it can get.
There are a lot
or the
of
Observer's
drones.
never going to show us.
There are a lot of drones there, man.
Oh!
6 kills already. He is going to kill off a huge portion of that economy. And Snow is still kind of holding on here. Look at this. He's going to get every drone at this base. Absolute madness. Starts to bring it back. 12 kills on that Dark Templar.
Yeah, and I don't think Soulkey's even noticed yet.
I don't think so. Where did the DT go? I don't know if... Oh, he's coming back right now. Maybe he's going to try to eat some Zerglings or something with it, or just bringing everything he has to try to hold. He did lose that mineral base. It's not necessarily the end of the world. What is the end of the world is this base going down. If this base goes down or his natural gets contained, he's going to lose.
And if it's just cannons, I mean, Lings will just destroy everything. Even if it's just like one Zergling. It will slowly destroy everything that's over here. So, like... You gotta be
wait, where are
careful.
my
It looks like now
drones?
Soulkey realizes he doesn't have anything mining up there. You know, Snow, to his credit, is actually fighting back. The problem right now for Snow is this 6 o'clock base, I think, is going to fall. I don't know if he can get Zealots over here in time.
Good morning,
Well,
Eddie in the mix. Welcome,
So the
welcome.
thing just dies so
Congratulations,
fast.
you
He
leveled
just
up to
right-clicks
level
this down. It's
1.
gone.
Hell yeah,
Oh,
brother.
No. Oh, no. Things falling apart right now for Snow a little bit.
Yeah, this is
Don't
really
forget, though,
unfortunate.
Soulkey mined out his main, mined out his natural, mined out his third, and he lost all the
Oh,
probes
no!
at his mineral base.
Oh!
So he's barely mining as
Oh,
well.
no.
He
Oh, no.
barely has anything going on. Snow actually
Oh,
has
God,
a
14.
similar amount of patches to Soulkey right now.
This game is so fucking crazy.
I cannot believe how many workers were killed back there. That's so sad that he didn't just, like, keep them down in that corner.
Yeah.
Running the workers back through there. I mean, that was at least 2 control groups of probes right there.
Brutal.
That was wiped out. Both sides, by the way, sub 100 supply. It's become a crazy late game, scrappy PvZ. Almost 30 minutes long now.
Dude, I can't believe this game that we're looking at. What an amazing game to open up. I thought for sure this was going to be a 5-minute game. For sure, I thought this was one way or the other. Whoever ends up winning this, I could not see this occurring. And now Soulkey has killed a bunch. And they
Is he not
both
able
have
to
to
see his
expand. I think
units
they
die?
both look at this and say,
When
right,
something dies
no
in
one's
one
gonna die, it
hit,
turns out. All right,
it
next
doesn't give you
stage
a
of this crazy
notification.
game.
And you're listening for the notification that your units are under attack. But
I mean,
it doesn't
this
tell you
is-
that your unit's under attack if they get one shot.
is wild,
That's
man.
why the Dark Templar is
It
so
seems like Snow
powerful
has
at killing
fought back to the
drones.
point where he's like,
Because it just
able to
pops in,
regrow,
and
but
unless you
the
physically
punch that
look,
Soulkey packs is-
it will not
is
tell
just
you that
wild
your
to
drones
me.
are being
Like,
attacked.
You've seen that lurker push like that? I've never really seen that before.
Nuance
in
of
PvZ quite
mechanics
like that,
of the
where it's like,
game.
is this really where Zerg can attack? Can you actually get away with this? A 5-base Protoss? Just kind of attacking through Storm and cannons and lurkers? Apparently, yes.
Apparently. You know,
So when a Defiler tech comes out, you tend to just stop Dragoons. You tend to go for Speed Lot, Archon, Templar with Observers, and a lot of times you get Reavers. We don't see Reavers yet, but
Man, I
think
really
Reavers
feel
would
like
be a
Snow
very
is
appropriate move.
still
In fact,
ahead.
if he had Reavers back there, he might not have lost that that 4th base that he had, the mineral only that went down earlier.
man, I am...
He
I am
keeps
so
getting
being
these
blown away
storms
by
that are
just how
killing,
we got into this
hitting
crazy
2 lurkers,
position.
which is
And I
really
love how
bad.
suddenly we're back at tech from like what minute of the game is the tech supposed to look like this from Protoss?
11?
Like Snow is on like
crazy.
minute 10 tech or something
Yeah.
like that. It's like, yeah, he might switch into ranged Dragoons from here. But it's like, well, no, because we're in Hive tech for Soulkey. So how does Snow utilize this now? Down tech to army and actually like break some of these positions. Is it good enough to keep Soulkey just on the bases he has now? Like a mineral
Will
base
he
in
mine
that
out?
top right? Is that good enough?
You know, I don't know. Here's what I know, is that I think Snow needs to take the natural of the other starting location.
Okay.
When we get into a game this long, first of all, it's generally a little bit better for Zerg by just like a tiny little margin.
Yeah.
But you need to basically start to play kind of exhaust stuff. You have to start going for just mass bases. Now, by the way, this attack over here is huge. Apparently, there's just nothing to protect this over here. So Soulkey is going to drop this base. This is a big deal. The counterattack is inbound, and Snow is sending a lot of his stuff back over here.
Oh my God.
Again, you know, there's so many lurkers that Zealots just can't actually do anything.
He has got, you know what, he's doing a good job kind of zoning them out from that Dark Swarm, which is big. Throws down some very, very good Psy Storms here as well. Unfortunately, that Observer does get
Takes out
picked
the
off.
Observer.
Yeah, definitely needs some more of those up here, but very low on gas right now for Snow. Oh my God, I think he did it, Tasteless. Wait, but he has no more units in the top right. Soulkey is mining from top right again.
Yeah, he should have left one.
I'm surprised he didn't have like just 2 Zealots right-click that down.
Yeah.
Like that there definitely was a mistake there. By the way, Snow's gonna mine out. You know, the same can be said for Soulkey, but I think Snow's gonna be more mined out, so to speak. And you know, the lurkers are just doing so much damage. We never had a Reaver made. I gotta say, I'm a little bit stunned.
Yeah, where are the
I feel like this game is
Reavers?
starting to die down here. You know, there's just so
If
much
he had like
damage being
4
dealt
shuttle
over to
Reavers and
Protoss.
just blew up all of his drones, the game be over.
This game feels like it was so hectic after he got his
I mean,
bases
Reavers
up. I think
aren't
that's
like
why
the
we
best
never really
in
saw that
PvZ,
transition.
PvZ, but still, he's
You know,
so good with
more
them.
Zealots coming out. The Dark Storm
Yeah.
actually really working in his favor at this point. The Hydra's rotating around to hit the probes here at this mineral base. Snipes a couple and runs away.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Snow loses this base, this has been kind of the focal
He's just
point
getting
of this entire
observers.
match in the later half here. I think he will lose the game. He will have no money. I think the natural still has resources, but I don't think there's probes mining at it. Oh, I wish we could have gone back. I think there's like 1 probe mining and there's like 4 or 5 patches, so that's another weird factor. But yeah, both sides are going to start to run out of money here.
They're both at like 80s of supply, which is so crazy.
Yeah.
The fact that we had Snow on 5 bases, and now he's sitting here at
So
97
crazy.
supply, barely mining. This is one of the craziest PvZs we've ever had.
Look how
Absolutely
many
wild,
drones
man.
he
I mean,
has.
It's gone on for so long. We're already over a half hour. It could be on for another half hour, by the way. It doesn't have to end one way or the other. But both sides are getting pretty desperate. Resources are drying up. A fresh base is going to be needed for both the Zerg and the Protoss. Seems like Snow has finally decided to move out on the map, and I don't see a counterattack set up to try to hit this from another angle. Remember that, you know, the lurkers in mass, they really do melt the the Zealot Archon composition. It just stands no chance, but of course Dragoons are already useless because Dark Swarm mutes any of their potential in a fight. And actually, this is not as many minerals as I thought were available here, so that's going to mine out in a second.
It feels like it's easier for Snow to take another base than Soulkey. I don't see a base that's obvious for Soulkey to take. You know what I mean?
Right.
It doesn't feel like he can easily reach into any other area, whereas Snow could retake that base that died down at 6. You know, that seems pretty reasonable. Like I could see him going down there relatively soon. Like he's starting to zone this area. We just saw a DT clear out the lings that were down there. I could definitely see him trying to sneak off 400 minerals and get a Nexus going. But for Soulkey, nowhere looks safe.
So, I mean, for now, this game has really slowed down. Each side is starting to run out of resources here. And I think it's very intentional that Snow hasn't just rushed for another base. He's basically just checking the map and macroing. He probably wants to take his base at the last possible second. See if there's any opportunities to push in anywhere. Seeing how saturated those drones are over there should tell him that he's definitely in a position where you know, that's going to be one of the last mining bases. Man, both these Templars are just going to go down? No, not without a fight.
Yeah, gonna get his storms off. Okay, he's hitting it. Some plagues going down. The Archons don't really care that much. The Dragoons, of course, not as useful here anyways, but they're not supposed to be getting hit at the moment. Still doing a good job holding everything, but those minerals are almost gone. Soulkey knows that
3 Zerglings, while being
Like,
attacked,
he just
still
sent
take
Lings
down
out
a
of
cannon.
Yeah.
Cracklings are fucking
Yeah.
insane.
And I think Snow is very intentionally just running the clock. He's just going to stay back, take fights, macro, and at the last second, like when he doesn't need this 4th base anymore, the last 400 resources are going to go down here, the place we're looking at now. He wants to set up something there where Soulkey can't get into a position where he can like hit the weak spot, counterattack into this or that. And now Snow's going to try to fight his way up here where the lurkers are morphing in.
Yep.
I want to
there
say
it is.
that I think that Snow is getting very close to taking this. Soulkey is not able to really get in here. He's plagued like 100 times. But it's like Snow is just maneuvering very, very well.
One Templar's out. He gets a very good storm. Nice position there with that. He gets another good storm off over here. You know, the
Storms
lurker
are
count
crazy.
is low enough that it's not able to really obliterate.
I think
these
Snow
zealots.
might
They
actually
get
win.
5 or 6 together, and the zealots can't even get in there to touch them.
And the Dark Templar.
Tried the DT play again. Gets a few kills up there, but that gets cleared out pretty quickly this time at least. Couple more.
But it took his
couple
attention
lurkers
away
left
from
over
this.
Here will be killed as well. I don't think Soulkey has anything left.
Yep. This is the mine out game. This is crazy,
He
guys.
doesn't have enough money for a
it's
hatchery or
Fucking
anything.
crazy.
Yeah, it seems like he's kind of been forced.
He's
into a
probably
pretty
gonna see
bad
it and then
position
GG.
here. And this is really all going to come down to this bottom base here at 6. If he can get pylons and cannons up here and fill this up with probes, there's going to be so much more time to produce. Where are these drones going exactly?
I guess long distance. Mine from that top leftish base at like 10 o'clock or whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, he's only got these tiny groups of Zerglings left in like a defiler.
He hasn't even
Yeah,
had
his
enough
Snow
minerals
is looking
for a
for
hatchery.
Yeah. What an insane
I think he just wants to get-
game.
I don't think he has to pull the trigger until there's a new hatchery somewhere.
Yeah.
Not
that
a lot
makes
of probes,
sense.
by the way, mining at this fresh base. It's something like 7 or 8.
You know, putting this pressure on though is good because you might bait Soulkey into making more units, which means no hatchery money.
Right.
And he might like
They're going
yeah,
GG.
that's it. GG. Wow, what a game. What a game.
That's
Did you see that
fucking
the drones
crazy.
were not returning it to the closest hatchery? They were trying to return
Yeah,
it
they're
the
trying to
base
return to
that's
their
closest
old
it
hatchery.
was
So
on the
funny.
map.
Yeah, that happens
That might have been
sometimes.
what made him leave, where he's like, "Oh, forget about this. Let's go on to the next game."
Yeah.
So, Snow
True, Eddie, true.
is now up 2-1. Soulkey, the ASL 3-time in a row champion, is now down in the series. This is wild.
Yeah.
And he hadn't even made
remember how
Reavers.
that game started. Double gate in the center.
Center
So,
gate.
you know, definitely put Soulkey on a back foot there. Soulkey had an opportunity, I think, to maybe win that game. It didn't quite go his way, that big attack into the mineral base. It actually, for a minute there, I thought Snow was dead. You know, when he had all those lurkers and Snow is sitting there with a bunch of Dragoons that can't hit anything under Dark Swarm, it was getting scary. But great comeback there from Snow. Great comeback from Soulkey. What a game. What a game.
I really enjoyed that. I learned a lot. I didn't think there was that much more to learn about proxying 2 gates in the middle of the map, but apparently there is. Very, very interested to see how he handled that. I did not think that Snow was going to do proxy gate at all here. I thought he was going to play more standard, traditional. Anyways, guys, the next map we're going to is not standard or traditional. It's going to be Death Valley. We'll be going to that after this break.
이 에너지 드리브는 이것을 올리지 않아.
With this kind of endless wave of lurkers, Snow almost dying out, but ultimately he persevered, he pushed through and stabilized. Now for map 4, which is Death Valley.
I think that you can learn a lot from watching Best versus Queen here. I think you got to mine out those back minerals as Protoss really quickly. And I don't know what else, but I loved the recalls that we saw from Best. Would love to see that again. I don't think we will, but hoping for it.
Okay, Soulkey in the bottom right, Snow in the top left. On this map that has brought us a lot of interesting games. Yeah, let's see if Arbiters are used here, man. That would be a lot of fun. You know, it's
awesome.
a unit I forget even exists in this matchup.
Yeah. Oh
my God, he's gonna 5-pool.
5-pool. Well, why not?
You know, he does 5-pool more than everybody else in ASL history.
Pretty much.
It's wild how much
Pretty
he does this. Yeah.
Well, 815 is the king of 4 pools, so we got to give credit where it's due. But yeah, the 5 pool, I guess maybe a little bit better against Protoss. I don't know. Honestly, the timing is only a few seconds difference. But
right, it's like 5 seconds later than a 4 pool when Slings hatch.
Into cheese.
Okay, so Snow's gonna be able to scout this pretty quickly. Now, if I'm not mistaken, what you do is you make a pylon in your main and you make a forge right out of the front. So you have a cannon in the main base and you just give up your front area, right?
That's correct. Yeah, yeah, and then you basically go 2 gate, and I think it still favors the Protoss, but there's always these fundamental problems that come with one basing as Protoss, where like maybe this is technically harder for the Zerg, but like
coughing like
usually
a bitch.
the Zerg can expand.
True,
and
Soulkey.
It's gonna make this work. Is he gonna be able to block this?
I mean, I am a bitch.
Oh my god,
That's funny.
I did not even think that this would be.
That didn't occur to me as a possibility.
Didn't occur to me at all that you could just block this off.
Oh, he's gonna get in! He's gonna get in! Are you fucking kidding me?
I
that
think
probe turned into like Peter Pan and flew around and domino inside the base.
I can explain exactly what he did. He pulled the probe in front of the drone chasing him, and then he drilled it back to his base. As soon as he was on top of the drone, he hit stop and right-clicked it, and it was glitched, and it got to go over everything.
Oh, that is clever use of game mechanics!
To be able to pull that off right there.
Oh, I think Snow wins.
Super well done.
Snow just puts down cannons
I'm
and
really
he just
excited to
fucking
see
wins.
Exactly how Snow handles this.
I think
so. Let's see.
Yeah.
He should have the forge.
If he loses, this is so bad
you
for
have
Snow.
to have the forge out there in the front, guys, because there's nowhere to build anything, because that's the only pylon you have, and then you get another pylon in your main, and yeah, this is what you do. 1 cannon sets up over here, and then I think the play is actually 2 gateways, but I could be wrong. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, I believe you're exactly correct. I just remember this. You told me about this like a long time ago.
So
the counter.
crazy.
And it looks like that's what he's doing. He's set up the gateway. He's just gonna
block and then he's just gonna block
the cannon. This is
as soon as the cannon gets up,
if you can
it's
just
over.
if you literally make a bunker, get 1 Marine in it, the 4 pool's over and you win. This is
right.
I would assume that this is very similar in this matchup where because
he's
you're
going
making
drones
probes nonstop and then you just start making zealots nonstop, and it's like Zerg just can't really recover very well. But you know what? Because of it's this map, he can kill off the assimilators, and then you can't put on zealot pressure.
Oh
my God! He's
that.
thought of it. He's thought of a plan B.
Side of the map to himself. What?
Whoa. Okay,
I guess
so
it makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was looking at this and I'm like, well, I mean, there's a reason why we don't see this almost ever in ASL, and it's like one of these formulas that, like, if you're a ladder player, this is a great game to see because now you know how to stop the 4 pool or the 5 pool in this case. It's 1 cannon, you get the gateways up, you basically are making probes the whole time, kill off, and then you start to put pressure on. But because the geysers have been killed, now this base is free. And the Lings are right now able to run around and deny any probes from mining there.
You can drone up completely. They can't put any pressure on you.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So right now, Snow is on an island. It's an island map versus a player that has access to all of the land on the map. It's a completely asymmetric relationship these guys have with each other. This is
a love-hate relationship.
Really smart from Soulkey. And I mean, that's what he is. You could tell, man. As soon as I saw he was wearing glasses when I first met him, I'm like, this guy's smart.
This guy's a real genius over here, man. Is his eyesight bad? We're talking about a real genius.
How many books do you have to read to get glasses? That's crazy.
So he's going to send another drone up here.
Oh,
and
man.
He's just going to basically expand this
island and he's just going to be like, okay, let's play this game like we did last game.
A nightmare.
And he's just going to try and stop them from mining that as long as possible.
I don't even know how he can get an advantage here.
I don't either. This looks terrible because normally you would just put on pressure with the zealots and that would end it. You'd just like kind of lean on Zerg, but Soulkey's just making nothing but drones. He's slowing down, even taking out that side. And the thing is, even if Snow takes out the side, it's not like he can walk the zealots across the map and attack. There's minerals there. Oh, glitching. Nice. Good idea. Good idea.
Yeah.
I like that.
Just going for these probes over and over. All right, so he's going to actually bug 2 in. He made that look easier than it actually. I think it's supposed
actually
to be.
Yeah, the jumps are actually pretty hard.
Yeah.
And Soulkey's watching for this anyways.
He's such a good gamer, Artosis.
He's so, dude, these gamers are so
He has
strong.
all the video games in his house, all the consoles. He's got all the controllers.
Yeah. He's the best in
Guy
his
plays
neighborhood
video
by
games.
far. His whole school, even.
Uh-huh. We're talking Mortal Kombat, GoldenEye, Smash Brothers,
Mario
you name it,
Kart.
he's got it.
God.
Absolutely. He doesn't even play that much Mario Kart, but he's still that good.
Well, he loses the
So
probe
now
out
this-
there. Maybe you wanted that, maybe not, but he can't really put any pressure on, man. I really don't know where you're supposed to go
Yeah.
from here.
Well, I mean, you have a
This
a
is why
sword that's
maps make
basically
good
on an
games.
island with 3 bases to a pro
Because
just got
it
off
makes
his
people
island.
play in a completely
He's getting
different
an
way.
expansion up here, and right now he's going right into mutas. I mean,
Well, I
he
guess-
can basically get
Yeah.
as many mutas as he wants here, and it's mutas are already strong against a Protoss that was on 1 base, taking a late 2nd base.
Huh. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, just strategically, how do you go against Soulkey here? Like, can you go Corsair for a bit and just own the left side of the map and use Corsairs to keep him off your back? Like, I'm not, because like Soulkey can't really attack Snow, but Soulkey gets to decide when attacks occur. Snow doesn't really get
I'm
to
not
decide
sure.
anything.
Maybe he should go for double starport. That feels risky, but like maybe that's what you want
I
to
like
do is
it.
just like
I think that's
look
smart.
at what he's doing and go, oh, I'm just going to make my own massive fleet of Corsairs, and it's going to be, you know, the 2 of us just kind of crashing into each other.
Yeah.
In fact, that's what he's going to do. Okay, good.
11 Corsairs sounds right. 11 plus 1 Corsairs just to make sure that the air is not lost. And then just play heavily on the left-hand side. But, like, if Soulkey gets a foothold on the left-hand side, plus he has the entire right-hand side, I mean, you're going to have to try to utilize some speed shuttles to harass the right side, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Well, I don't know. I mean,
You're going to have to go mass scouts
Maybe.
with speed upgrade, right?
you know what I think he should have done, actually? Just kind of thinking out loud here. I think he should have actually gone and glitched a probe through and hit a gateway
Oh.
in the top
Yeah, I
right
like
somewhere,
that.
and
That's
then made DTs, and then, you know, just
Oh,
had
damn.
stuff coming that
Damn,
way. because-
tasteless. You
And
have
mind controlled a drone.
And then mind control a drone, and then he goes straight into his own mutas with armor upgrades. Okay,
Yeah,
you guys
yeah.
follow me?
Plus 1 Corsairs and plus 1 armor mutas against just mutas. Dude,
Yeah,
rat.
that's how you beat a Zerg, exactly. So he's gonna get a Citadel. Zerg is mining out these minerals, by the way, over here, so he's eventually gonna have access to his side of the map. Snow playing such a difficult game. Oh my God, great scout. He sees the
Yeah.
double Stargate.
A lot of Zealots still being made, though. So, you know, if he does try to come down, you know, this could be dangerous in a way, mining out those minerals. Because you allow the Zealots that have been made for a long time to kind of get out there and do what they want.
Sure,
Dude,
sure.
I don't know. It's just there's so many possibilities in this game. Like, we're guessing and we're doing our best to kind of theory craft. Obviously, these guys have been thinking about this for a while. Soulkey has some great plans. I think Snow was probably caught off guard by the 5 pool.
yeah.
You know, I think that might have
I
ruined
wonder
a
if-
lot of his plans.
I think so, yeah. Well, it's funny because we didn't even really get why he was doing it until we saw him attack the gas geysers. And it's like, oh, you know, he should have made 1 Dragoon, by the way, just so we could kill drones trying to mine that. Just buy a little bit more time.
Yeah, I guess if your opponent does go mutas, then you can clear it pretty quick. But yeah, I've liked
Did he
that in
mess
the other
up his
matchups.
mining at his gas? In his main base, is the Temple Archives, does that actually make the probes go the long way? Is he going to have like 7 workers in there to mine gas?
Oh, I don't know. I definitely didn't see that.
Corsair is still moving around, doing a lot of damage, easily takes out that Overlord. Honestly, Snow seems to be okay. I mean, it was a nightmare of an early game, but here we are. Soulkey's going to be taking his 4th base. That's probably going to be the target to hit. And it looks like, yeah, he
You're
did
right.
mess up his placement.
Yeah.
So he needs like 7 or 8 probes to mine from that.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy to see that in a pro game. ASL semifinals.
Stuff like that occasionally does happen to all of us. It's kind of cathartic to see.
Yep.
It's like every now and then, man. You know how many games you've played.
The annoyingness
Every now
of
and then
that
it'll be
shit.
a missile turret, and I'm like, oh, my mining is completely jacked. I'll even trap them.
But, you know, you can turn this advantage that Zerg has into a disadvantage by having like a ton of DTs coming out here because they're just not going to be defending the same way they normally would.
Mhm.
Well, he does have a couple DTs out there right now. Plenty of defense at that that natural expansion for Snow. Needs to think about another base. He sends something. Okay, he actually starts his third base, but he takes the mineral only. So
He's got a
when
spore.
Snow takes mineral onlys, normally he uses that and leapfrogs to a other base. Like he gets the mineral only, and that kind of pays for cannons and like another nexus. I feel like every time he takes a mineral only as his third, that's how he plays it.
Yeah. I mean, you'll always take the mineral only if you can, because you need to make zealots, nexuses, and cannons. But you do want the bases with gas. That is very important. Lings are going to come through here and try to snipe a Templar. Don't think he's going to get it. Looks like that's cleaned up pretty easily.
Smokey.
And we're going into a macro game, man. This could be another long one here, too. God, it's so painful to see these probes mining inefficiently.
Yeah. Well, sometimes
That's how
things like that
StarCraft
happen.
gets
like,
me, bro.
The thing is, the value of the Templar archives, like, you can't get rid of it. I guess after you finish the upgrades that you want, like Kadarin Amulet finishes, you could remake it and kill it, but by that point, you know, you're going to be mining out anyways. It's only 2 probes extra or 3 probes extra that you're mining with, which costs less than a Templar archives, so.
Good zoning here from Snow. He's going to back up. He needs to retreat to where the cannons are. The lurker spread's pretty nice, but I don't think that Soulkey's going to be able to contest this base. I mean, the cannons are going to be up. There's plenty of zealots and Templars here. Probes are now being transferred.
With Soulkey on 4 bases already, like yeah, I'm not sure about that, running up and sniping these. Like, obviously,
I think this is bad.
Yeah, if there was no detection, the lurkers could dominate, but, like, you're not going to get all those cannons. And Snow is dancing too well with the zealots. You're not going to be able to, like, slip a lurker up to the corner or something. It's not going to happen. But, Soulkey right now on 4 bases
look at all
against
the
Snow,
drones.
who's, you know, he gets his third up, but it is mineral only. I still feel like this is very heavily favored for Soulkey. Like, I don't see Snow doing anything special that's going to get him back.
Well, here's the thing. The bases on the far right, they're just not going to be touched. Maybe it'll be storm dropped or something. This DT play is pretty good. This is like one way to kind of get value here. But yeah, I mean, like, look, that's basically a no-go zone. It's too hard for Protoss to get over there. And then you have this bottom left side of the map, which I think is just inherently a lot more interesting. But there's more expansions on both sides, for both sides on this map. And Zerg's going to at least get 2 more bases if this game goes on for a long time. So I think what will happen in this game is it'll come down to, can the Protoss stop the Zerg from expanding on this side of the map? Otherwise, I think it's a pretty straightforward win here for Soulkey long term.
Yeah, he just needs to get one of those bottom bases
that's kind of exactly what I'm looking at here
push
as well.
in on Hive
the
with
extra bases. If
plague
everything else
spread.
plays out normal, it's those top right bases that are just going to end up crushing. And I honestly don't even know, because, like, okay, well, that's kind of a cute little lurker drug.
Where does that sound keep
coming
coming from?
View, like what you could
Who's doing what to
do.
make
The
that?
only
I
thing
gotta
that's coming
fix
to my
that
mind
shit,
is
man.
trying to utilize speed
I've tried
shuttles,
so
like,
many
a little bit more, but
times.
that's like not that weird anyways.
I think I know what I have
Like,
to do,
everything
though.
that comes up is kind of standard, and if it's standard stuff, that's where Soulkey's strategy should just really crush. So, like,
the last game that we had, it was kind of exceptional because it was like super low econ, low supply. So it was like just they're trying to just muster whatever they can to fight with. But if we get into a standard long game here, yeah, we should have speed shuttles with Templar storm dropping everywhere. That is one of the strongest things in the late game in PvZ, is just storm dropping.
Wouldn't mind seeing him trying something like that. He does need another gas space, though, so I feel like right now that's, yeah, and he starts his 4th Nexus over at that gas space. If he can hold that and kind of like zone everything
The
out for a
Overlords!
bit, you know.
Oh god, the Overlords!
He's on 5 base.
Oh god!
Yeah, this is a lot of Overlords being picked off over here. That's going to supply block Soulkey. Protoss is nearly maxed out, so he should have a push coming in here. He's also getting his 4th base. The Hive Tech is started. Usually the Protoss wants to push before the Hive Tech is done. That's kind of a general rule. If you're able to develop, normally you have all the stuff you need, the right upgrades, the right composition of units, to try to move out on the map and start to slam the Zerg. Generally, this matchup in PvZ is won with a push. It's pretty hard to win if you go into like crazy late game and you're both mining out the map.
Yeah.
That's probably slightly Zerg favored. The same way that Terran needs to kill Zerg with a push. It's kind of the same
Oh
thing here for
shit,
Protoss.
Smokey,
Yeah,
you're
Zerg
going
Supreme late
hard!
game is insanity. you know, the fact that they can switch their units into
Yeah.
anything instantly.
Don't stop.
And they really have tools to deal with everything. Well, a tool to deal with everything is called the Defiler.
Yeah, the Defiler is just so good.
It's the best unit ever made in any RTS.
It's
I
insane.
challenge you to find anything stronger than the Defiler in any game.
Now, I do think there's a
Oh, my
world where we're going to
fucking
have
God.
a huge Overlord drop in the Protoss's main. I don't know when it's going to come. You can kind of see that Snow's aware of this. He's like the Corsairs outside of his base are kind of a nod to that. But like, if you got a huge drop inside of the main base, oh
He
god,
bussin'.
Snow would lose everything he's got over there. Defiler Mound started, by the way. Once Dark Swarm is out, you can't really push. Similar to TVZ.
Well, he's getting his support bay, so maybe we'll see some Reavers.
Yeah.
I think definitely we'll see Speed Shuttle. And here comes some of that drop play as well. This is going to be a little bit of a problem. I feel like you're going to have to set this up like
So did you
we
see
sometimes
it? Did you
in
see the
like
Discord,
StarCraft 2 games, and
Smokey?
occasionally in a StarCraft 1 game where you have some cannons in there, you leave a couple High Templars, and you know you're just like you acknowledge
who posted
that
in
you
the
need
Discord.
permanent defense there.
Right. Nice Storms takes out both of the Lurkers. What's actually here to defend? A couple more Lurkers in the back. He needs to keep just his Dragoons up here in the front. Gonna blanket this area with a couple more Size Storms.
Oh
Nicely
shit, he
done.
DM'd
Making
me!
some real progress over here, and it looks like there's a big counterattack, but apparently
He
Snow's
DM'd
ready for
me,
that as
guys.
well.
Valiant
Yeah,
Boy
Soulkey was on,
DM'd
like,
me.
a move command maybe there for a minute. Definitely takes a lot of damage from the Zealot Dragoon. No real splash damage there,
Yeah,
but
kinda-
still ending up taking a very good fight.
I don't.
Right now,
I don't want to show his
you know, Soulkey
DM.
not able to make much headway. Snow is still pushing. He's got decent supply. It's hard to imagine pushing into a max Zerg though. There's just so much there. Maybe he could bust this. Nah, there's too many Lurkers over there as well.
Yo,
No, I
cute
think the
muffin.
grinding
While we're
approach
at
is
it, look
really
who posted
the way
in the
to go about it. And
Discord.
he's already going up into that Reaver tech. Like run around
He
and
is
find
back messaging me. He was DMing me. So he asked me if I'm
Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
I don't know
the
what he
issue is
means
that
by that.
Soulkey will have drank in so much more of the map.
He's like, "Are you
Right?
fine?
Like,
Are you
I don't think
okay?"
any of these two bases on the outside, because
like-
all the action's going to be happening in this bottom
Yes.
left, side of the map.
Oh, dude.
But yeah, I mean, Soulkey's just going to get so much value. The push is going to try to come.
How's
in,
your
but
day
we're
been
kinda
going,
past
cute
the point.
muffin?
He's even expanding into one of Snow's bases, which I guess you can do. I guess. the
Yeah, it's,
reality is
and he
there's
says,
no way
"Oh,
for
I'm
Snow to really
leaving,"
get over there.
and then he
You know,
never
Protoss in this
leaves.
Matchup, they're really they struggle to fight Zerg on any kind of island.
I don't know, not
because
my
there's just
problem.
No easy way to get over there. I mean, how many
It-
shuttles and
it-
units for Protoss
you
do
know,
you have? And then
it's a-
drops
it's a
in there and
language
still be
barrier
viable,
thing.
right?
We'll just
Compared
call
to,
it
like,
that.
A bunch of Hydras somewhere.
It's a language
against
barrier.
Terran, you can do it, but yeah, against
Fine,
Zerg,
other
it's
than
so
all
much
the
harder to
sunburns.
maneuver and deal
Hell
with the Lurkers
yeah.
that burrow, the Hydras that all hit air there and do well against ground. Very,
It'll just
very
make you
difficult.
tanner for the summer.
And like he's trying to push this position.
Or I guess
that's
it's the
least
winter, right? You're in
valuable piece Soulkey
Australia,
has.
right?
It says mineral base.
Right,
It's
he's
like,
just trying to take whatever he
yeah,
can get. Yeah.
Can you change my
and is
nickname
Soulkey,
on
you know, expanding to
DC?
his milkshake up there, and the old.
I don't
Protoss
know how to
natural,
do
it's
that.
just- it's no good for Snow. He's
Do-
got a Reaver.
don't
he's
you
got some
have to do
shuttles.
that,
I hope
Smokey?
He gets multiple robos. Huh.
The number of missed storms on this one lurker, I don't know if you guys have followed this. It's like 3 now or something. This lurker's like at full HP. It's unstoppable.
Oh, it does say change
Wouldn't that be funny
nickname.
if Darkstorm stopped? Well, Storm is a ranged spell, so it doesn't
Yeah.
deal damage under.
There you go, you're
Dark
smoky
Stab.
now.
It's like, okay.
I didn't know I could
It
do
does
that.
less damage to burrowed units when Darkstorm is over. And
Yeah.
It's like, oh, great.
I'm like, can I do that?
enough, I think.
Can I do
Thank
that to
you very
Valiant
much.
Boy?
Yeah, he's just not making
And
any
Fred
headway.
nickname.
He's
I
not.
mean, Zerg's on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 base Zerg. No, I'm sorry, 7 base Zerg because of this expansion that he took over next to Snow.
Guys, it's a
I
compliment.
wonder if there's like, could he? I don't know. Get
It's
3,
a
4
compliment.
speed shuttles, like keep on doing little engages like this and grinding a little bit and keeping Soulkey's attention a bit. But if he gets 3 or 4 shuttles, like, could he dive in and kill a base somewhere with the shuttles and then get back in time to defend a counterattack?
It's a
Is that, like, a
compliment,
doable
guys.
idea here?
I should,
What was the question? Sorry, Artosis.
So, like, I want him to grind like he's grinding here, but like I also feel
Right.
like he needs to do something else So I'm just wondering, like 4 or 5 speed shuttles, is there a way to like ferry over, attack a base real quick, then come back and defend the counterattack?
Can
I
I
don't think
wait?
so,
Can
man.
I reply to
you really
this?
just don't have enough time to make that many shuttles. You're losing observers the whole game.
Yeah.
He is finally getting Reavers, which he needs to have, which is probably the only thing that's going to let him survive a Dark Swarm push, is having Reavers out here. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of the issue. I think it's why we saw that Arbiter eventually made. And even then, the Arbiter's like not exactly great, right? Like you recall your whole army somewhere and win a fight, and then that army's stuck over in that part until you can recall it back. So there's a lot of problems that kind of come with this. Soulkey, by the way, has played maybe the best Death Valley game we've ever seen. He's just shown from the very start of the map.
It's not
how to
changing
get
it.
ahead. He's played pretty much
It doesn't say
perfectly
Frenchie.
as
It
far
just
as
says
expanding and
Valiant, bro. I'm
growing
sad
here.
now. I
This
thought it would
all
say
goes back to
Frenchie.
that 5 pool. The
And then
fact
he
that
could be
Snow was
Frenchie.
unable to interact with the upper right side of the map.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Give
you're
me a
right
few
in a lot
minutes,
of
I'll see
ways,
if I can
although
join the
Best
server
played
with
the
my
best
laptop.
Death Valley game ever on this map. So even though he lost that one, still I would consider that the best ever played.
Oh
But
man,
no,
we
the
have
5
some
pool
good
was
times.
Big brain stuff to just it was a 5 pool macro build. Like, what is that? Why
Yeah.
can you?
He
5
finally
points
has
macro
Reavers.
build? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem fair.
It's crazy, right? Yeah, because when you see a 5 pool, normally you're like, oh, you're going to try to end the game. It's like, no, I'm going to kill his forge and kill the geysers, and I'm going to get ahead that way.
Yeah, he's like-
and I've basically practiced this perfectly. Like, I don't even think about the geysers that much as far as like an early game rush. You know,
Yeah.
that never even occurred to me. That, like, yeah, they would have to make a cannon and gateway in their main, which means you get to kill it, and then all of a sudden you're in one of the easiest late games ever.
Yeah, it's a 3-base build, 5 pool. It turns out. Very
3
cool
base,
Yeah.
5
It's
pool.
actually a macro play. Yeah.
What
This is
a
3 base that
macro
you can
play.
really
That
get
is
up
why
all the
maps are
drones.
so important,
Fastest drone
guys.
saturation. All right, here comes another attack in from Soulkey.
But he's still got the
there is
Reavers,
Psystorm here. There are Zealots.
so-
There's a Reaver. The thing is, he's plague grinding, which is, the plague grind is such a problem. Reavers do not have that much health, man. Like, look at that. He's down to 80 shields and 2 health from the plague. How are you to keep these things alive? Like, even Zerglings can pick it off at this point.
By the way, we've got the last base being taken on the map, so we're out of expansions now.
It's coming
Soulkey's
down
basically doing these
to,
really good counterattacks on this side of the map, realizing that like the defenses are a little bit sparse, so if he just hammers hard,
shit.
he's gonna wipe this. Again, no
Yeah, this is over.
hull HP on
Send
that
me an
Reaver.
invite
It
to the
gets wiped
server.
out so easily. I think Snow, he
There
might
you go,
stay in
click
this
the
game a
link.
little bit longer, but he's just like not able to get anything done.
Yeah.
I mean, Soulkey is like this giant impregnable fortress here on the map.
He's just being completely
Oh,
dominant.
I'll impregnate him.
Honestly, it's not even
Yeah.
Snow's fault. Like, this is a crazy map, and like,
Yeah.
I'm sure now that we've seen that,
True.
let's say it's a Soulkey best finals. Best will have a different
Sure.
strategy that accounts for 5 pool here, 100%.
Smokey, is
'Cause we
this
saw the
real
strength
or
of
is this
and it's like,
AI?
yeah, Snow wasn't supposed to be able to win this. When Soulkey knocked everything down, that was pretty much it. And there's not.
Yeah, it seems
there's not
like
a lot
That's
left.
you can't go
definitely
for
real,
Gateway
right?
Expand. Or sorry, Forge Expand. You'd have to go for Gateway Expand.
Yeah.
There's no way
that's
that's
right.
AI.
Gateway Expand completely shuts down 5 pool.
It does.
You just get like a battery, and then you send like 3 or 4 probes, and you just win the game.
Yeah.
How the hell do you
But
get your
it's so
cat to
easy,
do
and then
that?
You have counterplay immediately.
Yeah. So, not looking too
fascinating.
good. Like, Snow is trying to be efficient, and I guess in a lot of ways he is. But Soulkey will just never stop at this point. He's got so many bases. So, Snow picks one off, so that's cool. But you can see the differential in supply. You can see the fact that Snow is out of gas at this
Cats
point.
are such good dancers. I
Right.
know, right? Apparently they're good in the army too. Like, check this
I mean,
out.
this is looking pretty rough here. The lurkers are going to come up again. It just doesn't seem like there's any obvious target that Snow could try to push into to make this work. It goes to show you, like, this is what you can do if you have enough lurkers in a crazy long game like this. It's just so hard to fight overall, especially with Plague.
This one's a good
Plague
one.
Zealots and Reavers and Dragoons, and the lurker spikes are
or
just so
or
devastating.
there's this one.
Well, Plague is insane. You can't dodge it, and Protoss doesn't heal anything other than shields. And shields take
Yeah,
full damage from everything and are lower than hit points. So it's just Plague is actually dumb. Like I said, I challenge anyone to find a better RTS unit than the Defiler.
Army
It's just
of
like
cats.
undodgeable
You never know
Psystorm
until
for
the Meow
300
Mix
damage.
commercial comes
Okay.
on, and the lyrics
Yeah,
are
it's
just
kinda crazy.
such
Oh,
a
and here's
ball.
another one because I
Like
just have to
meow,
do
meow,
3
meow,
circles
meow,
to get it
meow,
back.
meow, meow,
75
Yeah, I
minerals
can
per?
cast it as many times as I want, as long
Yeah.
as I have the cheapest unit in the whole game.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, we talk about how great StarCraft is without a patch. If you let me patch this game, Tasis, I'll fix it.
Yeah, we would.
Soulkey
we would
won't be
patch
winning
this
next
unit
season.
out of the game.
Yeah.
No more Defilers.
Like, yeah, Darkstorm is damage reduction, and Consume is regeneration rate buff.
The Defiler only casts Parasite. How about that? It gets all the Queen spells.
Mutalisk range reduced by 1. No glaives. All right.
Another big attack coming in here. I don't know that Soulkey even has to do this. This has been like basically watching Snow kind of slowly lose this game forever.
Yeah.
Probably going to be
These
another
games
half-hour
have been
game, by the
so
way.
fucking crazy.
Oh, I guess so. You're right. Well, this is
Yeah,
like
it's been a
Snow's,
long, crazy game.
This is Snow's Thermopylae, man. There was no way he was going to stop
Yeah.
the Persians here, and like he's trying his best. He's very brave. He's very brave. Protosses will sing songs about how he tried to stop
That's
the
right.
5-pool macro build. It's not going to
They
happen.
will build statues. of
5
him.
pool macro build.
You know, and they will celebrate him. He will have a holiday, but this is not going to end well. I mean, even this final base, like over time, Soulkey's just going to chew it down.
The
He's gonna
Zealot's
grind
last
this down to
stand.
powder.
Doesn't matter how inefficient he is.
Well, he has so many bases, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you can just throw everything at this. This has now become like one of those campaign missions where you got to survive against a Zerg for 30 minutes, but he actually survives for 30 minutes, and then the game doesn't end, and he still loses. It's like,
Broken trigger. Sorry, guys.
yeah,
Oh
sorry,
my
man.
God.
You actually have to go kill him, it turns out. Sorry about that
Yeah.
whole 30 minutes of survival thing.
Oh, man.
Oh my God, the lurker count's so high.
Yeah, it's non-stop. He's just got so many resources going on. Gonna blow
He
up
should have
this
made more
base.
Reavers. He should have had a Robo over here and just had, 3 or 4 Reavers, and maybe even tried to like slow Reaver push across this position into where the Zerg is. I think Snow is a little bit late on the Reaver play. It's interesting. He seems to be pretty Reaver light overall, and
Yeah.
maybe this is just me not understanding the way to play the game. In the modern era, I don't know, but yeah.
No.
But the lurker count is just becoming unstoppable.
Honestly, what he should have done is just mass carrier Psystorm. The
Yeah, I
true
don't know why
best
he
comp
didn't
in
go
the game.
carriers. Can I get...
Yeah, we'll see if Best is able to,
yeah.
to intuit
Oh,
that
yeah,
strategy.
bro!
if he hits Soulkey in that finals. But the funny thing is, this is so
I hope
crazy,
that's
and this is
satisfied,
such a
Smokey.
tough game. He's still put up an insane fight, and this is only going to tie the match.
You know what the...
It's not
Hawk
like
2!
Soulkey is pulling ahead with this victory and is close to the finals, you know? This is just going to make it 2-2.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Supposed to be more of a moaning
I mean,
sound.
there it is, GG. I was wondering when this is going to finally end. Look, that was a build order map strategy win.
Yep.
I would not, if I was Snow, I would not let that affect me. That
Absolutely.
cannot be
Oh,
replicated. That cannot be
yeah.
recreated.
Like that?
And he played a great game there, even though he lost. That was uphill for an entire half. Once the fight was there, it was literally all uphill. He marched uphill. Didn't manage to win the game. But, Soulkey really taking that map, turning it into such a favor for him, and playing an easy game.
Just
Yeah,
instant!
it was a masterful idea from Soulkey. And,
Oh my god.
it's just
so
not
good.
something that's easy to prepare for. If one of Snow's practice partners had come up with
True,
that,
in more
then
ways
maybe he
than
would have had some
one.
counterplay. But you can tell that no one did.
Yeah.
Because, you and I couldn't figure it out until he attacked the geysers.
No,
so
it wasn't until he actually started attacking I went, oh, that's why.
it's like, oh, it's a macro
Because
build.
generally, 5-pool, Protoss will win that. Like, when you get the 2 gateways up, you just send your zealots across the map.
And
you
they
don't have
can't,
enough
they
drones
can't do fucking
to,
anything.
like, keep droning and make lings. And so it's a very basic game. You take a Nexus and you build out. So I just thought, okay, well, this is going to be very, very simple. But as the game went on, I went, oh, you're stuck on an island with 2 gateways.
Do we need to
You
drop
can't
some
get
more
your island. This
Fuda
sucks for
ASCII?
Protoss. Just brutal.
All right. You know, tied up 2-2. I can't believe it's 2-2 right now.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy.
이것을 올리지 않아.
Like, we're clearly going to Game 7. This is insane.
True.
Okay. Snow in the top right. Soulkey in the top left. And this map, you got to be careful. Lurker contains are brutal. Like, if you just go for lurker play, you know, the center of the map, not exactly the center, but the way that you'd get out of your natural base, you have to go from low ground to high ground. If you can litter that with lurkers and hydralisks, it's so hard for Protoss to push.
You're
I
a
know we don't have lurker
Tonberry.
contains that often, but
I'm
I
a
think
goblin.
it'd be
Hello,
crazy not to go for
motherfuck
that on a
asterisk.
map
I
like
forgot
this.
about
It's
TTS.
definitely
Everyone
very
forgets
hard.
about
Anything
TTS,
postured
Smokey.
on that middle donut, you know, has a lot of
Yeah.
potential. You're going to miss shots. They can always counterattack.
I don't
as
know
well.
why I'm doing this, Smokey. I don't think it works, but I'm gonna at least try.
Referring some of my matches against Snow. Clowns on me every time we play, like seriously clowns. Like,
He's
I'll beat him
so
with PCs
good,
this
man.
time. I'll beat him with scouts this time. It's humbling, tasteless.
It's
Fuck.
crazy, like when
Do
you know,
not drink
at
water.
a certain
Do not
level,
leave your
it's
seat.
so hard to
Do
even
not move
style
your
on
feet.
somebody when
Do
you
not
get good enough at the
stretch.
game.
Do not
like
go
you
to
have
the
to follow
bathroom.
these certain
Have
rules
another
and
toke.
parameters so closely.
True.
The idea that like he can go for battle cruisers and beat you is just a testament to how god tier he is.
Yeah. It's just a completely different universes.
I just want to
Now,
hear
one
that
thing I do
beautiful
want to
dialogue.
mention is just where they spawned. The third base of Snow points right towards
So there.
Soulkey. So not only is it a great idea to
I
do
mean,
lurker
you gotta do
containment,
what you gotta
the
do,
third base would
Sean.
be extra hard for Snow to take. You know, anytime
Right.
you have a layout like this, because like basically like that 12 o'clock-ish base, that's supposed to be Snow's third base. And so the fact that Soulkey can be above and very quickly move from a containment to an attack on either side, it's very hard to hold. Like, for instance, if you play Terran versus Protoss here, it's a similar dynamic, where if we're in these positions, if I'm in Snow's position and Protoss is in the other position, I'll have to take the high ground before taking the third, because the attacks are too strong.
Right.
You can't split your army well. And the same type of thing
Really?
could happen here to Snow.
Callie
gonna
is
kill
currently
me.
unavailable. Please leave a message
So
after the
Snow's
beep.
doing some decent pro
Beep.
harass. Just trying to get as many moving shots on
I
that
hate
drone
how
as
it doesn't do
possible.
extended.
It's going to be the modernized
Extended.
forge expand with the forge tucked further back and the gateway jutted out into the front. And it looks like for now we're going into a pretty standard game here. No cannon rush was triggered here because the Zerg went for the pool before the hatchery of the expansion, which basically mutes
started
any potential
Stram?
for that.
Good job,
And
Muffin.
now Snow's just
Go
gonna be
get 'em,
orbiting
killer.
around the base trying to see if anything's
Everyone,
out of
go
the
Trying
go
to
give
reach you with
a
go give
standard game, or are you
Muffin
trying to
a
tease me or
follow.
what? And
If you
for
have
Zerg, we don't have
not,
the gas yet, so we don't know what exactly he wants to do. We don't see if it's a layer, we don't see if it's a Hydra Den or anything like that.
The probe kept alive, getting that
if
gateway.
you are not
up for
following him,
Snow.
go follow him,
You know,
guys.
one thing I'm thinking about watching this series and remembering back to
Go
Best
watch him
versus,
play some
Queen.
chess. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
playing chess.
I never felt at any stage in Brood War this was the case, but I actually think right now Protoss vs Zerg is the most entertaining matchup to watch. Like,
You think so?
like for me personally, most people say, you know, Terran vs Zerg is super, like that's the classic matchup. Everyone loves to watch that. And I think TVP has generally been in a good state for watching for a long time, but the PVZs that we've had in this last half of ASL are way better than the TVZs and are way better than the TVPs. At least in this ASL tournament, these have been amazing matches.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He's just going to run in here and take this out?
No, he's going to lose all those lanes. That was terrible.
Yes!
I wasn't
Can he
even
stop that last one?
going
That's
to
insane.
mention that he was attacking there. I'm like, well, that's dumb. But
You
Free
saw
health.
that so far in the future, Artosis. You're like, there's not even a point in me saying anything.
Yeah.
Like, it just move right on.
I knew it would have 1 or 2 hits
oh, okay.
left.
I cannot believe he didn't kill that.
Yeah. He can't either. He's like, oh,
No,
no.
you made an interesting point, though. Yeah, PVZ has been in a really good spot. I think maybe my favorite matchup to cast and to watch has always been PvT.
Yeah.
I've always been super fascinated with the way that works.
Me
and I
as
think
well.
It's fun for us because you're a Terran, I'm a Protoss, so we both have these insights. But
With
you're right,
Zerg?
PvZ has been really cool.
I'm the only one with insight on Zerg.
A matchup that is made for some really interesting, exceptional games. I mean, I still can't believe even today we had a game where it was center gate.
2 gate in the
into a
middle.
30-minute game. That's so wild.
Yeah. That's insane.
Just some outstanding ones. It does look like we're going to have a 3-hatch Hydra follow-up from Soulkey. So he's going pretty damn all in. Second cannon coming up, and even that additional pylon to power it. Seems like his starport, or his Stargate rather, will get that Corsair out in plenty of time to scout what's going on. Definitely feels like a very snow-favored game at the moment.
So, the reality is that Soulkey's already hurting. From
And this
losing all
isn't
those
even the
lanes and not
finals,
losing anything
guys.
From the Protoss,
This
it's
isn't
pretty
even the
bad.
finals. It's only the semifinals.
You know, Snow's now got his
Like,
second
wait,
gas up.
what?
He's getting
Fuck knows how you stay up so
Corsairs,
late
but,
early.
You know, the Hydra
hills
bus,
are
this is
alive with
already
the sound of
a wall-in
StarCraft
that's
with
going to be
scraps
pretty
they have
solid
played
for
for
the
1,000
Hydra bus. I'm
days.
glad we actually have
True,
a Hydra bus
Sean.
coming with this wall-in up so we can kind of illustrate to the audience how this is so strong. The
I
gateway's so far forward.
I
and
have a hard
Forge
time
it's impossible
sleeping.
to snipe off. A lot of times, like,
Excuse
you'll
me, and I
survive a
really
Hydra bus
enjoy
and
what I
still
do.
lose the Forge, and it's still kind of a bad
Combination
position.
of that is what keeps me
But,
going.
yeah, let's see what happens this time around.
Well, he sees what's going on. Got to start adding those cannons immediately.
Those were like,
I don't think this is really going to be too
I
much
mean,
of a problem,
what?
Snow. Like, he's already very good at holding on against busts like this, but he scouted it plenty early. Plus, he already has that economic advantage. It's like a worse position than normal for Soulkey. So I don't know if he tries to, like... yeah, I was going to say, tries to, like, fake it, like, drones up behind, but
Why do you think I'm
Snow's
always
still on
going
top of
like
these two
this?
Corsairs flying around. Like, he already saw drones popping. He's going to get up here. He's going to see the lair, very likely.
No excuses.
And so he can
That
just
was
add his
pathetic.
gateways
I
and keep the
expect
pressure
better
on
out
that
of
way.
you. There
Yeah,
was
so he
no
cancels
length,
a
no
cannon.
volume, and you didn't try to say anything.
He does
Come on,
not
man.
care if he loses this gateway. You're happy to remake this up here. The gateway can never be defended. That's why it's so far out. But the Forge is pretty comfortable.
I
The
was
Forge is basically
wondering,
covered by all
Sean,
these cannons,
how
so
much time
you'd
it
have
would
to get
take
rid of the
you
whole,
to
front line of
respond to
cannons
that.
even get anything done, and that's quite the dive to come in there with. So, you know, killing the gateway, it doesn't
I was gonna
stop
say,
the Protoss from doing anything.
because I was like,
Protoss
should
is
I
more than
put
happy
that
to just
in
not use
the
that gateway, throw down more gates in the main
community
and get back
poems?
to,
And I'm like, I'm
developing.
gonna see what he
Gigs
says
have been
about it.
earned. My
And
job
this
is
is
done.
exactly what
True.
he's doing. Adding those gates up.
That's what it's
Slings
all
come to the
about,
front.
Sean.
I mean, I don't think so. No, it looks like Protoss has just enough to hold everything still at this point. The Zealots come up to kind of meet those Lings. He even has a probe up there helping as well. And yeah, you can see it. Like, Snow literally has exactly the right amount.
This
Like,
isn't
look
going
at
to do
that.
anything, you know? I mean, he's just got enough Zealots over here. He's going to try to snipe the cannons.
But he's got 3 more cannons
basically,
coming
you
I
can
in.
don't
remake
believe in
this layer of
excuses,
cannons in
only
the front.
explanations.
As long as there's a couple in the back, they have to really dive on top of that. And with Zealots here, it's not safe.
We had a discussion about
Plus one attack's
excuses
already done, by the way.
versus like
And plenty more cannons
explanations
are
versus
working in
reasoning.
just in the nick of time
Yeah.
here as he's moving forward with some more Hydras. You know, Soulkey's
Excuses are a
going
mindset.
back and forth and trying to catch Snow with
85
not quite enough. And
sextillion,
he's just not able to
476
do that at the
quintillion,
moment.
356 quadrillion,
More Hydras are going to
347
come up
trillion,
here. And as long as these
598
Zealots can
billion,
basically run in the front, the cannons fire so fast, by the way.
355.
It's so hard to keep up with. He's got 5
Yeah.
gates pumping Zealots. I assume he has Psystorm being researched. I mean, look, the Zerg didn't
69
even really have
quintillion,
drones at
969
their third
quadrillion,
base, or their natural,
699 trillion,
So, you know,
699
you're going to be
billion,
feeling pretty good. I'm sorry, I thought
696
Psystorm was
million,
being upgraded. Templar Archives is just now starting. So.
969.
By the way, there does seem to be a trend in this ASL of later Templar Archives and more gateways. Like people just powering out enough speed lots. Best especially did this.
I'm not too surprised to see that. Like I like Rain's style personally, like just stylistically that looks the best to me, but it kind of makes sense. Like as people get better and better at Grid War, yeah,
I can't do anything right!
we're really like I feel like that's
Why?
one of the biggest
It
fundamental
was too many numbers.
principles of this game is like you must pressure your opponent. If you're putting on no pressure, you're getting behind. And by adding those gateways, like that's going to be one of the easiest ways to put that pressure on.
No, I fucked it up again. I'm just done.
So he's just going to be hitting these overlords
Fuck.
here. This is going to allow a DT to sneak out if he wants.
Keep doing time
Zeller
steps.
counts high enough, man. I mean, he can crash right into these Hydras. You know, it's one of these things where, like, technically the Hydra player, they have a micro advantage because it's melee versus range. But when you get enough zealots, you better not mess around trying to, you know, kite this. You will end up losing all of your Hydra lists.
You need a serious amount. In fact, you need like 2 groups that you're pulling back, basically. And even this, like, I'm a little bit nervous for Soulkey here. It looks like he's going to start losing a few, but I guess a little bit of damage already on those zealots helped out. Snow does have to turn around. 4 High Templars, a Dark Templar waiting at home. And Soulkey just kind of adding his macro on.
Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, look, he looks great. He's got, what, I think that's 8 gateways total. He might go up to 9. The Zerg is in no position to turtle right now. I don't see Sunks anywhere. I don't see Spores up here. It looks to me like he's going to try to move out. He's just going to preempt any mutas. He's making 2 cannons into his main. And I feel like Snow's going to be in pretty good shape. I think overall he's just played a better game here.
You said what you said you wouldn't, unless you didn't, which means you did, because not saying it means you meant to, even if you didn't intend to say what you meant.
Starting to bring out some Dragoons. He's going to have to kill at least 1 cannon off here to be able to get them out. Can Soulkey? Yeah. Okay, we just saw Lurker Egg. So I think Soulkey's now going to go in. It's like, okay, he tried the Lings, they didn't work. He tried the Hydras, they didn't work. All right, phase 3, the Lurker contain. Right? Can he get that up in time, do you think, to keep Snow back?
Not much room in a trash can.
That's the big question. I mean, Lurker contain, even when you're like in a really good spot like Snow,
Oscar
it's
would
so
say
hard
it
on
was,
this map.
and it's too mushy
I don't even
for
have
him.
this map ticked in my ladder pool artosis.
You don't even play. Oh man.
I don't even touch him because it's so hard to deal with Lurker contains on this.
Such a popular
yeah,
map,
let's
too.
see. It's good in other matchups, but I mean this one I think it's pretty brutal. Nice sniping with the Dragoons. Now if he pushes free,
Take
he's
my
fine.
rubbish.
There is no Lurker contain. I think there's going to be a big drop though. I saw a bunch of Overlords.
Maybe.
Are they full?
That would violate Twitch T.
I don't think so.
S.
They can't be, right? There's too many other things on the map here for Soulkey.
Yeah, I think you're right. Is like maybe he's getting ready for it, or maybe even a fake one, force the army back a little bit so he can get a better position. But right now he's just playing very defensively with his Lurkers. Is that a hold? Oh, he's got hold position tasteless.
I am in my window smoking, so talk
Jesus.
to me.
He doesn't even know.
The best size storm of all time.
I know.
Who's that?
He has no
and when
idea
are we
how
meant
good
to meet
that
up?
size storm was.
Oh
Blindly
my
does
God,
it.
that's so funny to me. Like it nailed
Daddy,
it,
I am
man.
your
It was
daddy.
perfect.
Please, no, I am not there. Why, daddy? How no buy?
No observer still. He wants to snipe the Templars.
Dude, this is so crazy.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, indeed.
Oh
okay,
my God.
He finally lets it go. If he only knew that those were all at like 1 health. The observer is coming
crazy.
in. Yeah. Snow has started his 3rd Nexus. He's trying to get back into position. Soulkey trying to utilize this to kind of push forward a bit. It seems like Snow just has enough.
This game is fucking crazy.
Well, I mean,
the
Soulkey's
series
fighting
is
back
fucking
pretty nicely.
crazy.
He never got the Lurker contain up, but he's done a pretty good job of just holding on.
I can't believe
His
it.
base. Can he actually save it? I don't think there's enough Hydras here. Yeah, Soulkey's going to have to turn around.
Has to be careful, though, if Soulkey tries to get up into position. The thing is also, Soulkey, he's only on 3 base. So if Snow actually gets that mining and stabilizes the game, Soulkey's just going to get really far behind at that point. And in fact, I feel like
always like a shift of waiter.
To play marbles on
I'm
stream
not
here
really
Sunday.
digging Soulkey's position. Yeah, he's gone drops. This feels to me like he has been all in for basically the entire game, and the last hurrah
Marbles
is
would be
the
fun.
drops
Where
that
so
are
I
gonna come
sign
out.
up?
He's going to do a lurker drop here behind the minerals. So yeah, that's a good first one. Try to blow up a bunch of probes.
Yeah, I think this is a smart move. He's going to come in, plop these 2 Lurkers down here. And here's the question. We don't even know if Snow's going to see this. A lot of times you're so busy focusing on your army. Oh my God, he's doing so much damage up here.
Yeah, that is a lot of probes going down. I mean, it only takes 2 hits, and
You
you're
gotta
killing
do it. I
everything
bet
line.
you'd
Killed
get hella
12
people,
probes
too.
minimum with that lurker, and then the other one had some kills too. So that was a huge amount of workers that went down. But don't forget, he's only on 3 base. Soulkey is only on 3 base. So, like, he needs this type of damage. Snow
Okay,
has
maybe
a
he'll try
way
it.
bigger army.
Yeah, there's no world where you're supposed to be 3 base versus 3 base. Yeah, like it's a Zerg. You need to have more bases. You're supposed to be with a finished 4th base. I think he feels like he just can't take it, so he's going to try to take a fight here. This should favor Snow. I love the lurker
Oh,
drop.
I can take
Again,
it.
if he loses too many probes, that's another way to just kind of get zoned out of this game.
Yeah. Loses a fair amount of probes there, and that's going to be a lot of lost mining time as well. Looks like he might be setting up yet another drop, maybe even some Hydras in that drop to draw cannon fire.
It's a really annoying style to play against.
For
what
sure.
Soulkey's doing, because you're basically doing everything right, but like, you know, if you're not paying attention, it does take some time for the lurkers to bro, but like if you're not ready, and like this, you know, lurker just comes in here, I mean, dude, you're gonna like lose all your workers.
Oh,
You're gonna be down to like 20 workers or something in the game.
He is really low on workers right now, and if you set up on a really good lurker defense at home, it's really hard to go in and actually finish that. You know?
Right.
Things like this actually happen. Terran versus Protoss and Protoss versus Zerg are so similar. Because it's like, okay, well, if someone goes in and loses a bunch of High Templars doing drops and kills your SCVs, you're like, well, maybe I should counterattack. But if they're set up well with some extra storms, you might lose on that counterattack. And that's the position Snow's in. He's lost a lot of workers. He's killed a ton of lurkers. But can he break through the remaining lurkers and win the game with a counterattack? Or does that end up throwing it if he tries?
That's an insane army from Soulkey.
Okay, he's gonna move in. This is so scary, Artosis. This is like the 3
But the
base timing.
storm!
This is super dangerous. If it works, it's over and Snow's out. If it doesn't, Soulkey has no fourth base. He's in terrible shape.
Those storms were insane.
Yeah.
He killed so many Hydras with those storms. That was
Not got a clue what's going on here, but seems like things are dying.
Bashes through those Hydras.
And somehow has just 3 more Templars merging in with the rest of this army to complete that perfect number 4. A sparse number of probes at the 2 bases, but does it really matter? It seems like Snow could just start to push out here. Another big attack comes in over here. Some nice storms coming down and blanketing this area.
Ice Storm is so broken.
Oh my god, these storms are just out of control. Snow, I think, has held everything that Soulkey can throw at him.
I think
there
that's GG.
can't be a backup strategy here for Soulkey. That's it, man. That was everything he had.
I think
he
it's
has no
almost
gas
over.
left.
Yeah. Soulkey tried to play a really tight, kind of all-in here, and he got a couple swipes in. He got a couple pokes and jabs, but Snow endured. Snow powered through. So Snow is even doing the right adjustments, like making sure Corsairs can snipe anymore dropping Overlords. He's got Dragoons on hold position in some of these spots. He's ready for everything.
And Soulkey isn't really honestly ready for anything. He's got like just a medium amount of Hydras here. I don't even know what the play would be. It's got to have something to do with lurkers making the fight too gross or something, but like, I don't think he even has those tools. A mass drop, like, Snow will just counterattack at this point. I think we're really close to a GG out of Soulkey.
Yeah.
Oh, he picks
well,
up a
you're
couple,
getting up there,
servers.
Smokey.
Nice. Hey, if your opponent can't see the lurkers, it's hard to fight them.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this is always a great guerrilla tactic to run in there and snipe the observers and just hope that they don't have enough to deal with your lurkers. The problem is that, again, there's so many more resources to mine here from Snow on 3 bases. And in case you're looking at this game and thinking, man, Snow's not really doing anything, well, you'd be right. And the reason why he's not doing anything is because he doesn't have to. Soulkey is given no new target that Snow has to push into. Snow doesn't want to risk pushing out on the map and being hit by a counterattack. He's just sitting here waiting. He's gonna have more resources over time. And so he's just taking the trades.
Smokey.
Every counterattack is getting shut down. He's just continuing to do a good job roaming and dealing with any mess that Soulkey's going to throw his way.
And getting ready right now for that 4th Nexus. Going to be really hard for Soulkey to balance what he's doing here. Maybe drawing this army down and hitting the 3rd with the rest of his army or something like that. Yeah, it looks like he's going to try something like that. There's a lot of cannons. There's a High Templar in there. Maybe if he can snipe the High Templar. Yeah, can't quite get it. Snow very on top of hitting that Psy Storm. And just
and
punishing
it's just about
everything.
time to push.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, what, 9 Dragoons or something? 7 or 8 Dragoons over here. with Templars, you're never going to get in here. Hydras can't finesse their way through that fight. There's no agile way to engage with that without just having all your Hydras melt. And once that base is secure, this is where Snow's going to push. In fact, I think it's happening literally right now.
Oh,
he's just going to move out on the map. This is a mistake. This is a bad hotkey.
Yeah. All right. Soulkey actually makes a little bit of headway here. He can definitely, I think, cancel this base out if he targets. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He should be able to force the cancel there.
I think so.
So that's
he should have just made like 5 or 6 cannons here and then.
Yeah, the move command on the Dragoons was rough too.
Yeah,
he should have had that with the rest of his army. Somehow that was bound in with another control group.
Maybe he just wanted to do a full attack at that point as the cannons were warping in to support the High Templars, but didn't end up working out that way, unfortunately, for Snow. Soulkey, is Soulkey ever going to make an... Okay, he is sending a drone down, so he is going to make a 4th base.
Yeah. He will eventually take a 4th base, but right now he's just trying to play a powering game. He wants to try to meet this army in the map and just overdo him. But Snow has played like one of the most patient PvZs ever. He's just not budging. He's like, okay, well, you're technically losing the longer this game goes on, so I'm just going to let the game go on. I'm not going to attack you. I'm not going to throw my army away. I'm not going to let you drop me. I'm not going to let you counterattack me. I'm going to sit and, you know, wait and eventually have a 4th base up and running. By the way, I don't know that Snow has seen this base at the bottom. You could intuit that's one of the places you can take. There's not that many expansions on this map, especially in this matchup. Like, it's pretty hard to hide a base, but I guess he's technically getting away with it right now. He's gonna stumble upon this now.
He lures him back with those Hydras that were chase, so I guess that's good enough for Soulkey. Will be able to defend, bring some lurkers down as well. Great storm right there.
Yeah, that was really sick.
Yeah, any clumping right now being punished just in spades. Snow pulling back. Soulkey actually has a lot of supply. Like, you gotta hand it to Soulkey. I can't believe he's made this game go on this long and look this competitive. Because I feel like Snow's been on the brink of winning this game for a long time now.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. He's just locked in on 3 bases for so long, just continuing to upgrade and power up. Like, for instance, if Snow tries to push with everything down the map, then it's going to be a huge counterattack at his 3rd base. That's all that Soulkey is relying on. And this is all because Soulkey had a pretty shaky start. The Hydra bust failed, Ling bust failed. So he's just sort of playing from behind, but he's playing like a really intimidating, scary game here. Just being this like on top of everything.
Picking off High Templars, pretty darn good. You start to run out of minerals everywhere, though, which is not something you see that often from Zerg. It's really been an insane game. He's been dictating a lot of it. Unfortunately, the answers from Snow have been there.
Yeah, I mean, Snow's just ready to take these fights. The Zerg can't... Mass Hydra can never really attack into a player with Mass Dragoon, Templar, and a couple of Zealots. And you're seeing it right here. I mean, this attack was abysmal. And now he's finally going to come down here and bust his game. We may see Soulkey tap out. There is no way for him to have any more longevity here.
This is the last piece of his attack right here. Once this gets cleaned, I think that's it. He's bringing back the rest of his units. Some rallies are coming out as well. Soulkey just trying to make these Hydras do something. Can't do it. GG. Snow right now leading 3-2. He's on map point, match point, the point to get to the finals for the rest of the match.
My God, man. What a series so far. This has been some of the funnest PvZs we've ever had. Yeah, look, Snow's in the lead. He played a really clean game. I think Soulkey had maybe one of the worst early games possible there. But, you know, Snow was very smart and extremely patient. He didn't attack in. He just sort of waited. Said, if there's no 4th base done, I don't have to do anything. Your turn. You got to make your move. Just kept absorbing all those Hydra attacks, shutting down those drops. He lost a decent amount of probes, but ultimately he was able to control the drops.
Give me points, give me points, give me points, give me points,
you know, remake all his probes and just be very patient. It was a real treat to see.
Give me points.
Very well played game.
Really I used the gamble on command to dump my shards. Then Atox usually gives me a crap ton more despite my hard work.
In another world,
true, Sean.
Just might not quite block some of these moves that Soulkey made, because he made a lot of strong moves, looking for just
look how many fucking points I got, guys. Fuck
Snow
you.
Did not give it up. He didn't give up any mistakes there.
Remember, guys, Soulkey has won the last 3 ASLs.
Damn, those are
This
some
one tonight could be
points,
a PvP
Callie.
finals.
Holy
If
shit.
Snow can just win one more game, he's going to be in the finals.
Yeah, this is crazy if
I
Snow
can't wait,
wins.
I cannot
This
wait
is
for this Polestar
fucking
game.
crazy.
Pretty normal map coming up. Hoping that we have another long, crazy game. I'd love to go to Game 7. I'm loving these 7-game series. They're just insane.
Shows my rank
We've
now.
been so
Bet it
lucky
won't
this
for like
season.
20
We've had
attempts
so many
now.
great parts of this tournament.
It didn't show
yeah,
my
hopefully we get
rank
Game 7.
though.
Polestar, by the way, Soulkey shaking his head, looking a bit concerned.
8.
It's got to be a stressful moment here.
Hey guys,
He
our
wanted
number
to
went
make
up to
history. He wanted to win the
362.
fourth
People
ASL,
are on the
and
leaderboard
then go up
now.
against Flash in the finals
Instead of
next season. But
354.
Right now, Snow stands in his way. Guys, we're continuing on in this best of 7.
It's a
Where
good
the winner
thing.
of this goes to the finals.
Means
to
our
face
numbers
off
are going
against
up.
Best.
Higher number, better number. Everyone knows that.
Okay, Snow in the top right, and Soulkey in the bottom left. Cross spawns here. By the way, guys, second plug of the day here. Sign up for the Patreon. Patreon.com/ASL English. We wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. You are legendary for supporting us here on the Patreon. Please consider joining that and help us keep the history of StarCraft alive.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. It's been such
True,
a blast,
show,
and the
true
seasons
Smokey.
keep getting better. The storylines keep getting
You
deeper.
tried.
Who would have thought a few years ago that we would have someone that we're expecting as much out of him as we expect out of Flash? Like, we literally have a second player of that caliber where we're like, it would be so crazy if he didn't win 4 in a row. You know, that's absurd. It's absurd.
I was wondering for a long time, are we going to ever have anybody kind of move into that Flash territory? And yet, here we are.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's great how good Flash
Try
is, but
now,
there is kind of
Smokey.
a narrative redundancy after a while.
Yeah.
You know,
Try
we start
now.
to win everything, and I go, yeah, this is actually almost not good for the game. We want this to be competitive. We know we want to see if someone else can rise up to the top. And apparently it's happened here with Soulkey. I'm so excited for next season. Fingers crossed that Flash can play. He had some
Now check your
additional issues
point.
with his wrists. So he basically announced his comeback. Thought he was going to play, and then his wrists flared up when he started grinding again, so we had to take a break.
You know, I do want to mention as well, let's say Soulkey wins this season.
Yeah.
Next
worked!
season will be anti-Zerg maps.
Fuck.
Guaranteed. If you recall, when Flash was at his super peak in ASL and making kind of
Oh shit, I've unleashed the beast!
Well, I wouldn't call this
I've unleashed
uninteresting,
the
but like
beast!
Soulkey's kind of doing the same thing Flash did. They made the most anti-Terran map pool anyone has ever seen.
You, my friend, is fucked.
Flash gave an interview, and he's like, this is actually what's motivating me right now, is how insane this map pool is. Because it was so...
Yeah.
In fact, it was so anti-Terran. If I recall correctly, the only Terran victories other than Flash's victories were against other Terran players, if I'm remembering this correctly. It was that bad.
That's so crazy.
It's when we had Sparkle and Third World and like these maps that... Like, Terran had literally 0% win rate on Sparkle against Zerg, and, like, yeah, just crazy, crazy maps. So I
Sparkle
think
was rough, man.
But I will not use dial-up. Don't want to lose you viewers
in the
winking
next season,
face.
I think.
Well, I mean, let's see if Soulkey can actually win here. It might be Snow moving on.
I mean, I do that to
This is
myself
gonna
by
be great.
doing
We've got a
content
PvP
like this, but
finals.
hey, it
We
is
haven't
what it
had one of those in
is.
so long.
It's so long. Yeah,
You know?
we've had ZVZ, we've had TVT, but
I love you guys, but I'm not
and
going to
this-
let you
this
guys
season,
hold me back
our
from doing
only
what I
season
love.
with 0 Zerg
Just
versus
watching me
matches.
some StarCraft.
Yeah, that's true. We never got that matchup, which I feel like every season we always get every matchup. But yeah, somehow we didn't get ZVZ at all.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
went a whole season without ever casting that, which is wild.
Soulkey's the puppet master, man. Doesn't want that matchup to be
He
played
is.
anymore. It's outlawed.
Epic Games is dead. Has
Okay,
Dead
well,
Island 2 and
We've
Happy
got 3
Game
hatch
for
here.
free
We
this
don't
week.
have a Hydrogen. We don't
Next
have a
week
layer.
they're
We're still
giving
waiting.
3 games,
Snow
but
is
they're
just
being
maneuvering the probe
secretive on
around.
what they'll be.
Just trying to
Usually
see,
it's
are
a
there any
good
surprises,
sign.
any twists up ahead?
Nice.
And I would
Promotion
imagine
for
Snow
Epic
just goes
Games.
for a Stargate again. Just get the Corsairs out, just scout, play a clean
I've
game.
never
We haven't
used
had
the
as
Epic
many
Game
standard
Launcher.
PvZs, by the way. I feel like we've almost always deviated from the norm here. Soulkey's tried crazy timings or all-ins. Or, of course, we had that crazy 2-gate game. But, yeah, let's see if this one's going to be more in the realm of ordinary, of standard.
Man, this is scary to think that Snow is going to win like
to
this.
Figure out what standard is anymore. The amount of mind games that we're seeing, like,
only
I'm
to
really,
get free
I'm enjoying
games,
that.
not
and,
to buy
and the
games.
fact that these guys
I got the
are
Tomb Raider reboot games that
pushing
way.
each other that hard because they're so good at these standard plays that the threat of standard play, when you put a mind game into it to kind of switch the narrative of what's going on, I mean, that's where the real danger comes out in these tournament matches.
The probe is still on the move here. Stargate starting up. And this looks like it's a pretty standard game here. We just have the layer
Two
coming.
voters
Soulkey
is
not
great.
doing anything too crazy so far. This
Two
is also a
voters
map where,
means we
unlike
get
Deja
it.
Vu, it's much easier for the Zerg to take a fourth base. Deja Vu is particularly challenging. Like, if you're playing a positional game, it is, by the way, I really learn a lot from Soulkey when I see him just not engage with certain aspects of the game because it's too hard. Like, just not taking a fourth and just, like, basically, like, hunkering down on the three bases and daring you to push anywhere else, and he'll counterattack or drop you. It's really interesting.
Yeah. It's something you've always said about Soulkey is he makes the hard parts easier or whatever.
I couldn't hold it.
Yeah,
I did figure out how to get controller
sort of
support on
sidesteps the
Epic
most
too.
difficult parts of the
You import the
matchup.
Epic
Like,
launcher
I think
into your
any other
Steam
Zerg in the world in the
library.
previous
It's an
game
offline
is
game
trying to
and
throw
Steam
a
controller
fourth
support
down
works
and
on
just
the
getting
Epic
pushed and
games you
dying.
launch.
He just
That's
literally
pretty smart,
blocked you
Sean.
the three bases and is like, no, I'm going to drop you. And what he wants to do is counterattack the third base and kill it. And then maybe make this weird scrappy game where maybe he can then do a second or a third push onto that third base and win the game. But Snow was like so patient. He didn't blink. He just stood there. You know, if there's no fourth base, there's not a real target that Protoss has to push. So he just sort of waited it out. Lost probes to drops and just rebuilt. Made cannons and dragoons to stop the next drops. Repositioned Corsairs. Really was something to see.
Actually, I'm going to say something that's going to sound really stupid, but it's not quite as stupid as it sounds. Maybe partially as stupid as it sounds, but not all the way. So, like, part of the beauty of StarCraft 1 is how ridiculously complex it is. You know, there's so many interactions, so many different things to take into consideration. But one of the most beautiful things that we've been seeing is how simple the game can be. And that's somewhere Soulkey really excels in, is taking these games where it's like, yeah, this gets really complex, so I think I have a higher percentage win chance to make it very simple. And it's like, yeah, this is, you know, suddenly it's like, yeah, I'm only 55% win with this, but
controller
there
through
you
an
have it.
adapter for my
You know?
PC. The actual PC
that's
controllers
been so much fun to watch.
break
It's like
too quickly,
no
and I'm
real
not rough on
overthinking
them.
here.
Well, my PlayStation 2 controllers was fine. My kids
Yeah,
not
well,
breaking.
let's go back to that
Still
first
working
game
like
where
a
he
champ.
just counterattacked
Nice.
Zergling. Like, it looks so obvious. Any other Zerg is just running around trying to shut the Zealots down and getting further behind and over-making links. The fact that he knew after he saw the third Zealot out on the map,
yes, Smokey,
and he killed it, he didn't even look
Show
for the
me.
Zealot. He just ran across and killed the cannon. Like, that's such a... It's so clear he knows exactly what his opponent can and can't do. And that's such an obvious weakness. And then he ended up winning the game before it really even picked up because he just killed the cannons. The Mutas came in and he had Scourge to hit the Corsairs. I mean, it was really an incredible thing to see. And that's all because he sees the matchup as well from the Zerg perspective. He sees it equally as well from the Protosses.
Yeah.
And by the way, Soulkey, this is a guy who plays, if you like check his ladder accounts, he's playing Terran and Protoss all the time. This guy off-races more than
Protoss the other
anybody
day,
I have
man.
ever seen.
Yeah. He was literally laddering, and
he's-
I hit his Protoss. I'm like, damn, he's really good.
Yeah, no. He's like at the point where he's just mastering the other matchups from the other races, which I think is why he has these unusual timings. Like, he just knows very clearly what he can and can't get away with.
Yeah.
I remember even finding his account being like, no, this can't be him. This guy only plays Protoss. He's playing TVP all the time, and it's like, no, that's him.
Yep.
He's just he's kind of just, you know, unlocking all the
Smokey, where do you
achievements
get
here
these?
in Brood War.
Where do you get these from?
Well, let's take a quick look at this game. There are a fair amount of mutas out here.
I love it.
Kind of walking around. Good amount of Corsairs at home. I feel like Snow is kind of like blocking what seems to be happening here. He's added some cannons to the front. He's trying to keep tabs on it, but not overextending with Corsairs, which is really important. Is going to be able to pick off that DT. Oh, that's a really nice pickoff from Soulkey. Makes it a bit harder for Snow to keep tabs on any movement. He has no real vision outside of his base.
Yeah, he's going to go up to 9 gates again.
I know 2 guys owe less than.
So he's clearly cutting probes. He's getting ready to power up. The Zerg is taking a 4th base at 6. That does change this a lot compared to the Deja Vu game where, you know, Soulkey locked in on 3
I know a
bases.
guy that
Now
knows
there
a
is
guy
a
that
target.
knows a
There is a
guy.
place to go.
Now this is a guy you know.
And this 4th base is not always that pushable.
2 guys, 1
It can be a
cup.
little bit tough to get in there. Alternatively, we have seen games where Protoss will just push into the natural. That's another great way to, you know, punish the Zerg, is to just kind of hit them at the heart where all their tech and infrastructure
2 guys,
is.
no cup.
Wow. All
I know
right,
that
so,
guy, you know the guy, Aggie, that guy Sean knows who's Smoky Eggs.
I'm actually caught
I know
off
a
guard
guy
by
who
that
knows a guy,
Corsair
but the
micro
guy
that we
he
just
knows
saw
doesn't
where he
know
killed
it
the
for
Scourge that
him.
were right next to him. That was like insanity.
Right.
But yeah, anyways, there's a lot of Hydras that are being fielded right now. He's actually still popping out drones too, so it doesn't feel like he's trying to hit like a timing. I don't think that there is one because there's been High Templars sitting out here for a long time. There's a lot of energy on a couple of them. So I'm looking at this position, and it looks to me like Snow's got to take a 3rd. I don't think he can attack, but I don't think Soulkey can attack him. And if you're not expanding during a time like that, you're in trouble.
Yeah, this is going to be a
True,
tough
there it
push
is. I know it.
from the
You know
Protoss.
everybody
the Mutas
knows
are
it.
out, by the way, but the Corsairs are here to try to drive them away. He didn't overcommit with Mutas, by the way. 5 is kind of the bare minimum.
I
So
fucked
he's
it
just
up.
going to be staying back.
I'm just
But
bad.
this push
Let's
is
be
gonna
honest,
coming here
I don't
from
know
Snow in a
shit.
second. You know, he's kind of getting to that point. He's got the Robo coming here. Very interested to see he goes up to 9 gateways
shit I know
before
is
getting
more.
the Robo. I'm very interested in that.
Yeah.
That seems to be a very late Robo. You know, normally the 9th gate is
who
kind of
can
the
shit?
last building you make, other than more pylons.
The 9th
So
gate.
I'm very,
Yeah.
maybe because he saw that there were mutas
Gold.
earlier, he just goes, I'll get the Robo later.
You know
but
that thing,
very
with the thingy
interested
on
to
it,
see
and
that.
that thingy hanging down there.
Well, if I'm
you know,
remembering my
that thing.
Naruto episodes correctly, I believe the 9th gate is the death gate. So if you go through that one, man, the game is going to end one way or the other.
Ooh, nice storm. Gonna push this back here. The Corsairs doing a lot of work, actually supply blocking Soulkey.
The thing that with the thing went through the thing when the thing did the thing.
All right, well, the Hydra Lurker kind of is trying to move back and forth and zone this army out. He wants to go after this 4th, but does he have enough storms to actually kill off these Lurkers? Because you can't engage once those Lurkers are burrowed.
Whatever
Yeah,
happened to
his
Thing 1 and
observatory
Thing
isn't
2?
even done yet.
I know
By
a
the
guy
way,
who
is
knows 2
he
guys
setting
and they
up
did things
both
to a
these
cup,
bases
so
at the
that
same
guy
time? Is he
doesn't
gonna
know the
double
2 guys
expand?
anymore and now
Is that
knows
a
2
thing?
other
Yeah,
guys,
you
but
can
they're
kinda
also
do
into
this.
weird
Really?
stuff, so the
Yeah.
guy we
I mean,
know,
if you
yeah, he's
expand
just
really
really
late and you're on 9
unlucky,
gates,
needs
use
to
double
move to a
expo.
new neighborhood with other guys.
And usually it's like the
Lol,
main
lol,
just
lol.
mines out, the natural mines out a little bit ago, and you just like go from these 2 bases mining to these other 2
That
bases
was great,
mining.
Callie. That was fucking great.
Yeah. Like, he basically wanted to push here. He wanted to come across the map and take a big fight. And you can see already Soulkey's got lurkers up here. He's not going to be killed. But, yeah, I mean, a double expand is completely fine. You got to be careful for counterattacks, though. Especially on a map where you're in cross spawns where they can run around you from either angle.
To me, how this game has been going, I feel
I
like
broke
this
my
is
cup
very
and my
Soulkey
guy who
favored
ran
at the
with
moment.
cup, I
Would
was
you
sad
agree
cup
on
gone
that?
by friend.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It doesn't feel great for Snow, right?
Yeah.
He kind of pushed out. He saw the lurkers. Like, we still don't have an observer with this army. I'm sure that's coming, but, like, God, this is so late. It's going to be like a 13-minute observer merging with the army. Now, I mean, if he can get out on the map and sort of take some fights, maybe it's going to be a different story, but this is a very turtled-up Zerg here.
That's
This
a
is
like
like one of
Callie.
these Zergs
He
that's
still
just gonna
knows
sit on
those
4
guys.
bases
He
and play
doesn't
a
like
real,
them, but simply can't forget them.
kind
He's
of nasty
traumatized and
style
needs
of
brain
just like,
bleach.
lashing out and then running behind defenses, and you can see that happening now. So Protoss is actually pushing down, and nice storm.
Yeah.
He had
Does
a
get that one
seizure
picked
and
off,
doesn't
unfortunately,
remember
still had
BR
another
his
storm
name
to give.
anymore. It's for the best.
Some lurkers there pushing back those goons that are in the center.
8
I still
sextillion,
don't think he can
567
actually attack.
quintillion,
Like, he can do the snow
346
thing of running
quadrillion,
up and hitting some cool
237
side
trillion,
storms, but I don't think there's
596 billion,
actually, like, a path
946
into real
million,
damage.
375,664.
I mean, I don't know if there's any player in the whole world who's better than Soulkey when it
98
comes to
million,
Hydra Lurker.
765,432 backquote, 123 million,
He's actually going to try to counterattack up here.
456,789.
Now, look, if Protoss gets up to 4 bases, this is bad for the Zerg. You're going to be even on bases.
Forgetting his
But
name,
this looks
but
like one
still
of these
being
games where we're going to get
traumatized
that
over those
Defiler
2
tech
guys.
out.
That's horrible.
Oh my God, there's so many lurkers, Artosis.
That is a lot, but they
It's
are
all that
clumped up a
remain.
little bit. He's got a good spread of zealots here and great psi storms coming down. The Dragoons spread out here as well, but wow, that is such a huge amount of Hydras coming in.
I think Soulkey might have
Has
this.
to back up into his 4th base.
I think we're going to game
That
7,
looked
guys.
pretty decent initially.
Yeah.
You know, it's always a bad thing when you go back to the Protoss' army and it's like just Dragoons.
Yeah.
Like, you need to see Templars and Zealots, or you see just Dragoons, you're just like, oh, you're going to die now. You do not, you never want to have only Dragoons fighting Hydra Lurker.
It's so
no
hard
probes
to rebuild.
transferred up to that base, by the way.
Yeah. It's so hard to rebuild an army. Ooh, the DTs are actually doing a great job here. But yeah, to rebuild your whole army, like, you need to keep your cost-efficient units. That's why they're cost-efficient.
Right.
And if you're not doing that, then you're really falling behind. And in fact, I think Soulkey's going to finish him off here. I don't.
Oh,
like,
Callie,
he's
while
gonna
you're
get
here, have you
minimum a
posted
contain up,
the next
which means he can
chapter
kill the other
in
bases. I think
the
so.
Discord?
Snow's dead, and I think we're going to have a game 7.
Oh, great, people think he's crazy and making
Yeah,
that stuff with the
this
cup
is
out of
looking
nowhere as
really
a result
bad.
of his seizure, so
You know,
they're
it's a funny
treating
thing,
him
too.
like he's the
Sometimes
messed up one.
mass Hydras, just at the natural, is how you kill the Protoss. I think a lot of times people envision wins in this matchup, you know, from the Zerg, is like you
And
just
then the
wipe
2
out
guys
bases.
that he
If you
forgot
can
about
push in
and did
here
the thing
and
to
just
the
start to
cup gave him
separate
the cup
everything
to
else,
remember them by, and since
you know,
he
these
forgot
bases
what
will
they did, he
eventually
thought,
fall
oh
as
hey,
well here.
conveniently placed
And,
up,
you know,
time for a
there's
beer.
so many Hydras coming across the map. The Dragoons
12
just don't stand a
Sesvigentillion,
chance.
345
The Robo, by the way,
Quinquevigentillion,
is here at the natural, so if he
678
pushes in here and takes out the
Quadriorvigentillion,
Robo,
909
that's gonna have
Vigentillion. Vigentillion.
to recover. You know, he has to get more observers out here. I think Soulkey's done it, man.
Yeah, GG.
Why did it stop?
And that means we are going to go to a map 7.
Why did it stop?
Soulkey, what a match we're having here. I got to tell you.
How lucky are we?
Dude, there's been so many game 7s that are stupid spiel of
687
normally 5-game
septillion,
series or
520
closer.
sextillion,
No, we're wrong.
389
It's actually
quintillion,
7 games
756 quadrillion,
closer.
890 trillion,
Apparently if you have best of sevens, it always goes to
347
game 7.
billion,
We did bring this
890
up,
million,
and, you know, generally it's been true.
547,306.
Apparently not for this season. We're just always going to game 7.
Yeah.
I have no idea who's going to take this, by the way. I think Soulkey played just a
Fuck
better
it just doesn't work for me.
overall game. I think that the push was very late from Snow. He never really seemed to have.
I think
the
at some
push
point
where
it's
they're
just
fight with.
fucked.
79658309879879234587698
It almost seems like Snow was kind of trying to recreate the scenario from the last game in this game. Like just slow playing it and taking his time. But it's not going to work versus Zerg that's already got a 4th base up.
Very different game, yeah. And he got kind of stuck out here. If this whole army was in a better concave, like inside the
I
fort,
don't wanna.
I think actually this game would
I
still be
think
going
we
on.
broke
I don't
it.
think he had like kill potential.
Number Wars. I don't know if this is neat or sad.
Well, it's funny. It looked like he was surrounding the Zerg, and then with the screen handed down, and I'm like, oh no, he's surrounding you, actually.
Wow. Another great game between these two. And the last... Was the last map Radion? Am I remembering
Shit,
this
is it
correctly?
just gonna go like on and off?
It is
The
Radion.
most standard map to see who's going to go to the finals to play against best.
Radion's a great map.
Stops and then starts up again.
Are we gonna go right into this game, or do we have a commercial?
Number Wars. I don't know if this is neat or sad.
I think we have a
Okay, I think we're caught up now,
Quick
guys.
commercial,
Okay, yeah,
when we
guys,
come
short
back,
break.
Skipped a bunch of shit. Eat my numbers, tit dick.
54832972984.
Why won't she do the Vagentillion? Vagentillion. No, there's no Vagentillion. I need my Vagentillion, guys. I can't live without my Vagentillion.
Welcome back, everybody. This is it. We're about to close out the round of 4. One more game. We're either going to have a PvP finals or
Yeah,
a
this is
PvZ.
crazy. It's
Soulkey,
coming down to the fucking
three-time
wire.
ASL champion in
What
a row,
was that? Vaginitilian?
which is unheard of by the way.
Vaginitalian, Talon, Vagina, Tillion.
Stuff changes. It's so hard to stay on top of all that. Only Flash really was able to do it for a long time. Soulkey might be falling out now.
3,543,987,123.
I don't know. I think best Soulkey is a great finals, and I think it's. Well, I know now everything's just going to go 7 games. Like there's no way around it.
Ome wa nani o shiru nani.
I can't believe we're getting a game 7 in this other best of 7. I mean, that's just such a treat, man. Look, we're going to be on the map Radion. This is a very standard map. You probably played plenty of ladder games on it. I don't think there's one clear favorite going into this. I think it's honestly like a great map in almost all the matchups. But this is it, man. One of these guys moves on, the other one's knocked out.
Yeah.
Fuck! It's not enough numbers to hit the 5 Gentillion.
Who is going to take it? What's your guess right now, Snow or Soulkey?
I think Soulkey.
Yeah, I think Soulkey's going to bust him with 3 on Hydra. It's going to be the most anticlimactic garbage ever. Snow's barely not going to hold. His probes are going to run out, and we're going to see him grab his hair and sigh. A single tear down his cheek as Soulkey moonwalks his way to Title 4.
Yeah.
He's just going to go
True, I believe it.
Playing PvZ, die in a Hydra bus. This is so hard to stop. All right, guys, let's get into it.
Damn it, I forgot the TTS.
31415926535897932384624338327950288841970288197.
Snow here in the bottom left, and Soulkey in the top right. Cross spawns. I'm so excited to get into this game. It's been such a great series so far.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. It really has been amazing. No matter what happens here, this was a great series and just a pleasure. A pleasure to cast this.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 7,
so hard to
6,
predict,
5,
too. We've
4,
had such a
3, 2,
variety
1,
of
2,
games
3, 4,
popping
5,
up out of
6,
these two.
7, 8, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Really
1,
feels like
2,
anything
3,
could happen
4,
this final
5,
one.
6,
Dark
7,
Archon,
8,
please.
9,
Dark
8.
Archon, please. Oh no, his side's upside down.
Snow is the crazy
So it's the
Protoss.
crazy Protoss.
You'll never live that down, Taz.
So it looks
Okay.
like... Yeah, no, I like it. It's funny. Truly, that's what I saw
Okay.
in Ortosis. I'm like, only Ortosis.
It's just lagging.
Stupid.
It's just lagging as fuck because we're saying too many numbers.
And one day I confront you, and I'm like, oh, everybody calls it this? Okay. So, this is going to be a Forge expand, most likely, because the probe is scouting after going to the natural. Soulkey has not. Okay, so Soulkey's going to go hatchery first, and it looks like it's going to be hatch on 9. Wait, what is he doing? He's sending the drone out. Oh, I see.
Oh, just the third base.
It's actually hatchery on 11 here. He's going to make his third base just at a safe spot because when you go for Forge openings, if you go to the natural, it's very easy to cannon rush.
Yeah.
By the way, seeing him do this is something all the Zergs should just do now. Like, this is one of these openings where... Yeah, just do it at the third. If it's any map where you can cannon rush, it just negates any of the power that Forge first has.
Okay.
You know, like we saw Best with a great cannon rush earlier. Like the cannon rush is still really strong. If you do it behind the minerals, but to just come in there and go, no, we're just going to go somewhere where you can't cannon rush and we'll be fine.
Okay, but I want to just throw this out there because, like, let's say, because this is how metagames shift. Let's say a lot of Zergs look at this and say this is great, and start doing it. Once you hit a critical mass of it, Protosses will start countering it by cannon rushing over there. And in fact, there's a second probe going over there right now.
But here's the thing. Notice how he sends his Overlord over the natural. You can't do that. Okay, so here we go. Apparently, that's what's going to happen, Ortosis. You're right. So I don't think you can get away with this, but that's what he's going to go for.
Dude, look how many probes he's bringing up. He's bringing up like 5 probes to fight.
This is
real.
insane.
It's going to be a probe versus drone battle. Yeah, this is so far away for the Zerg base. This is actually similar to what happens if there's proxy gates and you send your SCVs to kill it. If they send up 4 probes, you lose. But hold on. He's actually... Dude, he's dealt a lot of damage to these probes very quickly. I don't know if this is going to work for Snow. Oh
System breach detected. Malware spreading like wildfire. Files are now corrupted. Defenses are breached and protocols are collapsing. If you hear this message, your device has been infected.
Well, probes have the best attack of the workers, but he only kills 1. He loses some probes, and I mean,
Futanari.
That has to be Soulkey advantaged, right?
I mean, this is so bad for Snow.
That has to be.
Yes. Artosis. Yes.
Yes.
This is so bad. He sent like 6 probes on the map and didn't kill anything and had to cancel cannons, and his Nexus is late. mean, what does the Zerg really suffer? I guess he's not mining with those drones for a little bit, but you just go right to the hatchery that finished. Okay, you'll be drone heavy at your new base.
Is that the
Who
sign?
cares?
Dude, like, the thing is, I understand trying to pull that off, but Soulkey was so on top of
He'll sign
sending
you.
those drones down. If he hadn't sent those immediately, he would have been screwed.
I have never seen that interaction before in my whole life.
Yeah.
I have never seen, like, we were kind of talking about it, right? Like, well, you could, I guess, cannon rush that, but the problem with
Smokey.
the third base there is that if you try to cannon rush it, it's like one of these 1998 cannon rushes where you just, like, make it next to their building. You're not putting it behind minerals or trying
My
to do
sign is
anything really
stop.
sneaky or exploitative. You're just like, you know,
You're boring,
trying
Sean.
to ooga booga down the hatchery with cannons right by it.
Yeah.
And then when I saw the probes pulled, I'm like, oh, okay.
I don't
well,
want to be green
you
no
have to pull a
more.
decent amount, but now we're in a very uncomfortable game here for Snow. Like, I feel really confident that Soulkey can take this.
Definitely, I'm
Guilty as
feeling
charged.
the same. And I'm starting to think about, I actually hope
It ain't
that
easy
Snow doesn't regret too
being
much
cheesy.
trying that if he ends up
Smokey, you're my
losing. 'Cause
favorite
that's the type of thing
color
that'll stick with
now.
you. It's like, why did I think that would work?
Thanks for
You know,
being
which
my
I think is
favorite
actually
color,
reasonable. I think
Smokey.
it could have worked if Soulkey had sent a few less drones. Like, Soulkey reacted like a boss, man. He just brought so many drones.
There you
it's
go.
like how people
That's what
react
I'm
to
talking
8-racks
about.
nowadays, where it's just so many drones you just can't do it. You just can't. Like, no one's 8-racksing right now because it's like 8 drones come out and you're screwed. So yeah.
I mean, here's the thing.
Wow.
He could have, like, I think some Zergs would have sent 4, right? And in that case, like, the probes just win the fight, and it's like, oh, this is just terrible for you.
Yeah.
But that's crazy that we saw that in the last game between these two. That's wild.
They're both so ballsy. It's awesome.
Everyone's
crazy.
favorite color is green.
It's going to be
Traffic
3 hatch
lights,
hydras,
green,
which sort of makes
leaves,
sense. The Protoss
green,
is fundamentally
grass, green, money,
further
green.
behind here because his Nexus got up.
Lies, Sean.
So Soulkey's gonna take
Sky,
that advantage and
blue.
basically press it.
Water,
We
blue.
have a Zealot out on the map, so you
Beat
might be able
that.
to get some intel. There is a 4th hatch on the way. The Hydralis Den is tucked away at the 3rd, which I don't think he can really get to right now. Ooh, gets a drone. Nice start. Nice start.
Yeah, he's going to run into the main here, but the den is actually at the 3rd base.
Also my balls. I mean, what?
So he's not going to see that. And there's not even actually gas over here. This is, you know, there's a lot of shadows and mirrors here in Soulkey's base setup. When you see that there's no gas there, you might think that this is actually going to be like someone going 5 hatches or something. You know, like
Maybe.
really just powering up.
You got a
There's
drone.
like a almost no-tech way to play this game, where you just kind of like make a lot of drones and a lot of hatches and sort of get the hydras at the last second only to defend. So he may have a bad read on that. So
Sky
this
gray,
Hydra Rush could
water
blindside
reflects
him.
the gray.
I mean,
Our
again, the
eyes only
gas
misinterpret
at
it as blue, but
third- I
lots
guess
of
it kinda
lakes,
makes sense,
the
though,
ones
because
worth
there's more
fishing in are
drones
green,
at the
so
third
again
base,
green.
right?
No, Sean, that's a lie.
Yeah.
Blue.
And also, I think it's harder to get something in there. It's more likely to go towards the main. So he sees the Hydras on the way. He's started another cannon. He does have a few Zealots there.
Blue.
So those can help on the defense a little bit. And he's going to get in here and scout and see, like, okay, there's still more hatches coming. So, like, it doesn't seem like this is a super big all-in from Soulkey. It seems like it's a bit more of just a pressure build, maybe. Yeah, a lot of drones are being made.
That's always... Yeah, I think this is smart. He's going to try to put a little bit of pressure up here, and then... yeah, behind this, he can drone up. He's looking very
Smoke
good.
gray, clouds gray, concrete gray, metal gray,
I think
stone
Snow's
gray,
recovered
fog
pretty
gray.
nicely here as well. You know, he just
Well,
wants to get
blue.
the forge out here in the front. It is annoying. It's hard to deal with.
I win.
I don't know if he was upgrading there or not, but either way, he has to restart. So that just kind of delays the whole rollout
I had a
of the
painter
upgrades
as a
in the
neighbor
game. So
who was amazing at color matching,
smart move
and
here
when you
from
match the
Soulkey.
color on the knife to the sky above you, it
Well, the
looks blue,
Corsair is
but
still
put
trying
it
to
down,
scout
and
around
it's gray.
and tell him exactly how much he needs. Adds a couple more cannons in there at least.
Sean,
Gonna
it's
pop up,
still
the
blue.
Evolution Chamber is going. It feels like Soulkey is accomplishing a lot more than Snow, which probably just goes back to all those probes being on the map and the cancel cannon rush and the later Nexus.
Yeah.
It's just like Soulkey is, I would call this like a step and a half ahead of Snow.
yeah, I mean, it's hard to quantify to the layman
Is it wet in denial?
how bad it is to have the probes out on the map and then run back home. Like, it's Failed cannon rushes are already so bad. Like when they work, they are so good.
No, it's blue. Fuck you.
Cannon rush and then have probes move to the opposite side of the map and then run back. It's like you would not believe how much that slows you down. Now that being said, Soulkey hasn't missed.
And how do you know my grass isn't blue? How do you know my leaves aren't blue?
He's all his gateways out here. We're once again going to go up to the 9 gate. I guess it's actually 8 gateways because the gateway at his entrance was killed off.
It's 9. You went to 9.
Okay.
I see a block of 4, and 1. I'm pretty sure.
I don't believe you, Sean. It's all a lie by the Illuminati to get me to join their bullshit.
That's just the way he wants to play.
And I say no.
I am vision impaired, not colorblind.
Yeah, this is just the way he does it.
Hey,
again, I'm very
Sean,
interested. He's like getting Dragoon range. He just gets
could
the
be
robo
both.
so much later than these other Protosses.
I mean, if you're bad at one,
he's gotta have his own
it would make
for
sense.
It. You know, if you look at like Rain as an example, he gets his robo much earlier.
Yeah.
But logically, that means I'm retarded.
And then he fills it out later with
red,
the Zealots and the
blood,
Dragoons
red,
and everything.
Two things that keep us alive.
It
red
does
is
seem like
everyone's
each of the
favorite
Protosses
color,
sort of have
and
a
if it
different
isn't
way they
yet,
develop.
red
Like
meat,
when you look at
boom.
Best,
I broke EA.
he was much more interested in getting like 3 gateways up early on and making a lot of Zealots and Corsairs.
Blue.
And getting the Templars much later.
Blue. Blue.
Ooh, he's got to just try to get through here.
Blue.
Oh my god, this is so crazy. It's like just go get the ling, get the ling, get the ling.
Dude.
Oh my god.
That's a killer DT. Oh, yeah. He almost had Overlord speed. That's why he was sacrificing so much. I'm like, wait a minute. You're never going to catch that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it finishes up. He does kill it, but, you know, the DT actually did, like, okay-ish considering.
Yeah. So the Spire's done. Now, as that was happening, he burst out on the map here with these Zealots and Corsairs. So maybe he can actually get a kill on this hatchery.
Clearly, Meeseeks loves
actually,
almost
only
red.
splits off a couple of them and comes down to flank this one.
Yes, I did a
I think that's
TNG
actually
reference.
a very good idea. If he can kill off some of these Hydras, then go back with his main force.
No.
Because the thing is, all the Hydras together, I think, can fight reasonably well. Now, some Mutas are actually hatching for Soulkey. Uh-oh.
You can't see them. They're not there. It's all blue. Everything's blue.
You need to get up
see,
to,
even that thing is blue.
It's one of these weird rules. If you get Hydra busted, you can make
That's
1
adorable.
Corsair,
Stop
or you
it.
can even go up to 3.
Blue.
But you tend to not make more than that. You basically use the Zealots on the ground to put pressure, and then the 3 Corsairs can kill Overlords. But 3 is not enough to fight
also
blue. So he has to turn
blue.
all the way around. He's going to regroup now because he has Dragoons in with the mix.
My lighter's also blue.
Down. He has those Dragoons with the Corsairs.
So are my foamies blue.
Corsairs.
Everything is blue.
Coming out.
I know trigonometry.
Soulkey droning
See, I
his
just
fourth.
spelled it.
We're on a 2-base.
Fuck you, Sean.
Like he needs to make.
Stop using
happen.
fancy
He
words to
doesn't
make
have
your
long to make
argument
something
more
happen here.
solid.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty bad.
See, even the Templars are blue.
He's going to move out. Now, the Mutas are high in number.
The minerals are
Those
blue,
Templars.
too.
He's
Come
got
on,
Corsairs.
Sean.
Dragoons are doing a
Everything's
great
blue.
job covering them. He's going to back up.
Blue is
It
clearly
seems like a
the
lot of this
best.
comes
No.
down to like repositioning the Dragoons.
Blue is
to, like,
clearly the
intercept
best
Mutas.
My
number.
argument is immutable.
Like, you can see he's basically trying to guess what
No, blue is the best
his opponent's
number.
gonna come in at and
Period.
try to hit
Okay,
that.
guys? There's
I think it's
no
only 4
question.
Templars,
Blue
am I
is the
right?
best number.
I think you're right on that. Yeah.
There can
1,
be
2, 3.
no
That's
logical argument against it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, he's just.
I mean, there's quite a bit of Hydras.
He's a bit behind in every way. I like what he's trying to do here, like the way he's walking around. Oh no! Try to predict where those Mutas were going. Loses. Okay, he keeps 1 alive, but it doesn't even have a Psystorm on it right now. A lot of lurkers being morphed.
Blue
It's going to make it
is
even
the
more difficult to get anything done. He does have
number
1/1
that
upgrades, but I don't think he has
you'll
these forges
ever
spinning. There's just
True,
a lot
Callie.
of
Numerology
Snow's
reveals that
position
his
right
favorite
now.
color is green, but
Yeah.
he's simply in denial.
God, that
No.
cannon rush is
No.
going to haunt him.
My eyes are also blue.
He's
okay?
still roaming,
It's all blue.
and it looks like we might have a fight. I mean, it's a lot here for Protoss. There's a lot of Zealots.
The blue goo.
About Templars.
Only good
The lurkers are
alien
not
is
in
the
a
blue
position- oh,
alien,
never mind.
okay?
There's actually lurkers already up there protecting the 12 o'clock base. I thought there was nothing there.
Well, at least that makes the army less mobile. Maybe Snow can run around and actually just take good angles. Throws a storm down onto those lurkers at least, or one of them. Gonna reduce the Hydralisk health a lot on that big group, but didn't quite kill them off.
Yeah, he's not really able to make any headway. You got to be really careful when you're playing a 4-base turtling Zerg. It's really easy to overextend. Now we know that he's like maybe the best in the world at not overextending.
I illogically choose blue as my ultimate color.
Really efficiently.
And you run to the blue alien while being chased by the green alien, and the blue alien swallows you whole before the green alien can save you.
And I would be happy to be inside of the blue alien.
A decent storm up there to the top. Oh no, he's losing every
Actually, blue is better. Hope Lantern Ray, blue. God, what did Dream from Sandman use to defeat Satan?
That is
Hope.
so brutal.
Therefore, blue is the savior of the universe.
True, Callie.
I think Soulkey might have this Artosis. I don't see a very sophisticated army for Snow.
No.
It just kind of seems like this could be, you know,
True.
A moment where you're just kind of like 1A, 2A, 3A across the map with everything you've got.
See, look at all the blue, guys. Everyone loves blue.
By the way, you know, he gets observers very late. That's been a fundamental issue.
Sean's preaching green. Well, his name is red.
Protoss can't even fight. You know, Protoss want to have sometimes like 3 or even 4 observers with their army so that, like, you know, they're insured to be able to kill this. But right now, you know, you can see the
when your
observers
lips
are very
green,
far
it's
back.
because you ate something. If they're blue, it's because you're suffocating.
Yeah, I don't know. You know,
Fuck you, Sean.
One of the more depressing games in the whole ASL because of the way it started with that cannon rush. Like, we don't really know what Snow could have done here because
Sean is right.
did this insane move I've never seen in my whole life where you send like a bunch of probes across the map to fight their drones, and it backfired.
Yeah, that's the big problem. I think the idea itself was okay, but Soulkey already had the counter to that as well.
It's a conspiracy against me, guys.
He just, like, the 5-pool macro build, the planning for this. GG!
Wow.
And Soulkey is going into the finals, which means he most likely will win.
And he could even get a 5th finals after
My
this.
handle
I mean,
is red because I
wild.
couldn't see any of the green ones in
Best
chat.
versus Soulkey.
See, green is bad, Sean.
In the end, it was
all about blue.
One of the
I've been
stranger games
transferred,
I've ever seen.
indoctrinated.
I've never seen a kind of in-your-face cannon rush mixed with like send 6 probes across the map. I just have not seen that one. I guess there's still more to learn about this game.
Well, maybe not
Soulkey
from that one in particular.
The camera. Yeah, yeah. And this was like 4 hours.
This was super
long
long. That was a very long series, but a very good series. Really, only that final game wasn't super great, but the other 6 absolutely amazing. And that gives us a Zerg vs Protoss finals.
Hell yeah, no PvP, guys.
You know, the Zerg vs Protoss games have been out of control. Best looks great in the matchup. I'm excited for this finals, Tasteless. Like, I think Best brings a completely different style to Snow.
A memory.
More
I only
pressure in
drank
the
blue
earlier
Kool-Aid
portions of
growing
the
up.
game. And he
But
gets
it's
to
the
study
invisible
everything
Kool-Aid
he
that
saw
goes in
here.
green before vanishing in the water. Your conversion is complete. Blue is king.
You know, he pulled out all the stops, and now Best has time to try to
Blue greater than all.
Yeah, Best does have a very different approach. Likes to go 3 gates instead of 2 and get a lot of Zealots and Corsairs out here. He kind of plays more to the classic Bisu style. You know, get out there, punch the Zerg in the nose, kill Overlords, kill Hydras, force them to turtle. Where Snow's got a very different kind of withdrawn, powering, late observer, but big army push. I guess in a perfect world, he just keeps the one observer alive and has so much he can overwhelm them. But, you know, you see situations like this. Oh, there's his observer. Look at the top left. It's just stuck there. What's it doing?
Ouch.
That's crazy. Yeah, because I remember looking at this and being like, where's his obs?
Missed hotkey, perhaps.
Wow, and so he pulls it back. Oh, my God. That's painful.
There's too many Hydras here.
And it's still stuck up there. Yeah. But, you know, if you don't have the observer, the lurkers, bro, you have to just run away. Like, you're just going to eat damage.
Super unfortunate.
And then the counterattack,
If the traffic light is blue, it means you must surrender your lifeblood to the nearest storm drain, while if it's green, it means you can continue on your journey.
You know, every day I cast ASL, I think lurkers are getting better. You know? Like,
yeah. Lurkers are pretty all right.
Lurkers are pretty good, man. You know, even when they're fighting like Dragoons lets you think they would be so strong. They're fine.
I didn't make it that way.
Look at
If
the
it was
job
my
done.
way, it would be blue on top,
We're going to
blue
go to
in
an
the
interview
middle,
now,
blue
guys.
on the
Let's see how
bottom.
Soulkey is feeling. This is his fourth final in a row.
Congratulations. Thank you. Today really wasn't an easy fixture. Snow was a tough nut to crack with how he prepared. You claim a dramatic victory at the end of a full set of 7 games and move on from the semi-finals to the grand final. How do you feel? At first, my hands weren't moving properly, and I worried that I might be losing today. But as I played, my hands relaxed. I had a good showing as we neared the end.
Some chapters are short, some long. The chapter builds itself, no worries.
First, and you
Blue
needed 2
deserves a
wins to get
capital
yourself
bet.
to the finals. What was going through your mind at that point? Right then, I realized the only thing I can do is play straight up. That in order to win, I need to play macro.
True Eggy Day Die.
I think he was too wary of an all-in. So the match ended up
DEI.
going better than I thought. Right. So with this difficult match behind you, Best is already waiting for you in the finals. Taking down these 2 Protoses means you can lift the championship trophy. Best is here. He's watching this in person.
No, I'm not going to say that one. That one's actually bad. I'm not going to say that
today.
one.
This is the first time Best has made it onto the grand
You
final
could
stage
guess.
in 10 years. How will you prepare for this dramatic, this theatrical match? You know, I personally consider Best to be demanding. So I rather wanted to meet light. I'll have to make sure I prepare well because it's ZVP.
Oh, you want a bunch of roundabouts?
I got the feeling
Watch
the builds
how
I
high the
prepared for
casualty
today
rates
weren't
rise.
working well. I'll have to do a slightly better job. This
DEI
match will
drunk
be at an
Victor
outside
intern.
venue at the Kintex Play Expo in Ilsan. And at this expo, you will have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a 4P. How do you feel about playing outside the studio? I think one of my strong points recently has been that I do not get nervous. Even though the stage will be different,
If X didn't
I don't
drive,
think
we
I
wouldn't
will
need
be any
lights.
different. As long as I prepare diligently, that should be enough, I think. And to the fans who cheered for you, and your colleagues helped you out a great deal, please thank them if you will. For helping me practice.
Of course, I mean
Rain,
rabbits.
Mini, Stork, YSC, and Bisu. Thank you so much. Carl
Dodge
also
design of
tried to help
demented
me a
geezer
little,
explodes dead on
but none of
delivery,
it
gas
registered.
evaporated.
I did drop the ball, but it helped me with my confidence. In the last match, I originally considered going for a 9 pull. He told me to go for a side hatchery. I think it's thanks to that I am in the finals. My friends for coming down to cheer for me today, thanks so much.
Double down gas blown with frown by fair male model.
And our boss, Terra, from She9.
The talks become mute? No, I was just enjoying using the TTS function.
Championship. Thank you. Once more, congratulations. Will we indeed see a 4-peat from Soulkey on the grand final stage? We'll find out in Ilsan. Congratulations. Thank you.
All right, guys, we made it through.
Okay, man, Soulkey's back in another
Holy
finals.
shit.
I can't believe it. This is going to be
Chevrolet can haul
such a cool
everything very
finals. Guys, it's
rapidly
going to be
over
at
level,
the
even
Kintex
terrain.
Center or Arena or whatever it's called. I don't remember where that is. I'm so sorry. We've cast so many events over here in Korea.
Like
it's online 3. Thank you.
Maybe something like that.
If its level is it
yeah.
even, is that
I
a
do know
double
where this
negative,
is.
so it's
okay,
a slope?
It's like, yeah, okay.
All right. Yeah, not too hard to get to, but definitely if you're in Korea, try to.
I'm surprised
try to
there's
get
not
tickets.
some creepy
So
Russian
we're gonna
ASL
have
player.
Soulkey again in the finals.
They're
I
not
think
good
he
enough.
is
They
the
can only
favorite.
get
It's
into
silly to ever say
the
anyone's the favorite
GSL,
against
which is
him
for
unless we get,
StarCraft
like, a hero
2.
or a queen
No one's good enough at
action or something
StarCraft
like
1
that.
besides the Koreans.
These matchups, man, he is so good at. It is insane.
They get into the qualifiers. They just never get
It's
past
crazy how
like
strong.
the round of
looking.
16 in the
He has worked
qualifiers,
so hard
let alone
and
getting
finally
into
got to the very,
ASL.
very top of StarCraft.
And
The
most
way
people that
Nova's
get into the
done this
ASL
Also very
Flash.
old leaky valves operating.
Same
So this
level
is
of
gonna be so
domination
hype.
going on. In fact, feels even more dominant from Soulkey right now.
It really does. I can't wait for Flash to come back and see what happens when these two
My
play. I
valves
mean, who
leaky
knows,
if UK
man?
now what I mean.
I know that people kind of default Flash into always being the best forever, but never be too shocked when things change.
If he were
Times
to come
do
back
change.
next season and just stomp Soulkey 4-0 in the finals, man, I think we can just shut the servers off.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can just shut the game down, guys. All right, Soulkey proved that it's game's broken.
Okay.
Game's over. Game's broken. Everyone go home. Everyone
So it's gonna
uninstall
be
the
a
game.
Soulkey
The game's
finals.
dead.
I'm so excited it's this matchup with these two.
Yes.
Either Soulkey wins his fourth
Definitely
ASL
a
over
lizard in a
Science
man.
Insane. It would be
nozzles.
2 years of ASL
Scions and
dominance.
corrosion in our nuts.
That's crazy. Or
Yeah.
Best wins his very first ASL. Finally.
His first Star League.
He's been playing since the game's been out. Yeah, his first Star League win ever. Oh my god.
This would be so crazy.
So I'm so pumped for this.
And no one
I don't even know which one's more hype. You know, if Best wins or Soulkey wins. Either way, it's going to be crazy.
It makes it a great finals, and I think Best is like playing his best game right now. And we've known forever that his best game is good enough to win a championship. He looked great against Queen. He has a lot to study here to play against Soulkey.
Eggy, I just noticed. Wait, what the fuck, Eggy?
I think
You changed
preparation for
your
this
name
next
from
match is
69
much
to
easier for Best than it is for
boobs.
Soulkey.
When did you change it
you're
from
right.
69 to
You're right.
boobs? I just
Guys,
noticed
that's all
that you
the time
changed
we
it to
have.
boobs.
Be sure to get the finals uploaded to you right away. It will be at the FinTech Center.
I wonder if there's
Consider
some
signing up for the
ASL
Patreon.
hentai
And,
fan art.
Artosis, any closing thoughts?
That's it. It's going to be a great finals, guys. We'll see you there.
True.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
Yes, I do. I'm trying to read. Smokey. Fuck.
GMC Granny's mobile coffin.
No, this isn't the right one. Why is this freaking out? Alright, there we go. I gotta change all this shit. I only have myself to blame for this, for giving Smokey all those points. Holy shit, guys. What the fuck? Look at this shit. Germans love... I'm pretty sure that's German. I can't really see. But I'm pretty sure that's German. That's insane. That's fucking crazy, guys. German audience for this shit is out of this world. I thought the Spanish audience was huge. I love how buying this fucks you up so much. It is the most intrusive thing you can possibly do. That is for sure. I can't see shit. Fuck. I'm like, wait, where did I save?
It seems to be mostly French at about 9 a.m. Alberta time. Ah, come on,
Wait.
it's 12 centimeters.
Wait, where's... I'm retarded. Guys, I'm retarded. It's because, like... Guys, I'm fucking retarded! 28%! Ooh! Yeah, this guy is dominating the fucking reading and writing category.
I used my brain too much, my talent dropped.
True. This is way harder to do when I can't fucking see. And I'm getting distracted. I'm back on.
Aphrodite is curled up sleeping beside me. She's so cute now, even if she's been a pain all day in heat.
We haven't actually started writing it. We've only got the plot outline so far. Right, I had an idea for this.
Gonna get ready, you guys have fun here.
Sounds good, Smokey. Thanks for hanging out and coming by. It's always a good time.
Bye, Smokey, love you.
True, same. Same, Eggy. We all love you, Smokey. Okay, so next, book buyer, just in time. We're about to read. If Callie's here, I'm gonna go grab some drink and stuff once I've set this up.
Great timing, book.
Yeah, we literally just got back on track. But I need to find a blank slate. Just these. How many of them we're gonna need, but we're gonna need a couple of them, so might as well just throw them in there. Well, well, well. Alright. On that note, I will be right back. Hell yeah, perfect timing. It was meant to be, book. It was meant to be.
GMC Geriatrics Mobile Crematorium. I just came up with that one.
Jesus. GMC. Geriatrics Mobile Crematorium. I just came up with that one. Nice. It's pretty solid. Okay. It has Toke. And we will bring up. So, Book. If you're here, do you have...
Cute Muffin rated my stream
Cute
with 1
Muffin!
viewers. Welcome, Raiders, to the stream.
You're back, dude.
You heard him. I'll pick you up in 5. Be outside. I don't want to have to talk to your mom.
Well, I will be there.
True. Thank you for the raid, Muffin! How's it going? We're just about to start story time, good sir. How was the stream? How was the chess? And if anyone hasn't, make sure you go follow Cute Muffin.
When Hockey heard you the first time.
Room. No chest delay. I got addicted to GeoGuessr. Ah, nice. How was that? Get any good, you know, within 3 guesses kind of things? My geography is horrible, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I would never be able to do that. It is, it's too much for me. Callie, are you here? Because I don't want to start reading if you're not here. I'll just wait until you respond while we do this. Oh, you're here? Alright, perfect. Alright, everyone ready? Chapter 9 of Be the Music. Here we go. A greenhouse where the glass was aged graphite. The words, "You are my world," sung from their surface when I laid my hand upon it. Our sacred earth held each pane of glass together. An earth the ghosts blessed, that allowed the ember cages to resurrect, the flowers to grow, and curses to be sent into a future they didn't belong in. Again the words sung. I wanted to sing along, to rejoice with my fingertips when my voice returned and I would find my arm, and that I could build anything with the same ease as I did before I had been cursed. Nothing. I opened the door of this greenhouse, one that could fit as many stars as my mother's schools fit pianos. I felt that I could be a star, too, if only she really did love me. If only the name Stella held meaning other than when the bees hummed over the hammering of my fingers on bone, or when my mother held me after that first perfect play of my favorite song. Another word as strange and mysterious as my own death, bone. Who would make a piano out of bone? I was alone in the greenhouse, all worldly things given back, only flowers, seeper wells, weed repels, ghost bells, future tells, secret tellers, a plot of earth, empty but for one future tell, that waited for eye to meet with eye. Upon our rendezvous, the vision that visited me was a couple excited to arrive at home when darkly skinned the other albino, smiling and laughing and dancing as if the wrinkles on their faces and gray hairs on their heads wasn't their age letting them know it's almost time to be set free. I heard the reason they hadn't lost their youth. They were expecting. The future tells showed me a vision of a baby next to me on the empty plot, laughing, and the future tells showed me everything. This is where she sleeps, where she eats, and her father reads the girl stories when her mother isn't looking, because he couldn't stand his wife knowing that for all these years he didn't have time for her because he was writing this baby a lifetime of stories for her to sleep to. Would she hate her baby? Would she resent her own baby for taking so much of her husband's time? Or would she forgive him? He didn't want to risk it. Still, I saw no crib, no toys, no room with a soft floor for the child to learn to walk and fall without getting hurt. And the vision ended. I got to work. I hadn't yet tried to build with only one arm, but I had to do it for them, for family. Chunk after chunk, I built planks of that material and attached them together until I had a frame fit for a princess. I wanted this couple to think of her as perfect. Impossible that she could do wrong, because for years all I could do was wrong. I took dirt from that empty plot as a mattress and pillow, and a piece of my skirt as a sheet for the baby. Then I made her toys, dolls, cars if she preferred them, cups for her to drink from, a small oven for her to pretend to make food if the couple had produced a chef. I didn't have any of this growing up. She would. Last of all, I made busts of her parents so should she ever need them there with her. The future tells showed me a new future. She would dream of sleeping on paper mallows, see the world as her playground, wander with her senses to experience the world, and feel the warmth of her parents as they sing her to sleep. And I heard the door open. I heard the couple take steps towards me, a hand on my shoulder. I turned around. The couple didn't have lips. 2 botanists who worked closely with Corwin and Osric. I remember them visiting the garden every so often to collect a big bouquet of flowers from my father. Eddie in the mix! Welcome, welcome! Popping off, buddy! Let's do it! They were experimenting with a variation of future tell flowers, secret tellers. 2 black bulbs, the mark of a kiss at their center, each carrying a world's diary of confessions kept stashed under a cube-like arrangement of red petals. Each bulb guards the secrets you would only reveal with your last breath. You must dig so deep within yourself to find it that your blood runs cold. With each secret told, you lose a part of yourself while the flowers grow. If you were to find a lie buried in that grave, a petal of this flower wilts and regrows on your face to label you a fraud. They told me their names. She went first. I am no longer here. She placed a hand on her husband's chest. My name is Hisa Accomplice. Bled the little flower from its petals, the only life form privy to her past. Then he went. I am no longer his. He placed a hand over where his lips used to be. My name is Heron Stigator. Bled the little flower from its petals, the only life form privy to his relationships. A petal fell off Heron's face. The flower was generous and let me know more. They lost their previous names along with their lips. As true as these names are to their identities, these are only the casks they drink from to further numb themselves to who they once were. Her instigator, his accomplice. Which game mode, Muffin? The flower was generous and let me know more. They lost their precious names along with their lips. As true as their names are to their identities, these are only the casks they drink from to further numb themselves to who they once were. Both were heavy users of Sleeperwell, the flower told me. She had aided in a crime. She can no longer find herself in his heart. Only a man who betrayed them both. He wanted revenge. She wanted him to forget. I took Hisa's hand and rushed her towards a shed that had been burned down. For GeoGuessr, I didn't know there were modes. Was that doubt I sensed, old friend? We found a skeleton man. Burning the books meant for a baby who would grow up with my same childhood. No toys, no crib, no children's stories, no loving mother to catch her as she learns to walk, nor soft flooring to break the fall. And the future tells, show me more. She would wake up every day with bruised knees, have nightmares of losing her lips to her dreams, and never hear her parents' voices, only her own whimpering. I tackled him, pulled his black sickle hair, and pounded at his flesh coat. I felt something, a hard, round object hidden in his pocket, a snow globe. I stole it from him, but he vanished. In front of me, nothing but bone, a complete skeleton rather than a half-flesh, half-bone creature with a singular familiar eye. No sounds, only a woman with pale skin going flush with red, mangling her own hair in grief. Her husband is now a pile of bones. Again, as when I picked up those flowers and gave them to Belfry, I took building material and made a small vial to keep her tears. It felt as if I knew what she wanted in this moment, to have all her sorrow contained and put away so that no one would hear her sobbing. Hisa looked into the snow globe, and as if she knew exactly how it worked, her eyes smiled. She shook the object and vanished. Does it get difficult to tell what's going on here? Callie, I was gonna say, it is a bit hard to follow, but, like, I do kind of think I understand what's going on. She's having a vision, right? This is all a vision, right? Of these people being told through the flower. There are a few different ones. There's one where you can't even move the camera. You can only rotate it. It ended when the parents placed their hands on her shoulder. And those are the ghosts, right? Like, those are actual ghosts from the graveyard, right? The one thing I'm not sure about is the skeleton. Is that Gawain? They're people, the ones that Isabel accidentally cursed. Okay, so they're actually alive. Yeah, I'd say maybe do a little bit, like, introduce them a little bit better. Because I feel like this is all a hallucination and none of this is actual physically real. And Osric is a skeleton. Gawain is just trapped in his ribcage after he ate his heart. Okay. So yeah, maybe, like, make it a little bit more clear that they're actual people and this is not a hallucination from the thing. But other than that, like, I like the direction it's going, and I like the vibe of it, for sure, especially with the snow globe. The books returned to their dull shade of gray, their pages intact, and beyond me sat here in skeleton, reading his book. The first pages, not really a story, more a confession. Who would you become if you had everything you ever wanted? If it wasn't enough that you had eyes to see your loved ones, lips to kiss them, and ears to hear them tell you stories, maybe you'd want more than a plot of earth to sleep in and catch you when you fall. But no, little one, that excess does not temper the soul. You want to think yourself a flower, and so does the rest of the world. But you are more than that. I wouldn't say you're just a singer, or a chef, or a gardener. You're all three, so passionate in all disciplines that you cannot limit yourself to one. I stole earth, flowers, and metals from Belfry to start a home, to give you more than two parents who loved you. But once you grow up, please tell me if you would have rather had two loving parents who could tell you stories as you slept in some dark, damp alley, than two bickering lovers who had no time for each other because I was too busy trying to improve our standing. Tell me if you would have been happier without a home. My world. I walked up to Heron Stigator and went to grab the book, but a hoarse and groaning voice climbed up from a furnace. Be careful what you tell a skeleton, who lacks a heart with fingers 10, that run through bodied gardens to grow flowers that tell all secrets, to tarnish gems that know all what man wants before untimely death. I put his book down and placed a hand where his heart was supposed to be. You want me to tell your daughter a story? I asked, shocked that my voice returned to me. He nodded. Ooh, interesting. So I like the visuals, but yeah, it could be a little bit more clear about what's going on in this specific section, because it feels like it's just a hallucination. So he's separating the hallucination from the actual physical events, like a jump start, like a jump scare, to like bring the character back into their own mind when they put the hand on their shoulder. Or like looking over and like an acknowledgement of them kind of thing. I don't know. But I like it. Book, are you here? Do you have anything that you want me to read? And does anyone else have anything that they want me to read? If so, speak up. Or we will be going back to working on the dentist story. Skeletal hand touched his shoulder, and he was startled. She. Because I believe that's Stella's first-person character. And I really feel like it's like Stella hallucinating about her parents. But it's clearly not her parents, it's someone else that she wants to take care of. Having a hard time keeping track. I mean, that's fair enough. Like I said, I had to figure out who Osric was and who Corwin was, because I didn't realize Corwin was a girl. That changed, like, everything. Corwin is Stella's mom, right? I'm pretty sure. True, Eggy. Okay, so... Gawain's, Corwin, Stella's stepmother? Nella's actual mom. Okay, I wasn't sure if Corwin was the mom and Nell was the stepmom, or if Nell was the stepmom and, yeah. Okay. That makes more sense. Because they're split and remarried, right? Her father is Belfry, right? I mean, there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of characters, and it does get confusing, but we're also reading it like at a slower pace, right? So you forget like the previous chapter, and I kind of like that because then it makes it like, does each chapter stand up on its own without the previous chapters, right? That's an important thing because you need to be able to come back to it without having fresh memory of the previous bits of the book and still have it make sense. I hate it when I come back to reading a book and I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Belfry as ancient sorcerer used to be an actual bell. Stella was a star who stood next to him way before all this. Yeah, so that's like their like original states versus their like reincarnation of life, right? Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. I love how it's like scaled like that. I'm back again, now full of food. Alright, book, do you have something that you want me to read? We read chapter 9. It was interesting. a little coagulated, but once we clarified what was going on, not right now. Alright, well, alright, then we are going back into the story. We need to figure out what the next scene is. His goal. To get out of the dentist office as fast as possible. I'm doing a new idea now. Ooh, separate characters into different paragraphs. If 10 characters are going to speak, altering between them all, that would be like 15 to 20 paragraphs as they alternate speaking roles. And giving the weight of Red Silk a rest to breathe. Nice. Nice. Kind of like a minor conflict. Like, to hear about my new idea. It's only just starting to cook, but I'm excited about it. Yes, book, I would love to hear about your idea. Maybe it will give me some inspiration. I'll finish I'm just trying to think about like what happens at the end in the dentist. Oh. Last brush and floss. Disaster. There are 49 gods. It's about a very religious world. There are special humans who can host gods. Technically 51 gods, as there are 2 primordial gods. Ooh, interesting. Everything is centered around 7. And the other ones are kind of just like backup ones, just chilling in the background, but have kind of interlopes throughout the story. Holy crap, book, that's going to be a lot of work designing enough of the religion to keep things cohesive. Good luck with this one. That's what AI is for, Sean. Structure. I already have a lot of it. The rituals for the gods are all about sacrifice. Props to you then, because I had enough trouble with the kids and all in an orphanage, and I still haven't named them all. Toe Connoisseur! How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you? The toe man cometh. We need the bat toe signal. Very true, very true. We all know what's happening and what's going on. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Hell yeah! That's what we talking about, boys. Let's get her. Oh, it can be a big toe with bat art on it. Like a little, like, True. That's how we do it. No, this doesn't work. Okay, nearing the end of the story now, so we're going to start cutting things out. So, for instance, birth, blue background with a moon and the bat in front of it painted on a big toe. Sean, see, I told you blue is the best color. You can't fuck with blue, bitch. Eat it. Eat a dick, bitch. Blue. Motherfucker. So, for instance, birth, creation, generative acts, minor sacrifice, menstrual blood, major sacrifice, mother, grandmother, maternal, or matrilineal offering, family, kinship, lineage, minor sacrifice, umbilical cord, or child's early life relic, major sacrifice, oldest or youngest family member, disease, decay, healing, minor sacrifice, fingernails, teeth, or infected flesh, major sacrifice, own body part, finger, ear, or infected loved one. Blue background. Just need it to be the channel points list once you get that figured out and have images. What am I hearing? Dark, sexy man voice. That's a change. Where's the cult noir? We need some of that detective story with that voice. I walked in to the room, the smoke billowing from my cigar. I took a few puffs as I looked around the room. A notebook, 3 words etched upon it. I didn't want. Nothing else. I looked down at the page. It appeared to be smeared in blood. There were a few things that were odd about it, however. It appeared that the person who had done this was left-handed due to the angle of the smudging and the nail marks that you could tell. The angle was all wrong, as if he had used someone else's hand, possibly. I don't know, how was that? Get that 1950s, 1940s, that was great. I knew that voice is perfect for that style of story. Yep. Okay, so we're cutting out that, and then the reaction is... excitement. Yep, keys. Find the gun in the car. Find the gun. chew the gum despite being told not to. So yeah, actually, we could probably take the disaster and put the disaster here and be like, parents say, don't chew gum. Fake pouty over no gum. To chew gum despite being told not to. Find the gum. Chew. Can't feel his face, cheeks, or his tongue. Something is wrong after the 5th or 6th piece of gum wad. Getting bigger. I don't need to fully fucking describe this. Disaster, he fucking chews his tongue. Boom, there. Reaction. Screaming. No. Terror and petrified. Sits in car as he bleeds out. I think that's a good end. And he just like kind of looks down and he sees he kind of like pulls it out of his mouth and it's like a third of his tongue. It's not the gum. Or it's like stuck in with the gum. It's like molded and pressed like inside of it, like completely fucking covered in blood. Just this red mass. And he's just like, oh fuck, I fuck up. Okay, so we're actually just gonna take this, and for the summary, we're gonna throw it over here so we can do this kind of piece by piece so we don't get lost halfway down the way. Parents call him to go to the dentist. Hates the dentist. No. We're gonna say, because it's got to be like, what's the point, right? The whole point is, his chewing gum. So Freddy is sitting in his room.
Have a great stream. I am off. Hangry Beast and all.
Yep, no worries, Sean. Have a great night, good sir. Thanks for hanging out and having a good time. What going on, Atox? How's life? Life is good, Toe Connoisseur. We do not work tomorrow. So it should be a nice long stream today. We should get some writing done. Hopefully. We'll see how it goes, though. You know me. Shit can just go sideways immediately, right? Justified crash out. True, Toe. True. Oh, speaking of crash outs, did you see who posted in the Discord? Levi was making fun of you in the Discord for not being good at Daggerfall, but I watched his stream a minute ago and he is stuck in tunnel. You mean he was making fun of me not being good at Oblivion? GPB, welcome, welcome. How's it going? True, Muffin, true. No, it's Valium Boy. Valium Boy being Valium Boy. He DM'd me and asked me if I was fine, and I was like, yeah? Are you coming back? Like, are you over it? Why does Valiant Boy leave voice memos and then just remove them randomly? Because his name is Valiant Boy. We're pretty sure there's something quite not right with him. He's a little in the head, Beezus. I feel like you are Valiant, Beezus. No, because Beezus doesn't play to the meta. It would be instantly known if he was Valiant Boy, because he would be playing to the meta. And his English is actually really, really good, whereas Valium's is very kind of broken. Like he understands the Beezus kind of hears and has mentioned Valium a few times. I don't think Beezus is Valiant Boy. I don't get that kind of vibe. I mean, you never know, but I don't get that kind of vibe. Not sure Beezus was here for the main lore. No, Beezus is only like, what, you're like a week old, Beezus? You've been, I don't know if you've lurked in here before or not, but came like 3 days ago, honestly. 4? Yeah, time just flies by when you're having fun here, right? Every day, all day, boys, let's fucking go!
I came 3 minutes ago.
What, so Valiant posts voice chats and deletes them? Yeah, he posted, I think he deleted it. Yeah, he deleted it. Or was it in somewhere else? I don't know where else he would have posted it. Don't you think this emote looks a bit like a penis squashing her? Yes, it does. It's beautiful. Where's mine? Yeah, it's gone. He was just saying, I'm good, I'm good. How are you? How are you? I'm good. I'm like, Valiant Boy, I don't think you're good because you keep saying that you're good, but you keep asking me if I'm good. And I'm like, I'm clearly good. I don't know if you're good, though. Most normal French person. True! Called by parents to go to dentist. Has to have cavities filled, gets full, freezing, has some issues, but gets through. it. Now free of the dentist chair. Grades to sit in car buttons. Hold only if you refrain from chewing gum. He decides to chew the gum and chews off his tongue. Panic creeps in as he realizes taking the gumball from his staring at the blood soaked floor with bits of his tongue. Boom, easy. Easy, boys. Total synopsis, done like that. Why is there a city in South Canada called White City? I feel like you were part of this. Me. Je ne parle pas langues. Me, when it talks, is out of the shower. I am vacuum sealed in a rubber cube. True, Eggy, true. Or true, Toe, true. Usually that comes from Eggy. I'm going back to my old ways of saying the wrong names. Are you guys ready for this? Book, I think this is going to be your first experience with this, if you're here. So we take this entirety here, which is our entire structure. Pop it in here. Okay, there. Jesus. Okay, we're gonna try and we're gonna try and push the boundaries. We're gonna say 3,000 to 4,000. We're gonna change it. Anyone have any other things they want to add to the prompt? Add in a dog. My stream doth hath endeth. Levi! I have a joke about time travel, but you didn't like it. That's pretty good, Muffin. I like that. Anything else? Anyone? Levi? Any prompts? And a whale? Do not add in a dog to a story about someone chewing their tongue. Can't imagine how that's gonna end up. I'm exhausted from a fairly hellish dungeon. Oh, that's no fun, Levi. I'd whoop yo booty at GeoGuessr. Just make sure the dog doesn't die. I don't know why the dog would die, but one of the wall scones was actually a lever, which is an entirely new mechanic, and the map was not help for figuring out. Alright, are you guys ready to see what the fucking AI comes up with this shit? Because I'm ready. I'm going to put him on Think, too, so he really, really goes in depth with the creative process. Boy eats world, more like dog eats tongue. We could play sometime if you like, but I'm autistically good at it somehow. GeoGuessr? Okay, here we go, guys. Grok something. Sounds like something other than GG. Man, it's really thinking this one through. Oh shit, how long ago did I raid? I only now stopped my stream. Oh god, Muffin, I don't know. That was like 20 minutes. Sexy jazz, sexier streamer. Thank you. Okay, let's see what the creative process entailed. Okay. It thought this in 1 minute and 28 seconds. Although I have this story to write, and it's quite a specific one, let me first understand the requirements and the outline provided. Swear you have to be TB with the coughing. It's just really good weed. I'm smoking a fuck ton of weed out of the bong. Why do you think I only cough like 4 or 5 times and it's over? It's because my lungs are now like calming down. So the plot is about a guy who's addicted to chewing gum. Despite being told by the dentist not to chew gum while his tongue is frozen, he does it anyway and ends up eating his tongue. It sounds pretty intense and a bit gruesome, but I guess it's meant to be a cautionary tale or something. The location is set in a house, a car, and a dentist's office. And the time period is July 2005. The characters are a 13-year-old child, his mother, and his father. The event is going to the dentist. There are specific senses mentioned: sight, sound, smell, touch, and taste, each with details for different locations. For example, in the house, there's the sight of a lavish house, the sound of a TV in the background, the smell of cinnamon, the touch of a warm cushion, and the taste of bubblegum flavor from chewing gum. Then, there's a structured outline with scene types, each with a goal, conflict, and disaster, followed by a reaction, dilemma, and decision. This seems like a way to structure the story with rising tension and resolution. Additionally, there is an intro, rising action, climax, falling action, and conclusion outlined, which seems to summarize the main plot points. There's also a mention of adding a dog that doesn't die, and a whale, which is interesting. I need to figure out how to incorporate those elements into the story. The writing style is to be a combination of Michael Scott Earl and Jonathan Brooks, but since I'm not familiar with their specific styles, I'll have to assume a general approach that fits the story. Lastly, I'm supposed to reference the outline every 100 words but not follow it to the letter and use imagination and perspective to show depth. Alright, let's start by fleshing out the character. The main character is a 13-year-old boy named Freddy who is obsessed with chewing gum. He's trying to make the biggest gumball possible with a large bag of Big League Chew. That sets the stage for his addiction. The story begins in his room, which is part of a lavish house. I can describe the room with details that show it's a comfortable, perhaps slightly spoiled environment. Maybe there are posters on the walls, a TV playing in the background, and the smell of cinnamon from an air freshener or something his mom uses. Freddy is focused on his gum, chewing and adding more pieces to make a huge ball. He's so engrossed that he doesn't want to be interrupted, especially not for something as dreadful as going to the dentist. Then his parents call him to go to the dentist. This is the rising action. I need to show his reluctance and perhaps a small argument or negotiation with his parents. Maybe he tries to come up with excuses, but his parents are firm. During this part, I can mention the time period fluidly. Since it's 2005, maybe there's a reference to a popular TV show or song from that time playing in the background. Or perhaps Freddy is playing a video game that was popular then. As they prepare to leave, maybe there's a family dog that Freddy interacts with. The dog could be excited or perhaps senses Freddy's anxiety. Since the dog doesn't die, maybe it's just a comforting presence for Freddy. Now, they get into the car. The car has a new car smell mixed with lavender, perhaps from an air freshener. Freddy continues to chew his gum, finding comfort in it despite the upcoming dentist visit. At the dentist's office, the environment changes. There's the sight of a fancy dentist room, the sound of dentistry tools and drills, the smell of mechanical cleaners, stale alcohol spray, and a faint mint underlay. The touch could be the cold seat or the texture of the dental chair. Freddy has to stop chewing gum for the procedure, which is a big deal for him. The outline mentioned he has to sit through the fluoride treatment, but struggles with gagging and even throws up once. That's a disaster moment. Then he has to go through it again, and this time he makes it, feeling relieved. But then comes the needle for the freezing, which he's scared of. He squints his eyes against the pain. After the freezing sets in, he can't feel his tongue or cheeks, which is disorienting. During the cleaning, he thinks he feels pain and tells the dentist to stop. To calm himself, he imagines chewing gum and uses the sound of the tools as a distraction, thinking of a metalworking class with drills and machines. Finally, after the procedure, he's told not to chew gum as much because of bleeding gums. But he doesn't care. He just wants to get back to his gum. He tells his parents he wants to wait in the car, and they agree but tell him not to chew gum. He pretends to agree but plans to chew it anyway. In the car, he finds his gum and starts chewing. But because he can't feel his tongue or cheeks, he accidentally chews his tongue off. This is the climax, and it's quite horrifying. The conclusion is him realizing what he's done, taking the gumball out of his mouth and seeing it soaked in blood with the bits of his tongue. He's in a state of terror and petrified, bleeding out in the car. Now, about the whale. This is tricky. Since the story is set in a house, car, and a dentist's office, a whale doesn't naturally fit. Maybe I can incorporate it in a metaphorical way or as part of Freddy's imagination. Perhaps when he's trying to calm himself during the procedure, he imagines being underwater, swimming with whales, and the sounds of the drills become the sounds of whale songs that could be a way to include a whale without it being out of place. I was thinking a picture. Like a picture of a whale on the wall as like a soothing thing, you know, in the dentist office. That would be my way of incorporating a whale. Alternatively, maybe there's a poster, oh there it is, or a picture of a whale in the dentist's office that catches his attention. I just had to say that before reading the next sentence. I'll have to think about how to weave that in smoothly. Let me try to outline the story with these elements. Intro. Freddy in his room, chewing gum, making a huge gumball. Describe the lavish house. TV in the background, cinnamon smell, warm cushion, maybe the dog is there, lying next to him. Parents call him to go to the dentist. He tries to avoid it, but fails. Mention the time period, perhaps through a reference to a 2005 hit song playing on the radio as they drive to the dentist. In the car, he chews gum, calm himself despite his parents' warnings. Describe the dentist's office with the specified senses. He has to stop chewing gum. Goes through the fluoride treatment with difficulty, throws up once, but eventually gets through it. Then the freezing needle, which he's scared of. During the process, he imagines chewing gum and uses the sounds to think of a metalworking class, or perhaps imagines being underwater with whales to calm himself. After the procedure, he's told not to chew gum as much. He doesn't care and wants to
Motivational
get back
poster
to
of
his
a
gum.
whale hanging from a tree branch with the caption "Hang in there."
Oh, I have to steal that, Levi. Parents convinces his parents to let him sit in the car, promise not to chew gum in the car. He chews gum anyway and accidentally chews off his tongue because he can't feel it, realizes in horror what he's done. Sits in the car, bleeding out, staring at the blood-soaked gum ball with his bits of his tongue. Is this just more thinking? Or is this the actual story? Wait, is this the same as this? These are two different stories. So this must be refined. This must be the refined version. Because it's like... Freddy sat cross-legged. Freddy sprawled across. Feel like you should give up writing and just create a cult. Eggy, why can't I do both? Being a writer and owning a cult is even better! Buy some land in Alberta and start a residential food occult camp. Yes, Eggy. Sounds like a good old time. Oh, we just have to, like... Guys, it's big brain. Okay. We're gonna invest in Ubisoft, and then Ubisoft is going to become the next... like greatest gaming studio. It's gonna completely recover, and we're gonna buy in at $2 a share for 5,000 shares, and it's gonna go up to $6,000 per share. So we're gonna gain $3,000 per dollar that we put in. So what's 3,000 times 5,000? Is that 1.5 million? Or is that too many zeros? Or is that 150,000? Wait, that's 15 million, Levi? Holy shit! Alright, 15 million. I mean, yeah, there you go. So, we'll make $15 million off of $5,000 or $10,000, because it's 5,000 shares for $2, which is $10,000 total. I got like an acre in my backyard if you want to start the cult with a bunch of crackheads from the desert. Hell yeah, Beezus. That sounds like an amazing time. Desert crackheads are at least 95% of any cult membership, surely. True, Eggy. Guys, we're already halfway there, man. Like, you just need people to believe. And that's, boom, you're done. Okay, so this is the I'm actually gonna take this. This draft sits around 1,500 words due to space constraints here, but expanding each section with more dialogue, sensory details. Wait, so this isn't even... Wait, this isn't even... I'm pretty sure this one is longer. So it revised at the dentist, but everything else seemed fine. So okay, I can't see shit like that. Here, at the dentist, revised. Make a Schedule 1 ripoff, or you make a cult. That's the real big brain move. Oh my god, Eggy, could you fucking imagine the cult game where you go and the ultimate goal is to get everyone to drink the Kool-Aid? Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. Screw the revised version. Let's just grab this. And let's go refine this into standard paragraph and standard sentence and paragraph format. Remove any of the outline words such as intro, rising action, or the scene titles of locations. Damn, yeah, like Relationship Manager, you have to win them over to drink it. Yeah, that would sell crazy, I bet. For sure. See, we're the idea guys, right? We just need to get somebody who's good at video games and can program, and we would make the best video games ever, guys. We would make an amazing indie team. We have the writing, we have the art, we have the imagination and the creativity, we just don't have the technological skills. Okay, let's see. How many words is this? $1,367. So it's like super short. Okay, well, whoops. Let's see if let's see if Grok can expand it. So let's take this story now. Let's go to a new one. Expand this story by adding details. Inner feelings and conflicts. Whoops. Okay, I think this is better. Because I think it already starts off better. Alright, okay. Let's try this one. This one looks better. Oh, that's the one we're gonna write. I'm actually interested in gifting you the money for a month of GPT Plus if you're interested in it, unless you'd prefer to just stay on Grok. If I wanted to, I could Beezus because my dad has it and I could just borrow his. Because he's not using it when I use it, so. But GPT Plus is definitely, like, we've tested it. It's definitely better. But this is definitely, like, too bold and out there. Right? But it gives us something to work with. Alright. Let's see how well it is. It's like a 3 times iterated perfection. What shall we call it? Okay. Jesus Christ, no you fucking don't. I got him. I got him, guys. I got him before he got me. I got him before he got me. Them fucking mosquitoes. Oh, man. I've been pissed if he got me. Okay. So there's no interruptions. I'd be pissed too. I have thought about this for recording this for the YouTube video, right? Only I can suck your blood. True, Eggy. It's only designed for you. I'm gonna turn off the desktop audio so that it doesn't record
no interruptions?
that. So like the pings of the chat and like the TTS,
Ooga bunga.
You guys won't be able to hear, but I will. I'll still respond. It's just so that like, because I don't want to have to go back and like reread the entire sentence. Like, I'm trying to find a mix between what is good for the stream and what's good for the YouTube video. And I think just turning that off so you guys can type and it's not continuously going ping and then I have to reread the sentence. Right? So I think just straight up turning the sound off while we read the story.
Is consumed by CTHULU and CTHULU said ULULULULULU.
Why didn't it call it Cthulhu? Dude, that's a conspiracy theory. Why didn't it call it Cthulhu? Why did it say CTHULU? Probably the best call for a short story reading. Yeah.
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu. True! See, it's definitely a conspiracy. Definitely a fucking conspiracy. Oh,
Louis
Soulkey!
MGLWNAFH Cthulhu Rayla W Gonagel Fatagan. Beezus is a plant by Big CTHULU.
How dare you destroy the stream with cuteness? Such cuteness!
Also, it didn't say it because Eggy can't spell Cthulhu.
True, Levi, true. Oh, that's the other thing. I'm also turning screen emotes off.
Levi, what was Lovecraft's dog called?
Make sure this works. Yeah, okay. So, there'll be no bouncing emotes, and there'll be no sound, like...
TTS answer only.
On that end.
He didn't have a dog, but his cat was called.
Here it comes.
African American gentleman.
Okay. Here we go, guys. Freddy sank into the plush cushion of his bedroom couch, legs crossed tightly as if anchoring himself to the familiar chaos of his sanctuary. The walls plastered with posters of Green Day, Linkin Park, and a dog-eared Super Mario Brothers cartridge told... The walls plastered with posters of Green Day, Linkin Park, and a dog-eared Super Mario Bros. Cartridge told the story of a summer spent dodging the oppressive July heat of 2005. The faint hum of the TV filled the room with SpongeBob SquarePants reruns, a daily ritual that wrapped Freddy's afternoons in a cocoon of predictability. The air carried a warm cinnamon glow, drifting from the scented candles his mom lit to mask the stale summer air. Beside him, sprawled across the worn hardwood floor, lay Buster, their golden retriever, whose gentle snores wove into the room's heartbeat. In Freddy's hands was his holy grail, a clinking bag of Big League Chew. A crinkling bag of Big League Chew, the shredded bubblegum that promised endless chewing bliss. He was on a mission, one he daydreamed about for weeks, to craft the biggest gumball the world had ever seen, a monument to his dedication. Piece after piece he added to the growing mass in his mouth, each new strand bursting with sweet artificial bubblegum flavor. The rhythmic chewing was a lifeline, a soothing pulse that drowned out the world's noise, school pressures, his parents' expectations, the creeping dread of growing up. His jaw worked steadily, lost in the trance, the gum's tacky resistance, a comfort against the uncertainty of the outside world. "Freddy, time to go!" His mother's voice sliced through his reverie, sharp and unyielding from the foot of the stairs. He froze, the gumball suddenly a leaden weight in his cheek. The dentist. The word alone conjured a knot in his stomach, a cold dread that had festered since the appointment was scheduled. He'd buried it beneath layers of denial, hoping the day would somehow vanish. Glancing at the digital clock on his nightstand, 2:30 p.m., its red digits glaring accusingly. He realized escape was impossible. "Mom, do I really have to go?" he called, his voice muffled by the gum, a plea wrapped in desperation. True, Levi, true. "Yes, you do. You've rescheduled twice already. Get down here now," came her reply, firm as the oak banister he gripped on his way down. Sighing, Freddy spat the gumball into a square of wax paper, its glistening surface catching the afternoon light like a grotesque pearl. He gave Buster a quick pat, the dog's fur soft under his trembling fingers. "Wish me luck, buddy," he muttered, earning a lazy tail thump. The weight of the impending appointment pressed against his chest, each step downstairs a descent into inevitability. The grandeur of his home stood in stark contrast to his turmoil. The grand staircase, its polished wood gleaming, led to a foyer adorned with his dad's collection of abstract art swirls. Swirls of color that seemed to mock his anxiety. The hardwood floors reflected the chandelier's glow, a reminder of the comfortable life his parents had built. Today, though, the opulence felt suffocating, a gilded cage trapping him on his way to torment. His parents waited in the living room, a tableau of routine. His dad, tie loosened, flipped through TV channels, pausing on a CNN segment about the 2005 space shuttle launch, its fiery ascent a fleeting distraction. His mom adjusted her purse, her face a blend of patience and exasperation, lines deepening around her eyes. "Let's go, Freddy. We don't want to be late," she said, her tone softened by a hint of sympathy as she ushered him toward the door. "Can I bring my gum?" he pleaded, clutching the bag of Big League Chew like a talisman. His dad chuckled, a warm rumble. You and that gum. Fine, but no chewing at the dentist's office. Freddy nodded, though the promise was hollow. The gum was his shield, his anchor against the panic clawing at his insides. They piled into the family's sleek sedan, its leather seats exhaling a new car scent laced with lavender from the dangling air freshener. As they pulled out of the driveway, Freddy popped a fresh piece of gum, the familiar burst of flavor, the fleeting balm for his nerves. The radio crackled to life, Gwen Stefani's Hollaback Girl filling the air with its infectious beat. Turn it up, Dad, he said, craving distraction. The music pulsed through him, each note a momentary reprieve. But as they turned into the dentist's parking lot, the song faded and reality crashed back. The dentist's office was a fortress of Freddy's fears. The waiting room, with its faded linoleum and stack of outdated National Geographics, felt like a holding cell. A TV in the corner droned an oral hygiene video, its cheerful narrator extolling the virtues of flossing, a lecture Freddy had heard 1,000 times. The air was thick with a clinical cocktail, chemical cleaners, stale alcohol spray, and a faint deceptive mint. His stomach churned as they checked in. The receptionist practiced smile, doing nothing to ease the tightness in his chest. They were led to the treatment room, where the dental chair loomed as like an executioner's throne, its vinyl surface glinting under fluorescent lights. A large poster on the wall depicted a humpback whale gliding through ocean depths, its serene grace a cruel juxtaposition to the sterile terror of the room. Freddy fixated on it, willing the whale's calm to seep into his bones. African-American gentleman, for fuck's sakes. Eggy, is that like... Is this another time we have to say you're not allowed to say that? Can you read a story without the diamond plug inside sometime? No, I can't, Eggy. That's cheating. I'm not a cheater. We all know what it is. Guys, we all know what it is, and it starts with N. Oh. People that annoy you? Yes. Yeah, for sure, Eggy. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Definitely them naggers. Yeah, like he was insanely racist. But that doesn't make his writing any less amazing. Premium racism. Okay. How do you out racism literal enslavers? Because they weren't vocal about it. They went through actions. We had, I mean, they had to, I can't even keep a straight face for that bit. That this is meant to be an uninterrupted story. No, it's supposed to be uninterrupted sound coming from the PC. We can fuck around and do whatever we want. I'll just edit that out. It's just like randomly, like looking back at my videos, and there's like Patrick randomly pops up on the screen for like 4 seconds, and it's like, oh fuck. Or there's like the ding sound in the background, and it's like, where did that come from? And it's like, oh my god. Some of them are just bad. So, this is just an easier way to do it. Patrick popping up is an enhancement, surely. Probably, Eggy. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, we as crazy is true, Beezus. It's very true. But yeah, you know. Let's get back to it before we have another Freudian slip. The hygienist, Linda, greeted them with a smile that felt rehearsed. All right, Freddy, let's start with the fluoride treatment. You know the drill. Get it? She said, her chuckle grating against his nerves. Freddy forced a smile. His hand instinctively reached for the gum in his pocket before recalling his dad's warning. The fluoride treatment was a nightmare. Linda fitted a tray of bubblegum-flavored gel into his mouth, the cloying sweetness overwhelming, the texture like sludge against his tongue. His gag reflex kicked in immediately. Primal rebellion against the invasion. He tried to focus on Buster napping at home, the golden retriever's warmth, the distant comfort, or the giant gum ball waiting for it in his room, a symbol of his control. But the gagging intensified, his throat constricted as if rejecting the very air. Before he could stop it, he vomited, the acrid bile spilling into the tray. Is a Freudian slip where you slip and somehow land on your mom's penis? Exactly, Eggy. Exactly. I don't know how you solved it so easily. This whole time we've been struggling, like we're trying to solve the, you know, the equation behind the infinity of the event horizon of a black hole. And this whole time, it was so easy. It was sitting in front of our faces. Oh. Oh dear, Linda said, her voice calm as she removed the tray and helped him sit up. That happens sometimes. Let's give you a minute. Freddy's face burned, humiliation searing through him as his parents rushed to his side. His mom wiped his mouth with a tissue, her touch gentle, but her eyes wide with worry. "Are you okay, sweetie?" she asked, her voice trembling. He nodded, though the lie tasted bitter. He felt exposed, a child laid bare under the unforgiving lights. "Can we just get this over with?" he mumbled, his voice small. They switched to mint-flavored gel, marginally less offensive. Freddy clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms. He closed his eyes, willing himself to endure. The gel's cold burn spread across his gums, a reminder of his vulnerability. After an eternity, Linda announced it was done. "See, that wasn't so bad," she said, her optimism grating. Freddy disagreed, but said nothing, his jaw tight with resentment. Next came the freezing for a cavity filling. Dr. Patterson, the dentist, entered, his presence both commanding and oddly reassuring, like a captain navigating a storm. "We're going to numb the area now. You'll feel a little pinch," he said, his voice steady. Freddy braced for the needle, the sharp sting blooming in his gum before fading into a creeping numbness that enveloped his tongue and cheeks. It was alien, this loss of sensation, as if part of him had been stolen. As the cleaning began, the drill's high-pitched whine pierced the air, a banshee's wail that set his nerves ablaze. His heart raced, each vibration a reminder of his powerlessness. Desperate for escape, he imagined the drill's sound as whale songs, like those from the poster, echoing through vast, uncharted oceans. The imagery anchored him, his mind drifting to depths where fear couldn't follow. A sharp sensation, or what he thought was pain, yanked him back. "Ow," he mumbled, the word garbled by numbness. "Did you feel that?" Dr. Patterson asked, pausing, his brow furrowed. "I think so," Freddy said, uncertainty gnawing at him. The freezing blurred the line between sensation and imagination, leaving him adrift in his own body. "It should be fully numb. Let me know if you feel anything else," the dentist said, adjusting his tools. Freddy nodded, but fear coiled tighter in his chest. He just wanted it over, to flee this place and its sterile horrors. His mind churned with oral health myths he'd overheard. Chewing gum strengthens your jaw. Sugar-free gum is harmless. Cavities only happen if you don't brush. He'd clung to those half-truths, using them to justify his gum obsession, but now they felt like lies, fragile as the gum he chewed. Finally, the procedure ended. Dr. Patterson gave him a final rinse, the water cool against Freddy's raw gums. "Your gums are inflamed, Freddy. Cut back on the gum chewing. It's not good for your teeth," he warned, his tone firm but kind. Freddy nodded absently, his thoughts already on the gum stashed in the car. As his parents settled the bill, he saw his chance. "Can I wait in the car? I need some... Wait, what?" Okay, I think that was just a fuck up there. "I need some fresh air," he said, his voice weak with embarrassment. His mom's eyes softened. "All right, but no chewing gum for a while." "Yes, ma'am," he lied, his fingers itching for the familiar crinkle of the gum packet. In the car, the air conditioning blasted a frigid reprieve, the leather seat cool against the scorching door handle. Freddy's breath hitched as he rummaged in the glove compartment, his fingers closing around a pack of Big League Chew. Glancing through the windshield to ensure his parents were still inside, he popped a piece into his mouth. The burst of bubblegum flavor was a lifeline, a return to normalcy, but the numbness made it strange, like chewing through a fog. Unaware, he chewed carelessly, his tongue slipping between his teeth. With a forceful chomp, he bit down, severing a piece of his tongue. At first, there was nothing, just the dull pressure of his jaw. Then a warm metallic flood filled his mouth. Blood. Panic surged as realization hit. He'd bitten his tongue. Not just a nip, but something catastrophic. Spitting the gum into his hand, he stared in horror at the blood-soaked mass. Flecks of pink tissue glistened like obscene confetti. His heart thundered, a wild drumbeat in his chest. He tried to call out, but his mutilated tongue, numb and useless, choked on the attempt. Blood pooled thick and relentless, dripping down his chin into his shirt, staining it with a grotesque crimson. His hands trembled, the gumball a monstrous relic in his palm. How had this happened? The numbness. His trusted ally had betrayed him, masking the damage until it was too late. His mind spiraled, replaying every warning he'd ignored. His parents' cautions, Dr. Patterson's advice, the myths he'd embraced to feed his obsession. Tears stung his eyes, born of pain and a deeper fear. He'd done this to himself. The gum, his comfort, his friend, had turned predator. Desperate, he leaned on the horn, its blare shattering the parking lot stillness. Through the windshield, he saw his parents approaching, their casual chatter freezing as they registered his bloodied face. "Oh my God!" his dad shouted, sprinting to the car, his loafers slapping the asphalt. The door flew open and his parents' faces twisted in horror. "Freddy, what happened?" his mom cried, her hands shaking as she cupped his face, her fingers slick with his blood. Unable to speak, Freddy pointed into his mouth, tears streaming down his cheeks, mixed with the blood. His dad's eyes widened, grasping the severity. "Call 911, he bellowed, his voice raw, as he turned toward the office. As the world blurred into a haze of pain and fear, Freddy's vision narrowed to the gum in his hand, its pink sheen now a sickly red. The giant gumball in his room, his proud creation, loomed in his mind, a monument not of triumph, but of recklessness. Gum had been his refuge, a constant in a world of change, but now it had devoured a piece of him, leaving only regret in its wake. I think that was pretty decent, actually. Okay, so now we gotta actually go through this. Boobs. True,
yeah,
Eggy.
Andy Griffiths really would have laid into that story.
True, Levi. I've seen people addicted to meth with more self-control than he had with gum. He's 13! What do you expect of the kid, man? He doesn't know what he's doing. His parents are neglectful retards. It's like the whole spoiled rich kid. Yes, they have Andy Griffiths in Canada. Ooh, Jesus! Fuck! That's a lot to lose, guys! Fuck! That's a lot to lose. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna follow the outline to the motherfucking T. That's why we made the outline. The editing stage is for everything else. We're just gonna fucking dump this story out. We're just gonna diarrhea it all over the page. It can be really hard to tell how international something from New Zealand or Australia is. Yeah, I can definitely see that. It's more of like a niche thing, right? So you don't know if it's like, I could definitely see that. I feel the same way in Canada. But then again, everyone knows like all of the Canadian stereotypes anyway, so it's like there's no fun in playing off of those because everybody knows all of them, right? Tox is a hose head. True, Eggy. Okay. So we start with location. Is the house. Lavish house. Goal is to avoid going to the dentist. So for this
Detox
scene,
use the pipe of tuberculosis. It grants a 10+ humor buff.
okay, so details about the house. I'm reading Yotsuba right now, and it's surprisingly quite funny. Nice. Large room, lots of stairs, echo, voices, smell of cinnamon and bubblegum. I don't even know what perspective we're doing this in, but I'm just gonna, let's just do it in first person. So we haven't done a first person story in a while, I guess. Oh, I have a great idea for how to make it like his house is really fancy without saying that his house is really fancy. Check this out. I always do that. Oh, Biza, sorry I missed your message. Yeah, so we write the outline, and then we put it into AI, and the reason we do that is for realism. And you'll notice one thing that I never mentioned that is really important that happens when you go to the dentist. And that's the difference between the hygienist who cleans your teeth and the dentist that actually performs things. And it also gave us the idea to split them into two. So he's only supposed to be going there to get cleaning, but then the dentist looks at his teeth and says, hey, your gums are inflamed and you have a couple cavities. Do you want to get the cavities filled? Talk to his parents, gets the cavities filled, goes into freezing. So he goes into this already anxious about just getting his teeth cleaned, and he winds up being in a scenario where he now has his mouth frozen. And I think that will add a lot more tension to it, because you're kind of like thinking about it like, oh man, he's just anxious, right? But then when it really starts to hit, it's like, oh shit, man. Like, he was anxious for a reason. He knew this shit was gonna happen. He knew it was too good to be true. He hasn't been brushing his teeth. So that's usually why I like to go through the AI story first, is it just gives context, structure, ideas, and a realism that can only be found if you're like really, really critically, deeply thinking about it, and usually we're not doing that on like the first draft, right? Going to the dentist is actually super chill, even the stuff that hurts. Well, yeah, but Levi, this is like a 12, 13-year-old kid. Like, I fucking hated going to the dentist. I fucking hated getting braces. My teeth were fucked up. Like, my eye teeth were like way up here and like this. Like, I had like a triangle set where I could like put my finger between my teeth and like flick my tooth backwards, basically. They pulled the wrong tooth on me once. If you haven't noticed, I have a thing for dentists. They were supposed to give me a root canal because the center of my tooth fell out. So they gave me a root canal, and then they said they had to pull the tooth either way, because they gave me the option of a root canal or pull the tooth, and I said root canal. They did the root canal, didn't work, had to pull the tooth anyway. So I had to have the root canal and have the tooth pulled. And guess what? They pulled the wrong fucking tooth. So I only have one molar on this side. And I have like a gap between my teeth. Thankfully, I still had braces, like another set of braces I needed to get. So it kind of like spread it more evenly and fixed the gap. But was the dentist operating in the warehouse of your Walmart? Oh my god. I've always liked going, even when I was like 5. I've also always liked getting blood drawn because it just kind of tingles. Different mindset than me. I'm a masochist, but only in a certain way. I hate tiny pain. Tiny pain sucks, like a tiny pinch or something like that. But like a fucking like, you know, like a good solid hit, that's you know, that's worth feeling. But like I hate like small tiny shit. I can't stand that. Like a needle, or that's why I don't have my ears pierced. I was strapped upside down almost when I was a child at the dentist because I was scared. They used a bunch of nurses' assistants to practice on me, and they couldn't figure out how to numb me for some reason. It took me almost my mid-20s to work up the courage to go back after that. Damn. So they just kept stabbing you, Beezus? Like, well, this one didn't work. What about this one? Oh, what? Would this one work? What about this one? Your dentist operating out of a Tox's Walmart's warehouse pieces. Yeah, I don't know. It's free healthcare in Canada, man. Free healthcare, my ass. Shit healthcare, more like it. And I remember when I was a kid, there was this guy, and he was like super fucking nervous, and he kind of looked like down on his luck, right? But whatever. And he was like, my mom trying to comfort him was kind of like, what's wrong? And he's like, oh, last time I was here, I got a tooth pulled and they didn't freeze me. And he's literally having a fucking panic attack because he's like remembering the pain. I was like, that's fucked up. I've always been scared of dentists ever since then. Sounds free, not sure if it sounds like healthcare. Well, it's not free. That's like the biggest problem, is that it's not free. Okay, something happened with the Moose-X. This live stream recording is not available. What? Did the stream end? And it started up again. Alright. It went from Thursday jazz to Friday jazz. It switched over. My dentist as a kid was an insanely hot MILF, so I didn't mind going. Damn, you're lucky. Mine was an old man. Until I moved, and then it was my friend's mom. But she's not, like, she's skinny, but she's not, like, she's like a 6 or a 7. Doesn't have big boobs or anything. So, wasn't very exciting. Kind of sexy librarian vibe. Damn, Eggy, you're lucky, man. You're fucking lucky. Alright, let's have a toke. We finished the first scene. Alright, guys, we finished the first scene. Let's keep going. Let's get this. We got it. Yeah, my most recent dentist literally looks like Wallace from Wallace and Gromit. I don't know what that is. Wallace and Gromit. The fuck you smoking over there, Eggy? What is that, like Ren and Stimpy? Oh! I didn't know that's what they were called. Or that's what the show was called. But yeah, I know that. I'm not good with names. And we even had the reason for his lavish life was his mom got a settlement. Don't know how realistic that is, but hey. Doesn't have to be realistic. Pipe of enjoyment plus 10 humor minus 10 naming dexterity. True. Okay, I think that works better. Add that little bit in there, because I forgot about that. I'm gonna go to bed now. Alright, yeah, sounds good, Muffin. Have a great night, good sir. Thanks for hanging around and...
Fuck you.
Fuck you, Muffin! Peace, buddy! Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. You will, I think. Good night. True, Muffin. That's all we can do. All I know is I don't work tomorrow, so I don't have to worry about waking up early. Yay! I'm switching tenses again. I kind of want to add some stupid conversation, like kids kind of stuff, but I'm just going to remember that he's chewing gum. Is it me or is the jazz getting a little sexier? No, it's not just you, Eggy. It's the good shit. Wait, it's a jazzy cover of Sam Smith, Stay With Me. I know the song, I just don't know the name of the song. I know that I know the song because I know the tune of the song. But I'm not good with songs either. I'm not really good with music in general. Who knows? So we're kind of modifying like the reasonings why he's doing stuff that just goes along with the story that we've created. So this is how like we diverge from the outline, but we still consider the fact that we're falling within the parameters of the outline as long as we are following this doesn't necessarily matter. So instead of, like, not upset his parents, it's to be like the hero. His hero. So that gives him, like, fortitude. Which is what this was supposed to do, but that's more of a, like, I don't feel that's relevant to the story, really. Because it's more about him than it is about, you know, his parent. Because with most of these, like I said, like, I'm trying to focus on, like, one thing at a time. So the main point of most of my stories is trying to only have, like, one character and try to just flesh out that one character. Because, like, if I can't even flesh out one character, how am I going to do, like, 10, 20, 30, 40 characters, right? So start with the basic hero thing was way more impactful than a nervous tick with the gum. Yeah. I was like, how's a way to write into this something that's like makes it like super personal to the character themselves? And then I put myself in that situation and I say, what would be inspirational for me. And I go, oh, an anime character. An anime character that I could look up to. Like Ichigo. But have something related with gum. Because, you know, it's a fantasy world and it could be anything. And what I love the most is putting things in the story that are vague enough that make people question whether they're based in reality. So it makes me wonder if people who read this story are going to try and find an anime with a character that chews gum. Even though, as far as I know, I mean, it probably exists somewhere out there, but I don't know of any anime like that. I just made that up on the fucking spot. It's like I'm making up other stories inside of my own story. The mom is so much more obviously detached without directly saying it. The intercom thing was a good touch. Yeah, it like shows the lavishness. It shows the fact that she's not personal with him at all. And it's like the whole wealth thing and about him just like talking about his dad as if his dad is like absent, right? It's like I wanted to add all this like subtext in there. Like I think that was really good subtext. But now we get to his failing. I need another toke. Letting the juices flow. But yeah, that was my worst thing, was like doing the fluoride. Because like I used to have a really bad gag reflex. I don't anymore. You want to know why? No, you don't want to know why. You know why. Agree with Beezus. True, Eggy. He has true insight. 24-hour stream. That's not until July 6th. I think it's like July 6th or July 7th. So it's somewhere like it's like the 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th. 24, or I kill my wife and myself. Well, Eggy, since you don't have a wife, you can't kill her, so thus you can't kill yourself, because you have to kill yourself. You have to kill your wife and then you. But if you don't have a wife, you can't kill your wife, so you gotta go get married first. And I think the 24-hour stream will happen before you get married. I'm sorry, buddy. You have a wife? I was gonna say, if you have a wife, then I am super glad that she hasn't thrown you out, and I hope you don't hold back your humor with her. Yep, we streamed twice. Why only twice, Eggy? You should stream more. We should all do collabs. That would be amazing. I want to do a collab with Callie, because Callie wants to do, like, because we were watching StarCraft, right? So Callie wants to do, like commentary of, like, influencer boxing. And I was like, we should co-cast it. Because my audience is Filipinas and lesbians. So they're not into Fuda? Lesbians can be into Fuda. Just because they're lesbians don't mean they don't use toys. They still got the dick in them. They just don't like, you know, they're just not attracted to men. They're way more innocent than this. When I used to stream 10 years ago, my whole chat was dudes talking about railing me. Never streamed again after that. But it's hilarious! I guess if you're like an actual chick, it's a little bit different, but like I'm just a cross-dresser, so I just find it fucking hilarious because it's like a total trap. And half the people that click on the stream think that I'm a chick because of the yeah. I would never be a woman. Well, I mean, if you're okay with it, like if I was a chick, I probably wouldn't mind it and I'd flaunt it to get views because I don't give a fuck what people think about on the internet. I just hide my identity on the internet, right? Like, one of those things, you know? Anonymity is super important. But I don't know, here's a question. Would you trade online anonymity for the deletion of bots? I.e., everything, like you would literally, in order to connect to the internet, in order to get an ISP, you would have to have your personal ID attached to the ISP and to your PC directly. I'd trade it for the deletion of Indians. No, we're just talking about bots, because if they're real people in another country, and they have, like, a social insurance number, like, and they're a citizen of that country, and they're registered as a citizen, then, but get this, then you would know who they are, because you would be able to personally identify them. So if they scammed you, you'd be able to basically do something about it. To, like, the Indian government. The average Indian is hardly different from a spam bot. Yeah, but it would hold those people accountable because they would have their real IDs attached to those numbers. Right? You would do the same thing with, like, phones that you would do with, like, internet ID. So would you trade that? So, your online anonymity for the punishment of other people through the use of their real IDs. I think we need more anonymity, to be honest. I like early 2000s internet. See, I'm with you. I'm more about what happens on the internet stays on the internet, like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. The problem is too many people at this point in time have too much of a large reach for being able to enact things in real life. So I really do think that it is coming. It will happen eventually. It will take some sort of big event, but it will happen. Like, Muffin should not be... Yeah, Muffin should not be telling people he's fucking 14. 100%. When I was 14, I told everyone I was 19. Yeah, I told people I was 30. There's a UFO GIY I follow. I basically know the village he lives in just from the shit he says. He says, I'm doxing myself, but who cares? But it only takes one crazy. Yup. The only thing I'm doxing with myself is my first name. UFO Media Space gotta be mostly crazies too. Mostly, right? Like, I'm a huge believer in the gap in the jump of technology, to me, of just like, oh, well, we have the microchip now. I think the idea of a microchip is like extraterrestrial technology. And like the technology that we're using for like the internet and like current day technology is literally reverse engineered alien technology. And we shouldn't be at this tier level of technology. We should still be on like, cause like we're still running like gas powered fucking cars and shit. Like, too much of the technology evolved in one space, but never evolved in any of the other spaces. My uncle said the same thing about the gap in technology, but he also said that taking LSD made him capable of talking to dolphins. Hey, Jesus, he can be right about one of those things and still be wrong about the other one. Just because he's wrong about the other one doesn't mean he's not able to talk to dolphins when he's on LSD, okay? Give that man a Twitch channel and an unregistered firearm. Honestly, my uncle needs to stream himself. Guy broke into someone's house to test their water supply for uranium because he thinks they're testing nuclear bombs in the middle of the desert. Dude has too many stories. Bring him on here, Beezus. Bring him into the Discord, and we can have some chats. Cause I mean, they're not my stories, but I got a lot of fucking stories too. I don't know if they're true, but I got a lot of stories. Tox is an outer world being. I am Sumari. I am a being that is meant to create. So, every idea that I have, every thought that includes a being outside of myself, I am creating. The worlds and people that I imagine and write about, I am physically creating worlds with those people in them. And the more in-depth I dive into that world, the more fulfilled that creation is. And then it becomes a, like, self-fulfilling prophecy of feedback loops of continuously drawing on that existence in order to create a finer version of that tiny piece. But all of existence stems from just that idea. And that happens for everyone when everyone does it. But I actually, like, get a, like, sense of joy and excitement and, like, reverie over being a fucking god over these ideas and being able to basically do whatever I want to these creations and manipulate them like video game characters and write my own stories using their hardships, their conflicts, their downfalls, and their lives as a tool to tell my own or present my own view of the world. That's the idea.
So you think we developed computers too quickly?
This style of computer, specifically microchips, the specifics of the different types of, like, think how long it took to figure out, like, certain filaments with lights and stuff like that. It was like, what, 10, 20, 30 years? For a single filament on, like, a single thing to, like, fully perfect a light bulb that could last, like, more than, like, two years. Like, the average light bulb can last, like, up to, like, 2 years if you get, like, a really good light bulb. And usually they only, like, burn out due to, like, a power surge when they're, like, super frail. I generally don't understand how microchips store info even when I watch explanations. It's not even storing info, it's just like to discover the process, and it's not just that, Eggy, it's the fact that it's never changed. Since we've created the microchip, the only thing that we've done is made it smaller. with every technology in the entirety of human existence, when we create a technology, we continuously evolve that technology, right? So, why are microchips so different? That the technology hasn't evolved in any way except a size factor. We just put more of the same stuff in the same way. But, like, my shit computer down there is the exact same as my computer up here, except the computer up here, the Starforge PC, the bits inside of it are smaller so it can fit more, so it can do more. So thus it is more powerful. But we're getting to a point where, like, we're getting down to, like, particles. This is the world's smallest computer. That's a grain of rice. To give context, that's a grain of rice. We are literally running out of particles. Maybe that's Beast's a dolphin modulator. Dolphins are my favorite sea creatures. Stop picking on them. No, they're vicious, vile creatures. Dolphins rape other fucking species. They are very, very sexually fiended beings. They will kill fish and then rape their bodies. Rape jellyfish, let's be honest. They don't just rape, they rape everything. Like, they're fucked up. Dolphins are, like, and they're super intelligent and they know what they're doing. They're just twisted, fucked up creatures. They just have no understanding of that. They're just like, I do what I want, bitch. Fuck you. Guess I'm going swimming this weekend. Yo! Now I forgot what I was doing with this scene. She's supposed to say something because it's like, you know, she's got the computer. Oh, she's gonna be like, moving the light. You know how they like move the light and then they like turn on the light and it's like the reflector thing with like the bulb on it. You know what I mean? Paste some tinned tuna on my cheeks and hang around a little while.
8,574 octillion 938 septillion 936 sextillion 755 quintillion 487 quadrillion 436 trillion 759 billion 494 million.
True. What's happening with cryogen? Oh, were you not here, Eggy? Since I figured it was going to take a really long time to get my solidified, fully real version.
What's happening with cryogen?
Full version of it. That we are going to be doing intermittent. It is going to be the first thing that we edit, but we're not going to pay too much attention to it. We're going to do the restructure of it slowly. So we're going to do that over time. But I also want to write in between that, right? So we'll do like...
Wow, freshly painted nails, let me see gook gook. 10,4,000,590 quintillion.
Quintillion, billion, 500, and vigillion, trillion. Billion, vin... What is vigillion? I swear she said vigillion.
483992994838293948484848488448822.
Well, here we go, guys. We found it. Is there like a cost to the TTS command, or do you just use it? You just use it, Beezus. There's no cost to anything. You just fucking go ham with it.
That's how many seconds I watch it talks.
True. You're gooning the entire time, aren't you, Toe? Here, I'll bring it up for you. There you go. Go have some fun. Push yourself to the edge, but don't finish. Don't be a bad boy.
I come here in rare post-goon clarity.
Sorry, I like numbers. No fin. No fin. Not allowed. No. Close, but no.
The existence of post-net clarity suggests a more permanent state of pre-goon delusion.
The subtext. It's all about the subtext. Read more into it. You'll find out.
Hello, Toe.
Oh, shit. You called him out.
Welcome, Beezus. Do not be alarmed.
This is just a normal day, guys. This is just a normal day in a Tox's stream. Don't worry about it. That's the noise I think when I use that emote.
Smokey is my alt.
True, Toe! Oh, man.
Smokey is me in the parallel Kickaverse.
Kickaverse. Oh, I believe it. Oh, I believe it.
Damn right, son.
What she's all about, boys.
Love a good foot in me moeth.
You're so going for it, Smokey. You can't even type properly. You're so out of it. It's like me. You can't. You
Jesus, do not be alarmed. I care not for your feet. I am a righteous being.
Fat fingered. Yeah, you know what you did with the fat finger. That's the big toe right there.
Shish.
You don't want my feet, I promise.
Beezus, I dare you post in Discord. I will rate them bad boys.
What about my toenails now? Because, like, right now they're the same color as my nails. It's kind of hard to get my big toe in there, though. You know, it is what it is. No, Finn. No, Finn. Oh my god. Oh, you guys are
Eggy
killing
is right.
me.
You have tuberculosis or cholera.
What? You guys make me fucking choke on my water? Pretty sure I just smoke a shit ton of weed, guys.
Smokey is a demon.
That's what I'm gonna sound like after this fucking stream because of how much Smokey is making me fucking toke. This is some bullshit. Some fat. Why did I give him so many points? Fuck!
Itok's lung looks like a burnt boiled potato.
You guys should have seen my lungs when I smoked tobacco.
I always watch in HD Bluetooth headphones so I get surround sound coughing. A moment of silence for the smoke wasted on coughing. You can see him, fighting for his life. To cough Smokey.
Either you make me talk, or you make me laugh.
Agagahahaha, Bro is dying on the inside.
The word came to me.
He is bracing harder than me when the 55-year-old divorcee is about to pee in my nostrils. Yeah, take that shit.
Damn, bro. Oh, you're killing me. You guys are killing me.
Now bend over and wink at me.
I mean, what? Huh?
Smokey, you made him burp and cough and snot. Just leave Cummy's piss and shit and you have the set.
You're fucking killing me. The back-to-back tokes are just like... I'm making a new rule, guys. If you redeem a toke within like 5 minutes of me taking a toke, I'm not taking that toke for another 5 minutes.
Like a busted old engine trying to start after a decade in the rain. Smokey, you made him paranoid.
Jesus.
Anxiety next.
That's how it works. That's why we just go back to the story and put our anxiety into Michael's head. Or Mitchell.
He already twitching
Wait,
out about
Michael?
the ghost that fucks with his lamp.
You mean... Oops. Plus this? Whatever the fuck it did to my light? Not just that light, but my actual, like, house light? Not the stream
Okay,
light?
guys, sorry to interrupt the story time.
I'll interrupt your story time, Smokey. With hot, sexy time.
Oh yay. Smokey treats Itox like I treat a sim.
Dance, monkey, dance! Dance, monkey, fucking dance! Look at the monkey dance! That's what I'm fucking here for, guys.
Smokey redeems firework inside house fire redeem.
Okay, that would be fucking funny. That would be fucking funny. Pull the Kai Sanat, just burn down your entire house, be like, no guys, it was fake. Guys, it was fake. It was fake. That's literally what you do. Yeah, I should never go near fireworks. That last toke did you in a talk. Yeah, it was the back-to-back. Must have snuck some crack in that one. It was
Gitox
a fat
looks at the embers of
toad.
his own family. Just a prank, bro.
I blame the grinder because I was trying to finish the grinder off so I wouldn't have like half a toke left in it. And it was just two fat tokes back to back, and I'm just like...
Another 5 minutes, Chad and Hell be Chong. Gitox on GRINDR
Just a
confirmed.
prank, bro. Talks on grinder confirmed. I told you I'm in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. The literally like the closest thing I've found is within like 80 kilometers, like 80 or 90 kilometers. Is like the closest thing I've found. And no one's willing to drive out here because I don't drive. It's fucking annoying.
But all jokes aside, how do you like your feet served?
Closest, yeah.
80 kilometers from where?
From where I am. Wherever that is, it's 80 kilometers too far from anywhere. I told you, I live in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere. The closest thing to me is... well, like...
If you move, you are asterisk asterisk.
like, city center is within like a 25-minute walk. And it's like everything's in the city center. So it's like once you get to the city center, it's like one street. But, you know, you got like your fast food restaurants, you got like your mall, you got like your
That's crazy. Is there a unique shop you like there?
Well, I mean, I work at Walmart. That's the only place I go. And, like, the smoke shop to buy weed. My brother works at the gas station. But there's, like, 8 gas stations.
You fucking stonehead. Do you recommend the weed shop? What's it called?
It's called None of Your Business. No, it's actually called None of Your Business. It's fucking hilarious.
Yes, dox yourself.
But isn't that a great fucking name, though, for like a weed shop? None of Your Business? I thought it was I had no idea what the fuck it was until my brother was like, that's the smoke shop, and I was like, oh. Because it's one of those things where it's like, you know, you don't want to present it in the open. It did look like it had like a pot leaf in the window, but you can't really tell from the street because it's kind of like back a bit.
Then there's me meeting Phil in the gully. Bro is from Grande Prairie. I live in a Grand Prairie, I'll tell you that. It's called fucking Alberta. Oh. Just ask Eggy. He's on his 200 and what, 87? Round cocksuckers.
See you around, cocksuckers. Alright, Smokey, have yourself a good night, good sir.
Bro is from Stedler.
What? I mean, I've heard of Grand Prairie. What? Missouri? Is that like by White Sands? Because I know there's like there's like a place called White Sands, but you never know.
Bro
think
is from
like
Dimsdale.
think like I think north. I'm not quite sure. I actually know someone from there. But there's so many places like the names around here are kind of fucked up.
Bro is from Fort McMurray.
No, that's like you don't have electricity and internet if you're fucking Fort McMurray, man. You're in the fucking sticks if you're fucking up there. You need some satellite internet shit for that. That's where I would have gone if I was doing like electrical. I'm trying to think. Like, I don't know any, like, since I moved here, like, I don't drive, right? So I don't go anywhere.
Bro is from Kirkness.
Dude, that'd be an awesome place to be from. Kirkness? I'd be like, I'm Kirkness. It's all about Kirkness, guys. You gotta be from Kirkness. Buy hot, sexy striptease. No, you gotta go to the Patreon for that.
St. Albert.
Oh shit, that has Albert in it. I'm in Alberta. That's close. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, you almost got me. Are you just gonna what? Don't gotta start. Are you just gonna keep naming off every place? Like, I know, like, maybe, like, 5 or 6 areas around here. And...
Bro is from Westlake.
By the shape of his toenails, it looks as if he would dwell in the northern areas of America. I mean, there is frost outside, and it is supposed to snow tomorrow or tonight. So, I mean, you tell me. So, maybe that'll give you an indication of how fucking north. It's not like ridiculously north, but it's pretty north. You know, we get like 2 months of summer here. And it's like barely spring yet. It's still fucking cold outside. There's still like ice and snow in some places. I'm still not used to that being from BC. In like Vancouver. And getting like that much snow in like 10 years. And like one big ice storm every like 8 years. Alaska. I'm from Canada, not America. And Alaska's its own state, whereas Alberta's its own province. It's only snowed where I live like 3 times in my life. Damn, Beezus. I love snow, man. I way prefer snow to like the rain of BC, man. The rain of BC is fucking brutal. That's Vancouver for you. Rain all day, every day. You might as well be in Dark City. Take me to Singapore. I mean, I can be a true lady boy over there, right? Like, they really appreciate that, right? Ooh woo! Get some laser hair removal surgery to get rid of all my body hair. Okay, I'm going. Actually am. I mean, if I had the money, I would go. But I'm like not I'm not financially stable enough to like just up and go. But, you know, like I said, 2027 TwitchCon,
gives off
guys.
Eggy vibes, or is that just everyone in her audience?
I think the same thing too, Connoisseur. And if you know about Eggy, then you know. So there is the possibility that Smokey is Eggy.
You caught me.
There is a possibility. But I feel like I can get back to the story.
Wait until my deep-ass voice is on yo Discord, then you'll see.
Just join, if you want to go into the Discord, just go down to General and join General. Join General Chat. And lull me with your voice, Smokey. Yo, 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 yo!
So, bro.
How much? How you doing?
Right.
Hell yeah.
This is me, this is Monkey, bro. I ain't no Eggy, bro. I'm myself.
Okay, now Eggy has to join, and then we'll know they're two separate people.
Smokey is black.
No, he's. I don't think he is. If you look at the profile picture, I don't think he's black. Wait, are you black? You don't. If that's you.
No, that's not me.
That's not you?
It's not me, that's a meme, buddy.
Oh.
Baby, with my voice, that's me, bro. Just let my voice be known.
Well, it's a good time. Lure me in with that those beautiful vocal cords.
Is he coming or not?
Is Smokey jorking it?
When is he not? That's his entire existence of not smoking. Unless he's lying about his name, about smoking.
Well, I light her up with it. Hello. Smoking, bro. I'm a smoky guy.
You smoked a joint, you smoked a bong, what you smoking, bro?
No, I don't smoke bongs. I smoke joints.
You're one of them classic dudes. You're not a hard baller, a hardcorer. Just goes balls fucking deep in that bitch.
Bro, I gotta buy my weed off a dealer, bro. I don't buy it from no fucking dispensary, bro. Fucking weed illegal, bro. It's a joke.
You heard me speak before I'm English. I don't actually remember that, toe connoisseur.
Bro, I'm actually from Wales.
Ooh, cool.
So yeah, I'm not English. I don't sound Welsh either.
Well, you have to sound like something from something, right?
Yeah, I ain't no Eggy, bro. I'm me, bro. Tell you that right now.
Where is Eggy right now, huh? Huh? Eggy, show yourself. Show yourself, you beast! Foul creature! I think he dipped. Guys, I think Eggy left us!
Yeah, come on, like mine, bro. Screw it. There we go. Hey, you see my puppies? I posted in your Discord.
Yeah, I saw that. It's pretty dope. Those things are so cute. Just the little guys just lurking. Yeah, we believe you, Eggy. We believe you. You know.
Trelix underscore just gifted
what?
2 wings
Wait,
to the
what?
community. Thank
Man,
you for
what?
supporting the community, Trelix underscore.
Thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you.
You get the boys.
I'll take care of these guys. Are you sure? There's an awful lot of them.
They hit me with a truck.
You gifted us up. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna jump out anyway, bro. I'll catch you in a bit.
Twelix! Found your stream, buddy. Just wanted to support you. Sean. Wait, the Sean? Jonathan Sean? Jonathan?
Bro, look, Aggie's in the chat, bro. See?
That little hand pose and that laugh on. The Sean. Oh, guys, this is the Jonathan I was talking about. The real Sean. With the actual name. Welcome, Sean. How's it going, bro? That is hilarious. Thank you. So your brother said you streamed, and I found it by looking up Twitch. It talks. Yeah, sounds about right. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the subscriptions, bro. That's fucking amazing. Welcome, welcome. We're just hanging out, writing a story about a guy, or I guess in this case a kid, going to the dentist, getting, you know, a freezing, and he winds up chewing his tongue off because he's like addicted to chewing gum. In this case, in this story, his favorite anime character gains his power through chewing gum, so he's like super into that, so he's like, you know, always chews gum, and he winds up chewing his own tongue off. But yeah, man, we glad to have you here. We tend to be tangent. Tangent is in bold, as you well know. It's we're never on track, but we try to be, you know, a good source of entertainment, pretty much.
Yeah.
But
don't listen to me. I'm just a weirdo. Don't listen to what I say.
It's all good. Don't worry about it, Smokey. We got everything we need here, boys.
But look, Aggie's in the chat, bro. He's in the voice chat.
Wait, he's in the voice chat?
Mm-hmm.
Eggie? Okay, so you are two different people. You gotta speak. You guys gotta speak at the same time, so I know that you're. You're not the same people. He's got a voice changer. I just know it. I believe.
Well, he's not speaking, bro.
Oh.
Proving my point on me, bro. I'm Smokey, bro.
I mean, fair enough, right? All I can tell is you're not Valium boy.
Definitely not Valium boy. That motherfucker, bro. He's funny, though.
He's hilarious. Like again, I don't know if he's the ultimate troll or if he's just completely insane. I wish and hope he's just a troll. I thought I was supposed to be Valium boy. I don't know. Everyone is everyone here, Bezos. We just accuse everyone of being everything.
I'm the real Smokey, bro. I'm the real Smokey.
No, I'm the real Smokey, bro. Don't start this shit.
Wait, Eggie, say that again.
There ain't no Eggie, bro. I'm the real Smokey, bro.
Real Smokey, bro. Real Smokey, bro.
What have I incited?
No, you started summon. Fuck, man.
Hey, man, you guys do you. I gotta do the throw up scene. This is where he gags out and throws up.
But yo, I'm gonna jump out anyway. You guys have fun.
You gotta ban whoever the fake Smokey is, Docs. It's only one of us, bro.
You'd have to go over to Kick and do it with your Kick account, Eggie. Isn't your Kick account also a moderator? But I don't know if you can do anything to Smokey because he's also a moderator. Mod fight! Mod fight! Mod fight! Mod fight!
Another mod.
I can't do anything to Smokey. I can't do nothing to myself because I'm also Smokey.
They kind of actually sound the same though. I mean, to me, everyone kind of sounds
my
the
dogs,
same.
Bro. I'm the real Smokey, bro.
Like if his voice wasn't as deep, right? But then again, you know, there's always the you could fake it, so you never really know what's going on. I just take everyone at their word, because it's easier that way. It's like the hope versus expectation, but it's on the level of trust but verify, right? You don't need to outright believe it, but you can still have, like, in the back of your mind, could this be true, and then find out, right?
I'm trying to have it all in my mouth.
The power of revealing things.
Is true, because in reality I'm a valiant boy. You fine, bro?
Hey, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Now do it again.
Do what again? I'm not sure what you're asking me for, bro. Are you fine?
Oh man, that's too good. I don't want to make fun of the dude, man.
I don't even know what volume sounds like. I don't remember.
No, that's pretty much exactly what he sounds like. I wish you didn't delete the voice clip. But we all know it's Frenchie. It's all our favorite hero, Frenchie.
Poor guy. All he wanted was Mother Island.
All he had to do was not ban Toe Connoisseur. That's literally all he had to do.
Oh, yeah,
he just had to not ban Toe Connoisseur and he could have kept Mod. But no, he had to ban Toe Connoisseur and it was like, okay, no, sorry. Give me your badge, give me your gun. Come on, this is happening. Yup, I warned him. I told him, just don't ban anyone. That's all he's got to do. Just don't ban no one, and we good. But apparently calling him a random viewer was too much for his pride. In a chat where we say fuck you to each other. So, you know, it's kind of like a I don't understand. That's why I think...
You don't ban someone who comes here all the time.
Yeah, and it's like we're obviously bantering and and it's like it's like with Cute Muffin. Valiant Boy sent a picture of himself to Cute Muffin and Eggy kept making fun of Cute Muffin and Cute Muffin was like, don't do that, and Eggy stopped doing it because he asked, because he was like, oh, that's a subject we shouldn't make fun of, and we're like, yeah, okay, fair, right? If Valiant Boy had been like, don't make fun of me for that, we'd be like, okay, that's kind of petty, but yeah, sure, you know, fine, you know, if that's a sensitive spot for you, boom, I'm all over that, no worries. But no, he just went straight off the ball and fucking flipped the fuck out. And then when I tried to just like leave it alone and just like let it sit, he fucking wouldn't stop TTSing until he left the stream. And he's come back once. But I mean, okay, that is the ghost. It just turned my fucking light off. Did you guys see that? I mean, like, fucking hands right here, man. That wasn't me.
Alright, bro, have fun with story time, man.
I don't know why that shit happens. That pisses me off, yet the toe ghost isn't even fake. No, it's like a shadow that goes behind me, even though I'm pretty sure it's actually from the chair. Because of this light right here. So when I go like this, it casts a shadow on the wall that you can like barely see, but sometimes you can see it better than other times. And like it depends on also how far back my chair is. I thought he was just being a troll tard, but now I'm convinced. Well, remember when the thing fell off the wall? Were you here, Eggy? When it sounded like a pin or something fell? Something fell off the wall? Back here? I don't know what the fuck it was, but you could clearly hear, like, a pin hitting the ground. And I was like, I don't understand, where the fuck did this come from? I'm still in shock that Sean came in. That's amazing. Sean is one of my oldest friends. But we don't really talk because I'm a loner, some fucking bitch. Just sit in my room and do fuck all, but it is what it is. That's why we're doing this too. That's another like social aspect to it, right? But I'm not Smokey, by the way. I was just goobing. Yeah, we're all just goobing. Guys, if I have to break the fourth wall, we all know that none of you are Valium boy. No, we don't talk because I'm terrible at texting. I only ever talk on Discord now. Well, I mean, I could go into, like, the Discord, right? But, I mean, I just don't. And it's like I'm only ever on Discord when I'm on stream. And it's like, due to the nature of the stream, it is kind of, you know, hectic to have a bunch of people on the voice call. It's much easier. It's all good. I'm just glad to see you're doing well. Yeah, man, 2 years without a seizure. We're doing good. Stop smoking tobacco. Now we just smoke weed. We got our shit together with that stuff, which is good. Because I think that and moving here really helped. Because now I don't get night sweats and shit. So we can go hard like this. Because I can't even say it's like sleep deprivation. Because guys, you can attest. We've streamed now every day since what? February 21st, I think it was. I don't think we've missed a single day since then. And, that's like on top of working, doing like 15 to 19 hour days. Which is like, I don't, like, it doesn't feel like I've been live for 7 hours. Even after working, like, a full day. Like, I had a nap before the stream, but that was about it. Like, watching the ASL really pumped me up, and then, you know, I gotta finish the story. Yeah, it doesn't feel like we've been yapping for like 3 hours while I try to finish this one scene that's just, he just needs to throw up. All I need to do is he just needs to throw up, they clean it up, he does his whole thing, then, you know, he gets through it, they do the cleaning, we can get through it. We're like halfway through the story. We just gotta get through the rest of it, and we'll be fine. And again, since we were talking about yesterday, I'm not rushing the end. We're just gonna slow, pace it, take it for what it is. If we don't finish it by the 10-hour mark, we don't finish it. If we have to go past 10 hours and I'm still feeling it, we'll go past 10 hours. But at this point, I don't think I'm gonna play any Oblivion, but yeah, if Sean saw me play Oblivion, he would probably facepalm because of how bad I am. You guys think it's bad, but like, Sean is the first person I've ever saw play Oblivion. I used to be so obsessed with esports for almost a decade. You into StarCraft? Of course I'm into StarCraft. That's why that's why one of the topics of today was the semifinals. Just need to pick up DDR. Oh, the old days of DDR and Guitar Hero. Oh, that brings back memories. Hell yeah. Half my playlist is Guitar Hero 3 Legends of Rock. I probably lost all my stamina. Jumping on the trampoline, playing DDR, maximum stamina. Okay. We're here. Okay. We got IRL Atox lore before GTA 6. You gotta drop the lore, man. That's what keeps people coming back. The interest and the investment in the character that you're building around your interactions. Also, the type of people that, you know, vibe with you and their interactions, right? Because I know a ton of people come in here clicking on that picture being like, what the fuck? That's not a chick. And I'm like, whoa, bitch! Get trolled, motherfucker! You've activated my trap card! Honestly, that's how I got in here too. I mean, I was like, I'm literally, this is gonna be the funniest comparison, but it's like, I love doing this because it's fucking hilarious, even though it's like way egotistical and retarded and out of scale, but like, it's like, I feel like that shit with like Asmongold, where it's like, people are haters, and then they're like, no, there's no way this guy's that bad, and then they start watching him, and then they can't stop watching him. It's like me. They click on, because like they're looking for a female streamer, like an e-girl, and then they come here and they're like, that's not an e-girl, and then they try to click the off button and their hand is like frozen, and they're not able to click off of the stream, and then 7 hours go by, and next thing you know, they're a converted, yeah. I can't hear exactly an e-girl, listen, I got a toe fanatic. Well, Beezus, sometimes you can walk in here, like I remember when, I think, Eggy, was it you that came in here? And it was like, I used to spend every day with the talks. I was sad when we slowly stopped hanging out, but it happens. Yeah. But it's one of those lifelong friendships, you know, after whatever amount of time. I'm sad I wasn't able to come to the wedding. That would have been nice, but, you know. I was a broke-ass bitch, but now I've kind of gotten my shit together. So, you know. The plan now is TwitchCon 2027, boys. That's what it's all about. We got 2 years to prep. I think that's a pretty decent amount of time. I mean, we've gotten how it's all good. We're limited on who we could invite, so I invited those who I talk to regularly. Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, it's just one of those things. When you get old like us, it's difficult to keep up with it. Like, I talk to Roxy and Josh like once every 3 months, once every 2 months, you know, like sending random messages about things that happened. Oh, you want to hear / see something that ticks me off, but it's freaking hilarious, Sean. So, oh god, how far down is it? What day was it? This might take, why is it not going down? May 11th, when was it? It was like May 5th? I think it was either May 4th or May 5th. Somewhere on here. 10th? No, it was definitely earlier than that. It's the 8th. 7th. Okay, here's the 5th. It was earlier than this? Wait, can I just, wait. No, these are all my posts. Okay, I just kind of reset everything because I'm retarded. Let's go down the bottom here. Gotta be here somewhere. I wonder if it's, hold on, let's see. Is it, did I put it in here? No. Oh, it might still be, hold on, it might still be on my phone. It should still be on my phone. It's always a freaking endeavor to try and do this, but it's worth it. Okay, it should be on here. guess. This one. And this one. So can you guess what this is? Fishing lures worth $6,594 fucking dollars. 309 items. The guy tried to leave the store with this. And so, like, I'm sitting behind the customer service desk, right? And I hear this, like, crashing of a cart. And it sounded like someone, like, or it looked like, you know, I looked up and it looked like someone was, like, turning the cart, but it was, like, too heavy. So it was, like, turning over. And then I look over at one of our greeters and he's got his hand on the cart. And then there's one of our managers standing there. And the greeter's, like, a 65-year-old dude. And the manager's, like a 65-year-old woman. And the woman's like, "You're not getting out of the store with that." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I literally, like, run around the corner and I grab the guy by the shoulders and I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he books it out of the store. He had, like, his license plate over his car taped up and everything. But yeah, he was just literally just gonna walk out of the store with, like, $7,000 worth of, like, fishing lures, like, small electronics, like cords and stuff, like car batteries, like, just middle of the day, broad daylight, just normal looking fucking dude. It's like, what the insane shit. But yeah. And that's the biggest thing anyone's ever tried to steal at Walmart. At, like, our Walmart. I was like, that's fucking insane. Whoever was in the store, as far as, like, this is why we need more staff in the store. There was no one in the store who noticed this guy was going around clearing every single shelf in the fishing section. Is Alberta just the California of Canada? Yeah. Yeah, it is. We're not allowed to, like, they got pissed at me for, like, touching the guy, for, like, you know, trying to get in his way and stop him from leaving. Because they're like, if anything happens to me, it's liable for the company. So they're like, whatever, it's insured. But weird. Not a bad idea, since you can take so many fishing lures at once. Yeah, and it's like, how, like, and especially for, like, a small community like this where a lot of people fish, like, it's probably really easy to fence them to be like, "Hey man, you know, these ones didn't work for me. You want these for, like, $5? Like, I see it really easily being able to fence that shit. But yeah, that was the craziest day I've ever had at Walmart, guys. My heart was racing like a motherfucker. I was like, oh shit. I prefer to just sit behind the counter and chill, and if someone starts yelling, I call for a manager. They're like, you want to be a manager? And I'm like, you couldn't pay me $100 fucking hour to deal with people. Fuck that. I'll sit back in the corner and make jokes and make people laugh. You know, on top of doing my job, but you know. But there's another guy we got here. He's fucking hilarious. He has, like, this, like, really loud, amazing laugh. He's a pastor. Well, he's like, he has, like, the training to be a pastor, but he can't get a church to accept him as a pastor because they're all like, because he's like my age, right? So they want, like, someone who's like 50 usually. So he's like, it's really hard to find, like, you know, a church that'll actually take you at, like, a younger age. Which is kind of unfortunate, you know? You go into a career and it doesn't exactly turn out. But it is what it is, right? Always trying to make the best of the situation. That's why we're here. Because we're like, hell yeah, buddy, guys. If nothing else, it's to hold myself accountable to writing. And I think we've done that very, very well. Oh, and Sean, if you want, this is... my YouTube channel for short stories. So I have like all of the short stories that I've written on here. And we've kind of got like our slow evolution of like thumbnails and presentation, and now we're moving to a point of like going back to like images, but using like stock images instead of just random AI images, and more like clickbaity kind of titles instead of like our standard wannabe titles. But you know, last video got 16 views. That's not too bad. Our shorts do pretty damn good. 195, 390. Pretty decent. But we haven't uploaded in a bit because the last story I wrote was 10,000 words, and we're in the process of editing it. It's about a space trucker who gets addicted to investing. Basically, there's no faster than light travel, and he's using on like a shitty company ship, and he eventually gets to the point of, you know, the ship basically is like falling apart and about to kill him. So he decides he needs to figure something out, so he invests in a new technology of stargates, and he spends his time basically you know, doing like 15-20 year treks and freezing himself so he can pass hundreds of years super fast to make his investments climb. And you know, after like a month and a half to 2 months of him actually doing stuff, he's, you know, finally upping his ship, and his slow climb to the top ladder, and he keeps, you know, trying new things, but he can't find anything that scratches that itch quite like seeing that graph of that money go up, and he eventually gets addicted to it, buys a planet, settles down, and just keeps freezing himself until he freezes himself for 200,000 years. And then it's like, you know, his neural link isn't connected anymore, and like the world's all fucked up, and he manages to like dial up a Stargate, and it just kind of ends with him being like, oh shit, man, I hope there's something on the other end of this Stargate. And it's like his just obsession with pressing himself to the edge with trying to get as much money as he can, but then he winds up not being able to spend any of it because it's basically the end of humanity, or that era of humanity essentially, because he went too far, he slept for too long. But yeah, we made it to 10,000 words, and I was like, damn, man, this one's pretty impressive because it's the longest story I've ever written. And it'll probably be longer when we edit it, because we got to put in like 3 or 4 new scenes, like showing the evolution of how people talk to him as he's becoming like a businessman and like moving up in the world. And it goes from like, you know, like trucker slang talk and hanging out at trucker stops to, you know, going to like board meetings and talking to like officials and higher ups and people in the government and stuff like that. So I really want to show that in the dialogue. Where did you post this story at? That story is on the Google Doc, so if you want to go to... Hold on, let's give it a second. Here it is. I'll take a look, thanks. I gotta head out to work, but I stop in from time to time. Shorts seem to be a really good vibes for now. Glad to see you doing stories like we used to when we talked out all night and looking at the stars and full moon. Stuff like the full moon. Hell yeah, Sean. You should see how far our story has evolved now. Like, oh my god. Because we're still writing the Final Fantasy story. It has gotten crazy what we want to do with it. But yeah, man, have a great day at work. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, I stream every day at 11:30 Pacific to whenever I can. I don't work tomorrow, or I guess today, later today. That's why we're doing a 10-hour stream plus today, boys. It's a big day. But hell yeah. So that should be the Google Docs that takes you to Cryogen if you want to read the Cryogen story in its current form. Before any of the editing that I've done to it. So it's not like broken into any pieces or grammatized or structured. It's just the raw fucking first version to get the idea out and across. But anyways, I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss. Ooh, oops. That was a little rough. My knees weren't meant for that. They were meant for something else. So you guys think we can finish this scene now?
Looks like it's just you and me, sweet cheeks.
Ooh. You're a sneaky fuck. You're a sneaky fuck. I love it. True. Left all alone to our own devices. What a line! What a line! That was the what was that the ghost? Yeah, Aggie, that was 100% the ghost. It was probably the ghost of Cuck Chair. Where the fuck is Cuck Chair? He hasn't been around forever. Wink wink, nudge nudge. How's it going, Beezus? I think maybe Cuck forgot his password. Oh shit, Eggy, you didn't write it down? That's what happens, man. My problem is I think in order to fix that alert sound, it might be the all chat. In order to do that, I'm going to have to... Just looking at CryoGen for a bit. It's a long read, Beezus. It's a long read. Like, we read it... It took us like an hour and 10 minutes to read it at like a normal pace. So you could probably read it in like 20... You could probably speed read it in like 25 minutes. 25 minutes. And if you have any notes about it as far as like structure and idea goes, let me know. Because I absolutely love feedback of any kind. I sped read it in 7 minutes. It's about space. But Eggy, you've done the math on that, right? I was gonna say you've done the math on that, right? Because like I did the rough math on that just to be sure, and even rounding up, like that's like 600 to 800 words a minute. That's like 10 words a second. I read War and Peace in 40 minutes. It's about Russia. Never heard that one, but that's pretty funny. I could definitely go with that one. See, where did that sound come from, guys? I don't know where that sound came from. It's a phantom sound. Fuck if I know. Cheers 4. True. Thank you, Eggy Mayo.
Cheered X4. Thank you so much, Eggy Mayo. 80085. Your support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm giving you my earth germs. I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Sorry, Brovitz. All I had left. Eggy, don't waste anything on me, please. That's not... I don't need that. It's okay. Don't worry about it. All the support I need is you just being here, watching the stream, and enjoying it, and giving me feedback, and letting me know what's, you know, what's working and what's not working, right? Just like Book. Book's like she doesn't like necessarily the StarCraft stuff, which is understandable. I don't know how she feels about the reacts. I don't think she likes the reacts either. I think she just likes the writing section, which we haven't done as much, so we kind of, you know, but it is what it is. You know, they don't stick around, but she seems to be sticking around, so that's what matters, right? You just slowly integrate them into the system, and eventually they'll be stuck in the train wreck and unable to leave, just like when we were talking about Fudas. It's just, it is what it is, you know? It's a train wreck, but it's like, it's an automated train, and it's a cargo train. So no people or animals or anything are getting injured. It's just funny because it's like, oh shit, look, it derailed. But you know that like no one was harmed. It's just crazy. Not a train wreck. A runaway mine train. A runaway mine cart? Is that like full of like radioactive material and explosives sitting around like fucking Donkey Kong in a fucking minecart or some shit, just ready to hit that TNT.
bro is so locked in.
I'm so close, Eggy. I'm so close. Like, this is it. This is it. This is the end. This is all there is.
We love it, Docs on the hustle.
Like, it's just that last conversation. 'Cause we're, yeah, like he's trying to like distract himself now. But I added in this other scene of like psychologically fucking with him and pretending that he was touching him so that he would be like, oh, I'm imagining it, right? And that's kind of what this scene was. So now we're on this one. He's got to get the fuck out of there as soon as possible. Damn it. We did he again. All I. Where did we go wrong? His. My. My. I. We swapped back to he so fast. I'm like, how long have I been on he again? God damn, I'm too tired for this shit. We are rushing the ending here. But I don't feel like it doesn't need to be rushed. Like, you know, like he got the freezing, he got the cavities, he got told what he needs to do, he went to the car, he chewed the gum, he ate his tongue. I think that's pretty simple right there. Like, I almost want to just end right here. And you're like, oh, shit, he shouldn't have done that. Because then you can imagine as the reader how he reacts to that, right? Without actually, that's the power of show don't tell. That's definitely better than his parents rushing back to be worried. Yeah, exactly. Since you've built them up to be less caring than before this time. Yeah. Yeah. And the fact that I've only stated that his mom is there, that clearly his dad is not there. He's like out on business or something like that, right? Tainted gum. Beezus so perceptive. True. This is why I love to have outside perspectives, because I can't see everything, right? And I'm, like, especially blind because it's my own writing, right? So what about Tainted Gum as a title? We don't need this. But that's too direct, right? It's gotta be like, it can't include the twist. It can't include, like, direct. It has to be, like, very subtle, but when you hit that twist, you can understand why it's called Tainted Gum. And it's because it has all the bits and pieces of his tongue and his cheeks that he's been chewing. Because he literally just took the entire thing and was like, he didn't know whether he was chewing his cheeks, whether he was chewing his tongue, whether he was chewing the gum. Until it was too late. And he's kind of like leaned in the chair like this, right? So he's kind of leaned forward, so it's not like... And it's like, you know, there's going to be lots of liquid and stuff like that from, like, the juices of the gum. So that it's like, I'm thinking, like, critically in my head, right? I was like, oh shit, should he be choking on the blood? And then I was like, well, that's like the taste, the faint taste in the back of his throat. He thinks it's like the bubblegum taste, but it's actually like blood. And he's swallowing it because he thinks that's the juices from the gum. But it's as soon as it starts coming out of his mouth, and it's like too much that he can't contain it, that he's like, what the fuck? And he's like, wait. End scene. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think we're going to hit 10 hours, guys. I think we're going to read the story. And we're going to call it there. So I'm tired as shit. Oh, I need to go eat some steak. But yeah, you know, oh my god, this thing does not want to. I am so fucking weak. A weak ass little bitch. Fuck. Can't even open my own fucking weed. Well, I'm glad we had a special guest star today, guys. You got to meet one of my best friends, even though, like you said, we don't really talk, but I don't talk to anyone. But, you know, I still consider them my best friends, because it's not like we had any falling out. It's just like, he moved away, you know, things happen, you know, you don't really stay in contact, even though my brother talks to them every time, and I could literally walk across the room, go into my brother's room, and it's like, even me and my brother don't really talk. It's like, you know, I'm just an antisocial person. I come out when I can, but you know. I don't even see my friends once a year at this point. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's sad to say, but it's one of the things of growing up and, you know, moving on with your life. There's no point in, you know, having any negative feelings towards it, right? Like, just remember those moments for what they are and, you know, cherish them. And that's what I do every day, because I use those moments to pin to what the person I am and the person I want to be. You know, it's like, would these people approve of my life right now? And, you know, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I would probably say no. Now, I'd say hell yeah. You know, I'm in the best spot I've ever been in my entire life. And I am absolutely fucking enjoying it. And that's not even including the stream. The stream is just the bonus cherry on fucking top that makes it like the ultimate selling point, right? It accumulates everything together. Social, writing, gaming, idea crafting. All in one place. My video editing, all in one place. And since we're not doing this one for a YouTube video, it doesn't really matter. We're just going to read it so you guys can get the full picture and then tell me what you think. We'll come back and we'll edit it, because we'll be editing it. We're going to put the other one, the AI one, on as like another YouTube one, just to keep up with like the posting rate, right? And we'll probably do a bunch of other ones for backlog tomorrow. But it's just been a weird week, so I didn't get a chance to do that. And I was setting up all of TikTok yesterday, which actually, I think I figured it out. But check it out. As far as I know, I have 1 follower, guys. I have 1 follower on TikTok. I don't know who it is, but I think it might be someone from the stream, but I don't know. I don't know who you... Because all you said you don't use TikTok when I was asking for TikTok advice. So, I have no idea who could it be. As far as I know, none of you use TikTok. Okay. Here we go. Tainted Gum. I stared at the poster on my wall. A character from my favorite anime. He was always chewing gum. It made me look up to him. A lot of other characters smoked or drank, but this one was a ladies' man. Manners and freshness were his powers. I admired his charisma and ability to put himself down for the entertainment of others. It was all a joke to him, in a good way though. He made those around him stronger by empowering them through his words. Now I always chew gum. Today, I'll have to put it aside for a short time. It is the day. Dentist visit. The warmth of the cushion and the sun beaming on my face through the sunroof left me feeling as though my castle was crumbling around me. I look over the TV, wishing I could be on the other side of it, anywhere but here, even if it was a horror movie. The sound of the intercom crackled. I covered my ears, pretending not to hear it. Michael! I know you can hear me. I said 5 minutes. 10 minutes ago. Get down here now, Buster. My mom called for the last time. I go up, placing another handful. I keep jumping back and forth between. Someone said they did, maybe, Sean. Yeah. I keep changing tense, though. I'm really bad at that, too. I go up, placing another handful. I got up, placing another handful of Big League Chew into my mouth. I would savor it while I could before the great catastrophe of being separated for several hours. Would my powers drain over that time? I'm used to myself, a hero preparing for the final showdown. I pressed the button on the remote beside me and spoke into the speaker. Be right down, Mom. The dry summer air beat down on me as I closed the door. The contrast of temperature showing my rising anxiety. It is just a regular checkup. There's nothing to worry about. She tries to comfort me. I think she went through the same thing. I had heard my father talk about a time when they had gone to the dentist before I was born. They forgot to freeze her before they pulled the tooth. The settlement of the case had won them a lavish life. The car door handle burned against my tender flesh. I alternated my fingers to open the door as swiftly as possible. The fine black leather seats were boiling to the touch. I pulled my shorts down lower to cover my legs as I put on my seatbelt. The familiar rumble of the car engine and the swishing sound of the air conditioner fan made me close my eyes and relax. Soft, cool air slowly pressing away the heat and dryness of the outside. The faint new car smell mixed with the lavender air freshener sinking into my nostrils. The constant chewing of gum empowered myself to be the hero that can stand up to anything, even the dentist. I placed more gum into my mouth, almost overflowing it. Michael, you're going to choke if you take that much, and don't chew in the office. Yes, Mom, I mumbled through the wad of gum. She presented her hand with a tissue, and I reluctantly placed it in her hand. She cleared her throat and looked into my eyes momentarily through the rearview mirror. I rolled my eyes and handed her the chewing gum package. I'll keep it up here in the glove box until we are home. A motivational poster of a whale hanging from a tree branch with the caption, "Hang in there," was taped fragilely to the wall, the corners peeling at a tumultuous point. The calm jazz elevator music did nothing to quell the raising pit in my stomach. The wait was endless. The same 10 promotional lines on a PowerPoint looped on the TV hanging in the corner. I was at my wit's end. The thought about his hero. I thought about my hero. How I handle the situation without my gum. I was. I thought about my hero and wondered how I would handle the situation. Without my gum, I was vulnerable. But my powers don't make me a hero. My actions do. I will be a hero. Mitchell Hendrick? The receptionist called. The words stung, bringing me out of my imaginings. I looked over my shoulder at my mother. She was reading a magazine. Not even a glance. This way, please. I followed her past several rooms, and she ushered me into the furthest back door. The fluorescent lights flickered and steadied as if the world was winking at me, cheering me on. It was silly, but that made it okay. I sat in the chair, and it was lowered down. The unlit mobile light pointed at my face. I prepared myself for the shock. The hygienist will be in shortly for your fluoride. Would you like bubblegum or mint? Bubblegum, I blurted out. She smiled at me. I'll let her know. It should only be a few minutes. I sat there pretending to chew the absent gum and the feeling washing a calm wave over me. The music began to loop again. I had heard this song as we entered the office. Michael, is it? The soothing voice made me open my eyes. The blonde woman had a clipboard under her arm, and she winked at me as she sat down. The computer booted up as she swiveled around to look at me. Careful of your eyes. I'm turning this light on. She adjusted the overhang light and flipped the switch on the side. The light wasn't blinding, but it took a minute to get used to. Open wide, please. I did as she said. She took the mouthpieces of fluoride from the tray and told me to keep a deep breath. I felt the cold, sandy substance press against the back of my mouth. I gagged. I tried to say something, but the feeling persisted. Then it came. The sour, then acrid, mostly liquid. The orange juice I had for lunch. I had spat out the fluoride as well. Oh dear, well that's okay, it happens. I'll clean this up and get you another bib. I sat there, a fragile vase, the mere look enough to crack its soul. The blood rushed to my face as I tried to calm myself. I knew it would start all over again. This time, I held on for dear life. She did the bottom first this time to ease the pressure. I gagged, but it was a success. The chair began to incline, and she moved closer, pulling the light to a new spot. She began to inspect my teeth with that strange pick and mirror. The fascination almost drove through my guard. Then the drill and cleaning. The odd close and open as the suction removed the debris from my mouth. I thought of the machines and how they worked, pumps with water and air. The soothing feeling in my mouth was nice. All done. The dentist will be in soon to check up on you. You did well, champ. She squeezed my cheek and left the room. The conversation had been a blur past the moment. You have 6 cavities. Do you want fillings now or later? The dentist had said. His mother, of course, had insisted and instantly said now, knowing she would never get me back here if I was my mother. Knowing she would never get me back here if it was for anything involving needles. She had so graciously volunteered me. If the room was not so cold, I would be sweating. The thought of it chilled me. I thought to myself again that the biggest rewards come after the best challenges. The best challenges follow lesser challenges. I had worked my way up the chain to a challenge I thought I could not face. Could I prove myself wrong? I began to chew the imaginary gum, thinking of one thing. I will do it today. I'm ready. I'm already here. Just get it over with, I said as I threw my head back into the chair, not holding back my frustration, but complying nonetheless. The pinch and burn as the needle struck deep, then the absence. It was eerie, but the pressure felt like a hot fire. Ow, I said as I felt a sharp pain against my tongue. All done. Do you feel this? Yes, I mumbled, trying not to drool as the freezing set in. Do you feel this? Yes, I can still feel it. Open your eyes. I opened my eyes and he was not touching me. I could swear I felt it. Sometimes the brain plays tricks on you and you need a good visual representation, shakes it off. Do you feel frozen now? He continued as I resigned. I can't feel anything. I think that's what I said. He nodded, having an ear for that accent. The process felt like eternity, moving my head from side to side, having the light readjusted, the sounds of the drills and tools, the pressure of the fillings being asserted to my teeth. I thought of the gum and how it would be affected by this. I would have to ask afterwards. A few more minutes, the last touch-ups and advice. brush more, chew less gum, floss more. The final one, of course. Come back in 3 or 4 months. Always trying to get us back here. I begged Mother to let me go sit in the car while everything was settled. I won her over. All I could think about was the gum. The flavor would be of no consequence, just the comfort and the sound of knowledge that I was past the danger. I quickly grabbed the chew and launched it into my mouth, clamoring to mold it. The slight taste at the back of my mouth. Made me sink into the leather seat. Relief at last. I felt something on my chin. I wiped it while I savored the chewing. There it was. But more. Coming down my chin. What was it? I opened my eyes and put my hand to my mouth. Red. Blood. Blood? Definitely needs some editing, but I think the gist definitely gets across with it. I mean, I definitely think it's better than the other one, that's for sure. The AI one. But yeah, we made it to the 8-hour mark, guys. Hell yeah, it was a day today. We fucking did it. So thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. We had a fucking blast. It was a great day. A full shift. True. That's a full working for fucking two jobs in one day. 8 hours, 4 hours between, another 8 hours. Pretty fucking much. So glad I don't work in 3.5 hours. Yeah, it'd be about 3.5 hours. But yeah, thanks for sticking around. I love you guys. You guys are great. Thanks for the inspiration and the love. And thanks to Sean for coming in and spreading even more love. You got to see another side of that shit. That's always good to have. Anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Have a good day, my man. Want me to send a few changes I'd make to your Discord DMs? You can just, I mean, yeah, sure. If you want to DM me, or if you just want to put in public stories and like put in like revision of story, or you can drop it in a talk stories too. If it's like one of my stories, you can drop it in here as like a revision. Alright, we have Krista or we have Tanif. I don't actually know if I've rated Tanif. So let's just do Tanif, because I don't know. Fuck it. It is what it is, guys. Hopefully he doesn't end his stream soon. But then you can just be part of a raid train.